Hello? Hi everyone. Oh, wait, one second. Let me adjust my audio stuff because I can hear myself. There we go. We're good. Hi. I need to grab my cardigan. I'm a little chilly right now. Also, I actually might need to order food. It's my own fault, but I think I need to order food. And we're also going to take notes. I am a bit late today, but we should be finishing within 8 hours, I think. So we should be finishing before 10. I think is the goal. 10 EST tonight, I think. Also, Mord, thank you for the first. Hello, Mord. Hi, Kume. Hi, Shadow. Hi, Oni. Hi, Sep. Hello, Yami. Hi, Pen. Hi, Yilda. How are y'all doing? Hello, Jenna. Thank you so much, by the way, for thank you for being there yesterday and modding. I really appreciate you. Like, I appreciate all the mods yesterday. Temp, full-time mods, all of them. All of y'all. Very calm stream. We're very calm notice. Will not do anything dramatic. Oh, not anything dramatic, you say. You know what? Put a pin in that. Put a note in that because I'm about to tell I'm about to say something dramatic later. It's fine. Timer Chan is like, she's literally she's on her track to retire today. Like, we're on retirement track. She's put in her hours and she's ready to live the retired life. Super relaxing stream today. Ha 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 ha. The little cross, that's so cute. But yes, if anybody, it is Ether time. I'm gonna be staying in Ether for now. If later on I might end up going out for anybody who, I don't think there's anything else today. Yesterday was kind of dramatic. So I don't think there'll be anything big. It's not at all very hype. Honestly, I probably should have planned it a lot better, better. I very much underestimated the first chunk of what we did yesterday. And I wish I had done it a little differently, or not, at least like prepared a little bit better, or like, there's a couple things I wish I'd done. Is what my brain is trying to say. But you know what? It's one of the biggest things. A huge annoyance is like my audio stuff keeps like resetting, and it's so annoying and so obnoxious, and it makes me angry. And the audio stuff was not how I wanted it to be. Was one, and then also my glasses keep falling down. So I need to adjust them more often, but it's okay. These are just minor things in my brain that I wish I could have done. You brought a laptop? Nice! You're able to watch. Hopefully today's a chill day for you. But yeah, thank you, Jenna. I really next time I need to better prepare for certain like events, but the thing is I don't know what those events are technically, so that's when I guess mods are I'm very grateful for mods that are like, hey, be wary of, you know, how dense this patch is or whatever. But yeah, it's okay. Okay, so let me look at my phone really quickly because I do need to look for, I'm gonna order something. I don't know what, something healthy though, something balanced and healthy. Sushi is balanced and healthy. Maybe, we'll see. Maybe something green. Something like a salad? A salad and protein? I think you're doing great, thank you. Now you can't really prepare if it's your first time unless you request info. You're right. It's like, I guess we're all doing our best. I have a question for you, Jenna. I have some very vague memory, and I'm trying to make sure if I didn't make this up or not, or if it's some kind of weird deja vu. Were you angry? Okay, so this is Shadowbringers spoilers, very clearly. 5.3 spoilers. But were you angry at the Crystal Exarch after what happened yesterday? Whenever you were going through this, by chance? I have some kind of like weird repressed memory, but I don't know if it's true or not. Okay, you were very mad. Okay, I don't know how I don't know what it was. I may have like saw something by accident or whatever. Who knows? Oh, okay, it's true. He did promise, and we're not. And I don't know. We don't like breaking promises. After what happened with Alizé and everything. Hi, Yelda. How are you? Pistachio? A fact not related to the game, but why the patch is so dense? Yes, I actually know about it already, Pen, because this had happened 6 months after 5.2 due to world stuff. I'm very angry at him. Oh, Jenna. Okay, that makes sense. I am gonna try my best to trust in our crusty cat boy. I'm trying so hard, but I am also angry, and also like what now, like also with Lena as well. I'm fine. It's gonna be fine. I think everyone has a second breakdown probably right after you finish talking with Reen, because everything hits all over again, and you kind of like your brain kind of like processes what's happening and everything. Okay, let's see. I think I see something I want to get. So I'm gonna get a salad. I wish I had edamame in my freezer. You wish I had a freezer? I'll probably get one soon. Are you gonna get it? It's just a freezer? Just carry on him on your back. He's literally my emotional support cat. I was talking about this yesterday, but I think I need to get a stroller and put him in the stroller, and we just carry him around for enrichment. And then that's how we're gonna go through the adventures together. I'm fine. I'm so fine. We're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be alright. Hi, Alikin, how are you? I need to get some more edamame. I accidentally ordered 2 bags rather than 5. I like, whenever I get the chance to swing by, Whenever I get a chance to swing by, Trader Joe's, I like getting their frozen edamame. But honestly, I think Costco has them too, which I probably should buy more there just because it's cheaper. Let me see. I'm trying to find something healthy-ish. Healthy-ish to buy for food today.
Very nice.
Terry! Thank you!
Terry Blade just subscribed.
So many months!
Wow, so many months.
Thank you, Terry. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 10 months. Thank you for all the support. By the way, you've like been here for you've been in the community since I was in A Realm Reborn as well. So thank you so much for being here for so long. But how are you, by the way? Sorry, I am looking at food stuff, so that is why I'm not I'm distracted at the moment. But I will make sure to lock in and pay attention. I might. I'm considering maybe chicken, like grilled chicken. I might do that actually. With some beans and a salad. is there anything else that I... Let's see. Double checking the menu. Do I just want to buy a whole chicken? A whole rotisserie chicken? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of tempting. A whole rotisserie... It's a charcoal rotisserie chicken, so they grill it. They grill it on... Like, yeah, they actually just, like, full-on grill it. What am I trying to say? Almost 2 years. A whole chicken, and then you can have her mini meals. You do tempt me, Jenna. Well, if I end up doing that, I have some other food in the fridge that I could probably eat with it too. Okay, so I'll probably, if I do get a whole chicken, the other option was like just getting half of one. Let me see. So I can get half a chicken, and then I get 2 sides. I'll probably end up getting some beans and some salad. How much is a whole chicken? That's... Because I have other food in my fridge too. I have to account for tipping the delivery person. Okay, 1 second. Thank you everyone for waiting for me. I appreciate it. Can I have a Discord link? Yes, yes, yes. I can get you a Discord link. 1 second. Are we ready for Notesbringer again? So I found this website last night because I'm like very like chill and normal about everything. But I found this website that somebody just like runs out of the goodness of their heart, and I really want to donate to them later on. But it's essentially them. Dang it, sorry. It's essentially them just like typing, like not like compiling the dialogue for like the script dialogue for the patch, or like per expansion in each patch and everything like that. And I was kind of going through it, and it's kind of really good if you need a refresher, because like I like reading stuff, and like sometimes I just don't want to like I don't want to scrub through my videos, right? Like I'm gonna already have to do that because I plan to put them on YouTube later on and everything, and like find clips and stuff. But like kind of just like reading the dialogue like at my own pace, just like lying in my bed, like nearly comatose, scrolling through my phone, reading the script was kind of wonderful actually. Because at one, like yesterday I was gonna be like, I want to go back and watch the cutscenes, and I was like, I don't think I have energy for this, but reading at my own pace, I have energy for that. I think so. I think that is the site. It's really great. I really want to do like give him a coffee tip in the future. Thank you for waiting for me. I'm sorry I'm taking forever. I'm gonna get chickens though. Okay, cool. Got the chicken, gonna get it delivered. I have some stuff in the oven cooking as well, so I'll have some food for later. Cool. Okay. Nice. Oh, this site is cool. It even has crossover. Yeah, they're really working hard on it as well. And then they occasionally give updates of like what they're working on currently. And I think they're doing job quest stuff too. And like there's just certain things that's really nice to like go and compile, especially whenever it's like things that have multiple choices. And like honestly, the wiki is wonderful too. I really appreciate the wiki, but it's also nice to like see both choices at once, and also just continuously go to the text. So now that I've seen some affecting, I can actually read over the crossover text. Yay! Okay, all right. Sorry, I am here. Let me turn off the music, go over to the game. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. What do we how do I contend with what happened yesterday? How do you, Jenna, did you end up stopping at that point too? Or did you continue afterwards? Because I haven't gotten the chance to go back and watch other streamers yet, and I really want to see like where people ended up like stopping after such a large portion of the patch happened. My brain can't read much before switching off. I hope the voice actors for 14 get together at one point. I don't know about all of them, but we do know that Colin is currently going through going through 14 like at the moment as well, and he's in Heavensward, which is really neat. But like I'm sure like hearing other people in general like just narrate it is kind of nice, especially for the other talks. What did I miss? Oh yeah, so yesterday we did we did part of 5.3. I'm not done. We still have plenty to go. The event was about a spoiler sensitive such as an expansion launch, which is not much. I don't know. Wait, let me go back really quickly. No one stops there? No one stops there? Why wouldn't you stop? Honestly, I'm Hunk Shoe. Hi, Elle. What do you mean no one stops there? Aren't you tired after that point?
Honk shoe mimimi z and egg high.
Egg high. Hi, Illuminati. How are you? Thank you for the 100 bits. Terry, thank you so much for the 2 months, by the way. Also, yesterday we got some bits and resubs as well. I think Eri ended up like cheering 25 bits or using the big emotes. Thank you. I don't know if he's here right now. Oh, apparently. Oh, Win clipped the out of context bathroom thing. So that was fun. Have you ever seen anybody stop there? Anybody else? I mean, I'm just thinking though, like if it's a really long stream, I imagine that people probably break this up into 3 streams, if not more, but I only wanted to do it in 2 streams. Never seen anyone stop there. I've stopped in some awkward places because of crying so much. That one time when the Crystarium was on high alert and like constantly had like the anxious music, I stopped there. I forced everyone to stop there. I've seen a few people stop where Notice stopped. Okay, all right. I've seen a few as well. I think I had to. I think almost everyone powers through it. We couldn't have done it yesterday. It was already getting too late. But honestly, yesterday when I had the emergency mod meeting, I was discussing whether to stop when I had taken my food break or to continue 3 to 4 more hours. And I was like, okay, we're gonna go the 4+ hours. And honestly, I don't know if I made the right decision or not. I'm unsure if I made the right decision for myself, but maybe it's fine. Because I fear that if I ended up starting today, I would have probably made this stream go into like midnight, and I think that's too late. No regrets? No regrets? I don't know. I can't change it now. You made the right decision for you at the time. True. Thank you. That is true. At the time, it did make sense, and I was also thinking of today too, because if I ended up going longer into today, I don't think I would have. I think it would have been fun and great, but I think a lot of people would have had to like hop off, which is, it's sad, but it's not. But still, it's, I guess the biggest point is me experiencing it, and I did experience it, and I enjoyed it. But there are things I did want to change, but now no regrets. Yeah. Yes. True. And yeah, we did talk about this earlier too. I won't dwell on it too much. It's something of just like, I guess, airing out and just thinking too much. I want to go back and see this controversial stopping point. Oh, I can show you, Blues. I'm literally in the Crystarium right now. Hello. I just gotta... The controversial stopping point is... Okay, I'm fine. I couldn't take my cat to the emergency vet, is what happened. Sorry. In time. I did not take him to the emergency vet on time. So we basically got out of the Crystal Tower. and everyone is outside. It's fine. You're gonna do it all anyway. Exactly. I will do it all. I will eventually do it all. So it's fine. He's hiding under the bed and refusing to come out. He's a little crunchy right now. I think after the trial is a natural stopping point. It's not as if you stop between dungeons and didn't do the trial or something like that. Yeah, it's true. And it's just, yeah, I guess, yeah. I had some time there because there was kind of like really, in terms of the pacing, it was very high at that point in terms of like a lot going on. So if I'd stop right after that dungeon, it would feel really weird of like, what's happening? Like you stopped right there. So then you have to like cool down and wind down and then start at a high point at the next time, right? Yes, we did do the trial. Shining bright like a diamond. It's a very, yeah. And we did talk about as well why it's such a chunky patch due to what was happening IRL too at the time of release. I was gonna say before the trial, after the trial are good stopping points. I think the trial dungeons really naturally, maybe after the cutscene. I could see like right before the trial, like leading up fully and then stopping at the trial and then doing the trial and going through it all. But then I guess the other point is like, will the cutscenes have impacted me and the trial impacted me as much as if I'd done it the day of, or would it have been fine the next day, right? I think I could finish 15 hours to spare because I have to leave for the last day. Good luck. Good luck with any events, stuff like that, like working against the clock. My friends and I stop here too. Okay. And I was gonna say before the trial, and then dungeon trials and emotional gut punch. It is a lot in both of them. Honestly, it was like, I'm sad. I'm sorry. There's just gonna be occasional outbursts of like emotions. But I was gonna say, like, I really like the dungeon because we got to see so many of our friends like going through all the regions in Norvrant again, and then we get back to the Crystarium. And then we do Crystal Tower, and it hits us. It punches us in the gut. And there's that. Imagine being current. Imagine if you didn't have the choice to stop or not, and you're current, and there's no more content to do. I know, right? I don't understand it. I don't understand. Like, even at the end of 5.2 as well, like, I was like really excited. I was like, oh, what's happening? And it was 6 months, just 6 months. Our friends are our power. The dungeon is peak. I did the dungeon, I did the trial. We had Boja to distract us. That's true. I'm glad you had Boja at the very least. Just head over to Boja and grind for Alliance and Alliance raid glams. Did all the Alliance raids like drop all at once? Like before 5.3? Coping by going into the trenches. True. If you get distracted by something else, it helps you it helps you with the pain of not having 5.3 yet. No? Okay. Nope. Oof. That's so fun. The second part came out with 5.1, so you could only just grind out the first one. I see. Raids came out in pieces. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. All right. So what do I even want to take notes of? I kind of have to like reorient myself backwards. I guess we can review our notes from yesterday, and then I can figure out what I want to take notes of like going forward, and also fix these bangs. I need to. Okay. You know what? Do you want to hear the drastic thing that I was gonna say? I don't know. Should I say it? Oh, okay. 8 of the Eden raids had come out at this point. Yeah, you're right. Because after I finish 5.3 today, I'll be able to do Eden raid number 3, which that was nice. You know, that was kind of nice. Of like, it feels like a sweet ending, almost minus the part of the corporal ether instability, like stability stuff, right? With like with Reen and Gaia having their moment and, you know, having each other. I think that's say it out loud. Say it out loud. Okay, you wanna hear my, what was I? Okay, it was I was gonna say, and I don't know if I'm gonna regret this. If 5.3 hurts me again, I think I'm gonna have to have an emotional moment and just like cut my hair off. I think I think that I don't know if I'll be able to take it and I need to do something drastic and I'm gonna cut my hair. So if something further bad happens in 5.3, in 5.4, my hair might be cut. I might have a Mulan moment is potentially what could happen. If it hurts me, if 5.3 hurts me again, something drastic might happen. You already have bangs, so just take the next step. True, I already have bangs for the summer, so why not just cut my hair short too? When I say short, it's not gonna be as short as you think, but it's gonna be short for me. Mulan about Princess. Oh my gosh, yes, you're right, Ash. I'm gonna have a Princess Garnet moment. I'm gonna have a Garnet moment. If 5.3 hurts me again, I'm gonna have a Garnet moment. I'm gonna have a Princess Garnet moment. That should also, man, I didn't think about that. I hope 5.3 doesn't hurt me today, because wouldn't a Garnet cosplay be really cute though? Because I have long enough hair at the moment. My hair is long-ish enough that I could just tie it in a bow in the back. So, but that's only if 5.3, the rest of 5.3 hurts me. If it doesn't, I'm good. I can cosplay as Garnet. Or I can also cosplay as Garnet short hair edition as well. Yes, if anybody does not know, yes, it is a character in 9, and we love her. And I have been playing 9 as well. I'm actually on disc 4 right now. Final Fantasy 9 that cuts her hair, so I love her so much. Oh my gosh, wait, where is it? I wonder if I'll eventually get a 9 card with her haircut. My son. It's this card, and where's the You're Not Alone card? Oh my gosh, I barely even realized it, but this card has her short hair. I don't think I'm gonna go Bob. We'll see. We'll see how much I get devastated, and then that will determine how much hair I cut. Surely it cannot hurt me to the point where it all goes off. But I'm not. It's fine. We're fine. No, I don't think that's gonna happen. I have to keep my bangs. I have to grow up my bangs. I think shoulder length. I was thinking potentially shoulder length. Maybe collarbone if I want to go a little shorter. But I don't know. I like it, but there's like, I think I'm...
Superdew has gifted 20 subs to viewers.
Super! Thank you! Super! I really appreciate that. Are you trying to feed Timer-chan? You know this stream is probably going to be longer than 6 hours. She's retiring today. It's happening. You're not alone. I know, I love it so much. But yeah, if 5.3 hurts me, drastic things may happen.
Very nice.
Valiant__turtle just subscribed.
Turtle!
Happy 5.3 day.
Thank you, Turtle. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 23. Oh my gosh. You've been here for nearly 2 years. Thank you. Happy 5.3 day. True, it is happy. Happy 5.3. You're so right. That means I'm not gonna be hurt today. It's only uphill from here. We're going to get our cat to the vet. We're gonna walk out of Crystal Tower together. We're gonna get our cat out of the vet. We're gonna walk out of the Crystal Tower together. We're gonna get our friends back to the source. Lena and the Exarch will hug it out, and everything will be great. And then we're gonna also bring him back to the source too. Everything's gonna be wonderful and great. It's gonna be fine. I'm sure. I'm not like the worst of it has happened, right? The worst of it has happened. So today is like easy peasy. Only accepting happy from now on. Yes, we're back in Joybringers. Like, we're so back in Joybringers right now. Thank you for the Archon loaf, because I got some yesterday too. I appreciate it. This fish Archon loaf. Man, we're gonna do so much. Yeah, we're gonna be doing so much today. That's crazy. I know, right? We're gonna be doing so much today as if yesterday's 10-hour stream we didn't do enough. I don't know. Okay, all right. I'm gonna tell my truth, and maybe this is unpopular, but I am not a Shola Runar shipper. All right. I think Shola deeply cares about Runar, but I don't think in that way though. I don't see. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I don't see it being more than platonic on her side. I think she does indulge him occasionally, but for me, I'm not shipping it. I'm sorry. Shola is an independent kitty girl and don't need unless she's married. Yeah, true. She's willing to accept positions as research assistant, but you better keep up because her standards are high because of Matoya. So you have to live up to Matoya's and her standards. And also, she literally saved herself when Elidibus catnapped her earlier. She like literally saved herself, and you're just like, I freed myself. I don't. She just met up with us. I hear after all the war crimes in Final Fantasy games stopped, 16 was a sunshine and rainbows. Really? 16 is sunshine and rainbows? Well, I gotta finish 9, and then I gotta finish 7. Surely 7 won't make me cry. I don't think so. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, 100% real and true. Yeah. Okay. I don't ship because she's your wife. She's your wife. Honestly, I love how sassy she is, but I think she definitely like loves I think it can be interpreted different ways, but I can definitely see how people do ship her with the Warrior of Light too. But she's a busy lady though. Yeah, sunshines and rainbows. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, Super. Thank you so much for the resubs, Turtle. I appreciate it. Thank you for subbing in advance, too. So I actually fell asleep while you were doing the trial last night. How far did you get? We finished the trial. We finished the cutscene. Oh my gosh. Okay, where is my phone? I need to bring up the script. When I say the script, the Final Fantasy script. Oh, the person's bringing my food. My chickens. I gotta double check where they are. Oh, did they drop it off? I think they're dropping it off. Oh, they are dropping it off. Nice. I appreciate them. Okay, Final Fantasy script. I'm so brain rot right now. I'm so 14 brain rot, but this is normal. This is truly the classic symptoms of a Final Fantasy gamer. So, let's go back. I saw a cat girl. Your Taru was just Shola, but with Tataru hair. That's so funny, though. No, I think that's hilarious. Is there fusion? That's really goofy. I love that. But, okay. So, so one thing that I was kind of like reading through the script again yesterday, and I'm realizing at the very end, so once again, this is 5.3 spoilers, but at the very end, after we had defeated Elidibus, and I was like watching a couple cutscenes, not all of them, but he was definitely talking to himself. And this is kind of something we realized over time as we saw more and more of him. I think I said this like right before the trial too, is like he's saying this to himself. He's trying to like reaffirm this to himself because it's kind of always been like a wavering confidence kind of thing, and it makes sense as we learned more and more and like who he is and how he became to be and everything. But at the very end here, let me find it really quickly. Let me find it. But yeah, at the very end, I was realizing, like, for a second, I thought he was talking to us. But then I realized, like, no, the last words before Elidibus disappeared when we gave him the crystals, he wasn't talking to us. He was talking to somebody else. And I looked back, it's raining. No, don't rain. Well, actually, if it's raining, no one can see us cry. Therefore, it's actually just raining. Yeah, it's definitely just raining. What perfect weather. What perfect weather. And then So also the last dungeon in Trials are the reason I asked you to play 14. These last two, we in the future plan to do Extreme Titania, Extreme Hades, and Extreme Seat. Extreme Seat, Extreme Seat later on. I love the fight so much. It's truly the most most terrifying science become one. Satara had access to black mage arsenal, we'd be in for calamity. Instead, she's an omnicrafter. I love that she's in her omnicrafter like arc, and I love that like all the science, like because she went through kind of like her phase like of like trying to like be somebody who is like well, like who could do combat or be in combat, and like she had her arc and everything, but I love that she ended up being an omnicrafter. So like omnicrafters represent in Tataru, and I love that. Stop. Okay, I'm gonna read. Wait a second. I gotta oh my gosh, where is it? I gotta go back to where Elidibus was talking about stuff. Oh my goodness, I need to scroll up to the script. And then the other thing is I ended up screenshotting the crystals in Amaron. The crystals that I'm assuming Hythlodaeus dropped on the ground like candy for us to go follow, and then we picked up the floor candy and gave it to Elidibus later on, right? I'm pretty sure. So, all right, man, how am I gonna do this? Okay, I'm gonna write the date, and we're gonna slowly just work on random notes, and they may be out of order. That's fine, right? So it's note time. And also my chicken is at my door, so I need to go get that. So, one moment, let me get the chicken. Hi Chris, how are you? We are so in note bringers right now. Floor candy. Almost as good as wall chicken? What's wall chicken? As an omnicrafter, agree we're terrifying. No, omnicrafters are terrifying with the utmost respect, by the way. I adore my omnicrafters and I appreciate you all so much. And also, this is a reminder, take your meds if anybody needs to take their meds. Because I am now Why is omnicrafting a reminder to take your meds? Oh no, that's not why. It was to remind you to take your meds. I just saw my meds and then I remembered to take my meds. That's it. It's girl dinner. Wall chicken. Yum. Guess I did not. Oh, wait, let's go back. Fell asleep. Terrifying read has not ceased though. I'm not crying, it's just Onion attacking ninjas. No, it's just the rain. It's just like directly raining right over me. Also, hi Dark, how are you? Are scarier than Ultimate Raiders? No offense. You wait. You think Omnicrafter? Okay, I'm curious. To the Omnicrafters, who is scarier? Omnicrafters or Ultimate Raiders? I want to hear it from the Omnicrafters themselves. As a person who's not done either. You know what? Actually, pentamelding is kind of terrifying. Never mind. Okay, I understand. I get it. Yeah, I get it. Okay, no, I forgot about pentamelding for one whole second. What if both? It's the pentamelding. The ultimate... Well, pentamelding. Ultimate Raiders... Ultimate Raiders... No, stop. What if you do both? Then you are peak terrifying. That's what that means. I think I'm scarier than an ultimate raider. Okay, what if you're a world's first raider though? Is that the scariest level of ultimate raider? I'm omni, but not pentamelded. The commitment is to either. Yeah, the commitment to both is more terrifying than one or the other for sure. I think omnicrafters are a lot more helpful than ultimate raiders. The thing is though, some ultimate raiders heavily rely on omnicrafters for their gear, right? But if you do both, you're just terrifying. Respect though. I don't think it's worth anything achievement wise. Ultimate raiders are more degen than omnicrafters. Is it because omnicrafters are, I was gonna say, try to min-max in terms of time with their macros? It requires effort on top of time. Terrifying respect. Yeah, or terrifying respect. Dedication is scary because we see them in the wild with their tools working away, crafting away in the corner of the main city, and then they have their gold sink mount and leave. I will say pentamelding is what scares me the most. I think that honestly, pentamelding scares me more than currently the ultimates that I have in mind. I don't know. I'll probably become a ultimate raider before I become an omnicrafter. I'm sorry. And one day I'll have my omnicrafter journey, but I don't think it's anytime soon. Okay, so. Should not have that. Got sauces too. I don't hate Ishgard. Oh, nice. It looks good. It's half a chicken. I didn't end up getting a full chicken. It's pretty tender so far. I really just want to go into it with my hands, but I need one hand to be clean in order to go BRB. End up getting beans as well. Ooh, the chicken breast on this looks really tender actually. Okay, so small things. Elidibus was definitely not talking to me in his last words. He was talking to one of the crystals. And I think I know what crystal he was talking to. I found out what crystal he was talking to. Well, no. I actually don't know the crystal he's talking to. I have a theory of which one it could be, but I know who he was talking to in terms of when the ancients were like the flashbacks of the ancients. There was a convocation member who said similar words that he did. But they were talking to him. And then I think he was talking back to the convocation member. I'm so excited! What are you eating? I'm having chicken. I'm having some charcoal roasted chicken. I ended up being bad and ordering some food, but I needed to sustain myself. We will be taking notes soon. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna munch a little bit. These beans are pretty decent. Yeah, chicken How much chicken you got? Wasn't a lot of money. Well, I think it kind of added up as you like added a tip for the driver. But the plate was half a chicken for the plate with 2 sides, so I ended up getting beans and salad. And it was $15 for the plate, I think. Then after fees, tax, tip, and everything like that, it got towards about like 27. 26. I probably could have tipped less, but because it was the distance, it wasn't really far from where I was, but they actually placed it where I wanted it to. So I'm like, in terms of delivery, sometimes the people don't put it exactly where I request to. This person did, so I'm grateful. For La Habrea, I feel like we don't know nearly as much about him. Emmett did make some comments about La Habrea, and I still need to compile those, really. But honestly, out of the three unsundered, actually, that's actually interesting. Out of the 3 unsundered at this point in the game, you asking me to rank them? I mean, the Habrea, because I still don't know that much about him. He'd probably be number 3. I think Emmett's number 1. And Elidibus is probably number 2. They tried really hard. They tried really, really hard to make me feel bad for him. And I guess it only worked at the end. I resisted, though. Yeah, I definitely tipped more than suggested, for sure. Otherwise, I would just pick up myself. If I had time, I would just pick up myself. But I know that, like, ordering food and getting delivery is a luxury. It is a, you know, it is like, it's a luxury, and it's also, I'm trying to like justify the cost of like the time saved. Like if I'm like streaming or something, right? Or if I need food, I know I need food, especially if we're gonna be doing content, and I need to fuel myself. Otherwise, my brain's gonna be smushed, and it's not gonna be a good time for anybody. Like whether me or you are watching, me playing or you watching. And it is my own fault that I did not get enough sleep last night. So, I'm sorry. Next time, I just need to go to bed immediately, probably. I was just kind of spaced out, and I think it's because I had caffeine yesterday, and I just, like, didn't want to go to sleep, or my brain didn't want to go to sleep quite yet. And I wasn't even doing that much. I was just, like, kind of mindless for a good chunk of last night. The max tip that was suggested for my order was like less than $2. So I was like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I don't think anybody's gonna pick that up if it's less than $2. It was like $1.25, I think. Who needs sleep when you have 3 a.m. Orban? I mean, you needed sleep though. You needed to get some rest, and I'm glad you did. Because you literally got up at, like, you got up so early the next day, Pen. $24! You got less than 5 hours of sleep. Did you get more rest today? Or last night? You also need to rest? I do. I'll be resting tomorrow. And I also need to really work on, like, clipping stuff again. Clipping. Working on VODs. All that stuff. Alright. I'm gonna put this food away. I think that, like, honestly, it was probably smart eating the chicken breast first. Because reheating that can be a little dry sometimes. And I'll be able to have the drumstick later, and the thigh later. I wonder how many community members will make alts when we do EUR. I feel like a lot of people already have some. But yeah, Jenna, I'm excited for EUR. I'm really excited. I really want to play through it again. I can't wait. I'm really excited to do a Realm Reborn again, honestly. I'm like genuinely really excited to kind of go back. I'm hooked. I know, and then the thing is, you're like caught up as well, and like even from where I am, I'm like, I want to see so much. Okay, I think we have a little bit of time today, but I need to show you all my first VOD. My first Final Fantasy VOD. And we need to see the Star Shower. I haven't even like watched it through that part, but I know that it was in the forest with Papa Limo and Ida, right? So we need to watch that. I have that video, so we're gonna have to watch it together before we like fully like deep dive. Okay, I have a question. How long did you think today would last, including yapping? You were saying maybe 6 hours, right? I mean, I'm gonna have to add more time on that because I'm yapping a lot and eating. But I'll try to lock in as best as I can. You took a sprout through coils the other day and watched the calamity happen. No. And there was still so much in coils that I just didn't like fully get. Because it had been some time since I was at the very beginning, right? But still, like, love Alice so much. It still was incredibly impactful, even despite me, like, not remembering some of the early points of Around Reborn. Less since we get through the trial, you think? 3 to 4? Okay, if it's 3 to 4, that should be good. We should be able to get through the streaming within, like, 6-ish. Especially if we are able to include some theorizing, some note-taking. These beans are really good. Okay, I gotta stop eating. Chicken's is really good. Next time? No, I like veggies. I was thinking I could get double bean next time. Alright. Thank you everyone for waiting for me. I appreciate you. I am going to quickly play an ad as well while I clean up. So I'll see you in a little bit. think we're ready for notes. Okay, that is still a minute left. Let me check my teeth. Everyone's notepads ready? Okay, hopefully we are back in session. Okay, all right. So just an hour of me yapping a little bit, getting distracted, eating a little bit of food. Thank you for waiting for me. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate you. That was not the plan, but sometimes you get a little distracted. Everything should be good now. Okay, cool. So let me do this really quickly. I know I missed a lot of messages too, so I'm really sorry. Hi, Tell. How are you? Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Whole folder resources, leveling your land and hand stuff. Yeah, it's going to be a while. Whenever I end up going into it, I'm going to do a lot of them at the same time in order to make sure that I am able to use all the equipment at the same time. So they're just not like I don't have like 3 bajillion different like outfits, or not outfits, but like parts for different levels of stuff. So that is going to be the goal, just to make things easier. Also, yes, posture check, water, we're good with that. And then, yeah, we were talking about Omnicrafters versus Ultimate Raiders. And honestly, both of y'all are terrifying in different ways, right? Sadly, the chicken was a little pricey, but how much you can get in the US, in Canada, probably 25 just the food. I guess it also depends on where you live, maybe too, I wonder. Because like for here, I do live in a city, and honestly, there's extra there's some extra fees and taxes, which I feel like makes it kind of pricier. But it was like half a chicken. It wasn't the biggest chicken. It was pretty good though. It was pretty decent. But that place is a chain, so that's why it's probably a little less pricey. Also, hi Wimpy. He was a little bus. Emmett would be very upset if he weren't number 1. I have a lot of feelings about Emmett that I'm very like conflicted and confused about, to be honest. And it makes me a little like, I don't know. I'm very conflicted and confused about my feelings. This is how I felt like with Frey at first as well, but then I love Frey so much. In a not weird way. I love Frey so much in a not weird way. Eat good food. Stay strong, keep faith, eat good food. I like going out on Subway, roasted chicken. I like their tuna salad at Subway. Who needs sleep? We can do Orban at 3 a.m. It always made me wonder how to tip for the dash is scaled on scale of order. Because I know, yeah, it's really interesting as well. Yeah, it's definitely distance rather than the price of the order. And then, then the other really interesting thing is too, like if you pick up from the restaurant, they ask you if you want to tip the restaurant in terms of percentage too. So I don't know, it's whatever. I want to get better at just like going, and if I'm going to like indulge a little bit and like get takeout food, I just want to go and pick it up myself most of the time. But yeah, I'm really excited for EU arc. I also was thinking as well, Jenna, I guess I don't have, no, it's fine, because I was thinking if I wanted to level up an alt character on my own, as like a personal alt character, I guess I could always do it on one of the Road to 90 Dynamis servers and then just transfer it off to wherever else I want to in the future. But if we're ending up, if we plan to do an EU like arc and just like slowly like have some friends like join in and join us or whatever, probably be best to just like have it stick over there. But I'm really excited for A Realm Reborn. Coils. I have an ult, and they're at the start of Shadowbringers. I remember you. I remember you mentioned that as well, Alikin. 3-ish, 4-ish. Okay, 3 to 4 probably. We'll have to be able to work on some sick glams. You're right. I'm so, like, I feel like my glams are really weak in Stormblood. They are good. Like, I love this glam for Shadowbringers, but they were a little weak in Stormblood. I was like very confused identity-wise, and I think we're gonna have a redemption arc for Stormblood clams. Passes out number 2 pencils and neon pink highlighters to the class. Will this be on the test? If you fail the test, you're gonna have to stay afterwards for tutoring later on. If you want to go the fields trip, you should check out the lyrics of the theme of the trial you just did. No! I mean, I probably should. I probably should eventually. Definitely depends on where you live. I like, even where my friends live, they're definitely a little further from like a lot of food areas, but like where I'm at, I don't live in the like super expensive area, but I'm like kind of close enough. And that's for casual fast food. Yeah, the place I got was technically fast food. And your freelings? No, L. Potentially, you could join our FC ult. If I do join, I might end up leaving at some point. If that's okay. If I end up like long term like leaving later on, if it's gonna be my personal account or whatever. I know we're gonna see him again. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm gonna quit as soon as we unlock the vault. That's it. I'm kidding. But okay. So note stuff. I wanted to bring, okay, so there's a couple things that we wanted to bring up. I was gonna show you my star shower video, right? So I'm gonna find that really quickly. That was my very first Final Fantasy stream on this account, right? So let me find it. Ooh, there it is. So let me bring this up, move you all over here. Oh my gosh. It looks so silly. It looks so silly. Okay. So let me mute this. Oh, how am I gonna do this? I'm wondering. You might not actually see it. You know what? We don't need the audio. We don't need the audio for it. I'll just talk over myself. So here. Oh, I'm gonna have to change this. How about I move myself over here? I don't even know what I'm doing, to be honest. So you can watch me watch myself. We can watch me watch myself. And okay, so where is it? So we're trying to find the area. So I was at my old place in front of my closet, but we're gonna try to find the area where I think is it this one? Chasing Shadows with Papa Limo and Ida, I think. Oh, it's so choppy. This is so choppy. It's so choppy. This is before I had my 4070. Oh my gosh, my Lala! This is even really choppy for me too. I don't think I had things optimized really well when I was playing Final Fantasy. This was forever. This was February 7th. February 7th, 2023 is when this VOD existed. The old background, my old mic, you can't even hear. My Lala. Do you see my Lala over here? This is before I even had my signature outfit for my Lala, because this was day one. This is literally day one. It's nice and crunchy. We don't even know their names. Short-tempered Thermitage. Oh my gosh, I miss him. It took me so long to get to this point. I got so distracted. As if I don't. Oh, he's so cute. This is so crunchy. Oh, wait. Wait, no, ever since the calamity, the forest has been sensitive, really sensitive. Disruption in etheric flow? The slightest disruption in the etheric flow. Are we gonna even be able to see the star shower? And this sort of thing happens? Was this not even voiced? Okay, so we're fighting the tree. I don't know where it happens. Okay, so maybe after the tree. I have 3 buttons. Sorry, this is really funny. I have 3 buttons on I basically have 3 buttons on my hotbar. Oh man, how things have changed so much. Yeah, it's so crunchy. Okay, so this happens. Do not skip the cutscene. What am I doing? Wait. Okay, so it's still moving. It's just really crunchy now. Maybe we'll get one moment of me seeing the star shower. Man, my hair was long back then too. We picked up the crystal for the first time. Man, I don't even remember this. And this happens. This is my OG Lala, by the way. I was watching a couple of my old VODs back earlier as well, and in the 5.0 finale when we did Hades, I realized, did I miss the star shower? I realized that whenever Graha showed up at the very end, when he popped up and he ended up summoning, oh my gosh, he ended up summoning our oh my gosh, that's what I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. Like, we full on just like, wow. So we picked up the crystal and saw the star shower. Wait, what did it even say? Oh, I'm just talking about Comcast. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I think everything was really laggy for me, so I don't think I was having a lot of trouble. I was having a lot of trouble. I'm talking about the colors of my outfit. Oh my gosh, hi Emmy. Emmy, thank you so much for the raid. Don't mind me watching myself back from wait, 2 years ago? Emmy, thank you so much for the raid. How is Ghost of Tsushima? I'm so sorry. I'm really bad at names. Thank you so much. How are you? Hi everyone. Hi Raiders. Hi Pokeball. Hi Lion. Hi Holly. Hi Emmy. Hi Moske. Hi Peach. How is everyone doing today? Also, can we get a shout out for Emmy as well? So Emmy's been doing some variety as well. I was like, I was lurking a little bit earlier and I was like, ooh. It's like, I wonder, I don't really know much about it. Like, I've seen people play it before, but it's never a game that I've ever picked up. But have you been enjoying it though? But how's it going? Hi Sophia, how are you? It was great. How's 14 going? Okay, so yesterday, okay, this is Final Fantasy 14 5.3 Shadowbringers talk about to be happening, so I will warn you as well. But also, hi everyone, my name is Notice. I am jokingly a Final Fantasy variety streamer at the moment, so I play 14, I'm playing 9 as well, but we've been very like 14 heavy lately. Yesterday I ended up starting 5.3. We did the dungeon and we did the trial, and I was crying a lot. And today, right now, we're just kind of reviewing a couple things. I plan to finish 5.3 today, and I'm actually watching back my first stream, my first 14 stream, and I wanted to go look to see us seeing the star shower for the first time, and that's where we are. And And it's, I don't know, sorry. It feels really silly and really weird. But like, this is my original character. Like, I was originally a boy Lala. Oh, this is me just drinking boba. So I'm watching myself. And I don't, so just honestly seeing the star shower was really cool. Because I don't remember that at all. Okay. All right. I just wanted to watch that back. It is the old one. And you can see how crunchy my stream was cuz I am streaming. I had Comcast at this time and I currently have fiber now. But it was very crunchy as you can see. We're watching a slideshow of my first days playing Final Fantasy 14. Is what's happening. But yeah, I definitely want to check the graphics cuz it's like basically 2 times like better graphics and I also have a better graphics card. But yes, this is back in the day. I started in this is the VOD says it's February 7th, 2023. So this is my first stream, the first 14 stream. And we don't even have names for our Scion friends either. I know, right? It's baby, it is. It feels weird. I'm in front of my closet with all my plushies as well. I actually didn't even use this closet because I just put my plushies in there. Oh my gosh, she has her old voice. Anyways, okay, I think that's it. It's literally it's like the game is moving or the time is moving, but the game is not moving at all. Anyways, I just wanted to see the star shower. And we did, and that was really cool. Okay, cool. I have this, even though it is crunchy quality, but it's still really neat though. Okay, so we've also been taking notes as well. We've been taking notes. Also, if you all are not following Emmy, please do. Emmy is a wonderful, lovely streamer. Does a bunch of variety. I know you were playing Expedition 33. Also has played 14 as well. Does a lot of like JRPGs, RPGs, and just really fun to hang out with. And also has two adorable pets. And great emotes, by the way. Wait, zoom in hands. Is that the Power Ranger cosplay? It is actually. I still have it. It's in my closet right now, but I occasionally wear it for periodically. But yes, that was the Mighty Morphin pink Power Ranger costume cosplay. It was actually just a costume. I think I bought it like online as a Halloween costume, but it's kind of like neon pink. And I actually ended up here, let me turn my sound back on. Ended up actually making a glam plate to kind of match it. So this is the same pink that my costume is in. I know the difference. Oh, I gotta move my cam back now. There we go. Also, hi Ken, how are you? Hi Kazriel. I made a new alt, started a Realm Reborn again. After this bit yourself, I'm really excited to hopefully go back into Realm Reborn. Which is funny that I said that. I've always been a Realm Reborn defender, because I've always said that I think it's so necessary in terms of like base knowledge or like foundational knowledge. And it's funny because when I was first trying to get convinced to play this game, there was a possibility of me skipping to Heaven's Ward or even Shadowbringers, and like skipping completely, but we ended up deciding just starting a Realm Reborn and see how you like it, kind of thing. But I'm glad that I ended up going through it, no matter how crunchy it was. No matter how crunchy it was, and we've gotten to this point. It does 100%. It's so important, but it absolutely drags. It's so slow. I understand that some people out there 100% just like they skip through it. I understand why they do it. But I'm glad I stuck it out for myself. Like, I'm not gonna make judgment on other people's decisions or whatever, right? Unless they say a Realm Reborn is a bad expansion or Heaven's Ward's a bad expansion if they've never played it. If they say it's a bad expansion if they've never played it, I'm gonna judge you. And yeah, you just have bad You have bad takes. You have bad takes for judging something that you've never played before. That's it. I defend it all the time. I also have much stronger feelings about it than I did before. I kind of feel the same now. I am curious to see how I will feel going back and playing it, getting to this point, and if I will say it still drags a lot and this is painful, but I'll probably still say it was necessary to do it. Where's the eels? The eels? Wait, eggs? I got the eggs. Here's my egg macro. I never disliked A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn, they can't make me hate you. A Realm Reborn, they can't make me hate you. I can't hate it. I can criticize it, but I can't hate it. Boost gang! Also, thank you for the follows. Thank you for coming in, everyone. I really appreciate it. I hope your Sunday has been fantastic and wonderful. And thank you again, Emmy. I really appreciate it. We definitely gave a shout out, right? Let me see. Okay, yes, we did. We could do the other one too. But today we are, sorry, my hair is everywhere. Today we're working on taking some more notes and finishing 5.3. So I've been like pretty good at taking, we've gotten consistently better at taking more notes of like small things that happen through MSQ. So basically after going to Amarot yesterday, I kind of fell off on taking notes because it was kind of, it went really fast, really quickly, and I needed to lock in because yesterday was a 10-hour stream, and it was great. So much happened, and I'm also still devastated and angry, but you know what? I'm also gonna go in incredibly delusional and believe that we can do everything in the rest of the stream in the next 4 hours. 4 to 6 hours. We're gonna do everything I set my heart to. We're gonna get our friends back into the source. We're gonna take our Catboy to the vet because he's hiding in his tower right now. So we have to take him to the vet. We're going to take our friends back to the source. We're going to go back and stop a civil war. We're gonna go back and stop a civil war. It's gonna be great. It's so great and wonderful. Memes are from peak eras, like someone big and WoW scene came over and did the exact thing that you described. Wait, as in they skipped to a particular expansion. Hi Gustav, how are you? Fascinated by the concept of Heavenless Words Notice. Oh my gosh, imagine if I had never experienced Heaven's Word. I don't know if I would have been attached to this game as much as I am. Because like, I enjoyed A Realm Reborn for what it was, right? But like, like, Heaven's Word sunk its claws and teeth into me, and it never let go. And how could I have played this game not going through Heaven's Word? How can I? You're on Sarg too? Nice, Maka. But yeah, Sarg is our home at the moment, and one day we'll make an EU home as well. Not the most urban. Yeah, I definitely agree, Kiwi, for sure. And it peaked with him dying in our raid and yelling, "Where are the heals?" Really? He skipped everything and judged it? Oh my gosh. Okay, sure. Where are the heals at? Have they ever played healer before? Somebody yelling where the heal's at sounds like somebody who's never played healer. Unless your healers are actively sabotaging you. That's different. Nah, healer's protest was years later. Yeah. And then he skipped everything, got mad at the game because he understand basics of combat. I asked y'all so many questions in A Realm Reborn in terms of combat, and I still do. Almost every other stream I asked you all, like, is this a good time to use this ability or whatever? I don't know. Some people are just different. I understand that. I understand some people, how they process things is different. But, I mean, when you go into something new, you should go in with an open mind, because you're not going to be able to get everything immediately. Did this person also play an MMO prior too? No, you said that, no, they had played WoW prior, so it's different. Died to Shinryu at that. Died to Shinryu. Oh, because of the mechanics. They didn't understand the mechanics. I'm of the opinion if you want to skip, at least do the story on your own, your main, and then if you want to do an all-in play with others, you can. Yeah. And honestly, with skipping, once again, it's like, you can do whatever you want. It's your choice. I don't care. It's like, it's not going to affect me. Unless you're actively yelling at me saying this game sucks, this expansion really sucks, and you've never played it before. And it's like, your opinion is actually worthless. And I'm not saying that at any of y'all, because none of y'all are like that. I think you just skipped and just went into Savage. I mean, I understand some people just want to do harder content because that's what they're used to in other games, right? But like, well, you can still do that and you can still learn how to do that. You can still learn how to play Savages and skip the game and not care about the story. That's fine. I know a streamer who ended up skipping the game and then later going back and enjoying the story and everything. But I don't think he ever like he critiqued the game knowing that he skipped, like critiqued the game like that knowing that he skipped it. So I guess that's the biggest difference. I did the whole story and done pawn trail and post content. One day, someday we'll get there. I just think it's silly. As a refugee myself, I've never seen one person unite the player base. Unite the player base, it's so funny. I believe if you're gonna skip, that's fine, it's your money. And however, try not to judge the game if you don't understand the basic fundamentals. Yeah, I think it does sound silly because there are instances where they like, you know, they are working or they are trying to actively like make it easier to learn things and mechanics and stuff. And if you plan to skip, it's like you should have a friend who to teach you how to play the game, right? Like for example, like if anybody ever plays Destiny, it is not beginner friendly. You need to know somebody else who plays the game or watch content yourself in order to understand how to play it. And then also I feel like in instances for Final Fantasy, like because there's like off global cooldowns and global cooldowns and stuff like that, and not everyone enjoys the global cooldowns. I know that and understand that. But like, you know, there's some idiosyncrasies of this game that like a person having played before or playing for an extended period of time can probably help you understand the game better and therefore make your experience better too. So it sounds silly. Why people play a fantasy game if they're not here for the story? If you want to skip, you forfeit the right to criticize the story. I mean, you can criticize your story. You can do. They have freedom of speech, but your opinion's going to be worthless to a lot of people, though. Cutscene and then complain the story sucks. It's like you didn't even see it. Yeah, it's like it feels like I don't know what they were expecting. If they're skipping the cutscenes, the voiced cutscenes, not even just the unvoiced dialogue, right? They skip the voiced cutscenes, they skip all the dialogue, and they criticize the story. That makes no sense of why somebody would criticize it then. Destiny is not fun on your own. I love the lore of Destiny thanks to like other creators, right? Well, we've been taking Noah to be peak from the beginning to end. What is that? I know Noah has also been going through Warframe. Does Warframe does Warframe have a story too? Gotta go fast. Now, we weren't even talking about hitting skip cutscenes. They pay for skip and judged what they paid to not play. Yeah, I think that's silly. And I think, I don't know. I think people can have people can have their opinions, right? Especially if like this person is a content creator or somebody online, like who actively allows themselves to be public online and they're playing something. It sucks to have criticism, but I think it seems like it's warranted as far as I would understand, but I can definitely see why they kind of get memed on. But it's whatever. It's like, it doesn't affect me. I don't care. I don't want to waste my brain space thinking about somebody whose opinions like don't align with mine. Not in a like an echo chamber way, but in a this does nothing for me. Like, this is not productive. And not everything has to be productive, but like in a way that's like, it's I hate to say it's worthless, but it is very little value to me. It's very low value to me in terms of like listening to somebody who has a very confusing opinion on something that they don't understand about, right? I'm trying to be really nice, okay? I'm trying to be very diplomatic and nice. My roommate got into Destiny back in the day. I was fortunate to have a mentor. I ended up playing Destiny for like 100 hours, I think. I didn't get very far, and like every season changes, so it's all confusing and weird. And honestly, it's just so much time putting into Destiny. I don't think I could do it. I think I'd rather become an Omnicrafter than play Destiny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I think I'd rather be an Omnicrafter than play Destiny. I'd rather be an Ultimate Raider, which I already plan to do, than play Destiny. Oh, Maka, I saw it. I'm sorry. Like, because, I have the thing where if you're near MSQ, like, if you're near, quest people, or quest NPCs, people kind of get blurred out. Omnicrafter, you say? You 1,000 hours? I just hate that Destiny Vault's story content. I just want the story. Yeah, that would be nice. And it just sucks that it seems like, is Destiny still this case where it's like very meta? You have to have these certain weapons to do really, really well in the game, especially in PvP. Otherwise, like, you're kind of like at a disadvantage kind of thing. Is that still like the case in Destiny 2? Every expansion got progressively worse. Ugh, that's rough. Echo Chamber is useless, and anyways, makes someone looks like a fool anyway. Are we preparing for future expansions preemptively? It is very meta from what I've heard from my friends say. Yeah, it is. Last time I played it was still the case. I don't know if it's changed or not. But yeah, I probably won't go back. It's interesting. I think it is really, I think the aesthetics of the game is really cool. I think the idea of the game is really cool, but like, I think it's just the time effort. And like, I say that as like playing an MMO, which is a lot of time and effort already, but I feel like I get my romance in this game. It's a dating sim. I get a lot out of this game. It kind of always has. It really sucks though for the like the diehard like Destiny fans and like players. It sucks that like, you know, quality of life isn't the greatest in the game, despite the story being like seemingly very interesting too. Oh, anyways, sorry, I got distracted again. We have time to get distracted today, but I don't want to get distracted for too long. Okay, so I want to write down, one of the notes I want to write down is, oh, one of the things I want to bring up actually. Let me find the screenshot really quickly. Is it this one? So we were looking at some of the crystals, and I'm pretty sure, I have to take a screenshot of it, but I'm gonna go back to the in-room really quick. And the two crystals that Elidibus had in his hand is what I wanting to look at. Thank you for the head pat. But there was like some crystals Elidibus had in his hand, the two that he picked up at the very end, and I believe I know which ones they are. I'm pretty sure it's the green one and the... Let me look back. Let me go back. But I think it's the green one and the turquoise one. But let's go back over here and look at it. Oh, it's not it. That's a shame. Let's take notes! Let's take notes! Hi, Eternal. How's it going? Okay, so... it's gonna be rough. I'm gonna... Okay, so we're in post. We're in post. No. Not Stormblood. Post. I think it's the last one is what I was looking at when he was picking up the crystals. Okay, and then while I do that, I'm also gonna be picking... I'm gonna grab this screenshot.
Fool. You have achieved nothing. I am immortal. Yet I will never surrender.
Elidibus, so fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past.
Okay, I'm gonna start writing notes as this goes. Okay, so
you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind.
So he grabbed two crystals, or he had two crystals in his hand.
Created to serve as a
and it sounded like he was talking to himself,
the heavens, to harness and
or talking to somebody else.
Not unlike white oracite.
Oh my gosh, I can't write.
Your ill ill-begotten power,
So not the warrior light,
obtained
though.
by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it.
You just
soul
activated
and
my
all.
trap card. It's 100% the same. 100%. All of this got activated the trap card. But has a ton of great lore at launch, and then it was little note cards that you could go into the website and read. And I'm assuming, did it just like degrade over time in terms of like how much content there was for gamers? I'm so glad that there are notes in this game too, and I need to read some of the older ones. And I'm glad that they've also gotten printed. Oh my gosh. He's not alone. Okay, I will say, did you all see how he looked at us when we were running up the Crystal Tower? The stairs? I might need to go back in that cutscene. Did you see how he looked at us though? Win, are you here? I'm sure you know this. You would have noticed it for sure. Running home. Got white Ursite. The way he the way he looks at us when you're running up the stairs in the Crystal Tower before you get up here, before he ends up like stopping the other Warriors of Light. How does he look at us? Do you want to see it? We can go back. Drives me insane. I saw it, I noticed it, and I was like, oh. Oh my gosh, I don't want to see this. Okay, I'm fine. I'm so chill and normal. Okay, I need to take screenshots. I need to be on top of this. I want to screenshot the two crystals that he has in his hands. You're so normal about this cat. It's so it's so full of like affection, the way that he looks at you when you're running up the stairs. Like it's happened before, but like it is very intense. Very normally, the most normal look ever.
This
Oh, that was a little too late.
yes. I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believed.
So a
Yet
green
still
one.
they cried out in rage.
Not pale
and
green, but this is
despair.
green.
Divided
And then
over the fate of the star.
it's either blue or
A
turquoise.
rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time.
Don't mind all the screenshots.
Reconciliation. Elizabeth. I was needed. I withdrew
Okay.
myself from Zodiac.
So
For
this
them.
green color.
My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will.
So like I think this kind of hits more
The rains
because
have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day.
it really
You are not
feels
here to see it.
like he's like saying this to himself as like a reassurance, because I feel it seems like somebody said it to him to like, you know, to make him feel better. So like him repeating it over and over again like as a mantra. I didn't think that I would cry doing the review, but it's fine. Oh, I hate this. I don't want to watch it. Are we gonna watch this again? Maybe we should.
I concede I may have overexerted myself.
I hate this.
Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you.
I hate the creaking.
We have averted the 8th umbral calamity. Found a way for everyone to return to the source. And, last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend.
Eternal Wind has traumatized so many people, including me.
So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask.
I hate this game so much. I realized as well, I was reading through the script, but you can do either of these, and he reacts the same though, so. We did this one yesterday. He kinda did tell us earlier as well, at the cliff.
If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me?
But also, like, this time he's not saying his friend, right? He's asking us directly. Like, he's asking us directly if we could go, like, and also Eternal Wind also played. It played at the cliff too. Okay, I gotta take my notes. Okay, so Elidibus had the green crystal. And also, like, I was going back and, like,
My
looking
friend,
which crystals
with
they
you,
were.
my mind and memories shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond.
And then you're, like
But
when he
in
puts
this
back his
place
hood,
shall my body stand immovable.
he wants to be remembered as the Exarch, right?
May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
So here, I said this yesterday, but it really seems like maybe he added a memory. Maybe this last part. I don't like it. You can see our character's fist. How painful it would have, like, this is, right? I guess how bittersweet. Like, all his memories are there. We have it. And we're keeping it close.
There, the Exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil. When the Scions were not released from his summoning spell, we proceeded with the plan to return them to the source. The Warrior of Darkness,
Orange
however,
looking away.
retained her ability
Being his
to
accomplice.
traverse the two worlds at will.
Being his
And
accomplice.
in
and
time,
everything.
the Crystal Tower became a symbol of her link to the First, and of hope.
This is only right to start this. This is only right to start this stream crying. Yeah, I think we needed to watch that again. Apparently. Okay, we're fine. We're so fine. Okay, so there's several other things that we want to note too. So, Elidibus has the 2 crystals, right? One's the green one, and then the other one is, I believe, the blue one. We're gonna match the colors. We're back in class, everyone. We're back in class. We're matching colors. Putting a lander while watching you try to not tear up and attract attention. Really? That's what happened to you? Is the audio sounding a little funky for anyone else? Is it my mic specifically, Flame, or is it something else? Yeah, Flame, is it my mic that's a little funky, or is it the game audio? Because I did end up like adjusting something. It's the mic in the game feels choppy. Oh, if it feels choppy, it's probably because I have my other monitor up, so I need to take that down. It's okay. It sounds okay to me. It sounds okay. Was it choppy for you though, Elle? Are you watching on mobile? Are you potentially accidentally on 2K by chance? It's only some sentences. Oh, am I like, is it whenever maybe I'm not talking directly into my mic? 720? Okay. Oops. Sounds fine here. Okay, all right. I have color on my other monitor. I also am looking as well. Sounds fine to you? Okay, okay. Not that I noticed. Okay, all right, all right. So it might have just been one instance. I see. Both crystals. Can you tell me the other color? So one was a green crystal and the other one was a blue crystal, but I have to double check which blue crystal it is. Let me see. So it's not sky blue. Maybe it's turquoise. So it's this blue. I have to match the colors. One moment. Oh, it's this blue. Okay, so it's not blue, but I think it's turquoise then. Oh, work. Turquoise? I think it's turquoise, and I think it's green. Yeah, I don't think it's pale green. Okay, all right. I'm gonna show you all the 2 crystals. We're gonna do some homework. We're gonna do some problem solving together. So these are the 2 crystals, right? And then I also have screenshots of other crystals. So, sorry. So I'm pretty sure this one. Oh wait, I can match. Oh dang it. Okay, those look right. That looks right. And then there's the green crystal from this one, which. Okay, all right. If I had zoomed in a little bit better or found a better screenshot. Yeah, this is the right green crystal. Okay, so this is green, gray, yellow. Green, gray, yellow. So green, yellow, green. Yeah, so this crystal. So it's this one right here. All right, cool. And then I'm pretty sure these 2 colors match up. Yeah. Okay. Okay, wait, can somebody delete that, please? I'm looking away. So this one is... Okay. Actually, I am going to try my best to figure it out myself. Please do not tell me. I don't want to know which one it is. I'm gonna try to figure it out. Okay, so wait. So I'm realizing, wait. Okay, I'm realizing this is the wrong one. So this one is So this is the colorless one. This is the pink one, right? So this is the colorless one. And this one is this one. So okay, it is sky blue. I am it's fine. Let's go back. All right, sorry. So it's sky blue. So this one. And then we have the green one, the first green one. All right. Yeah, I understand. Nothing is ever done without in like malice or anything like that. Everything is just like, you know, we so just figuring out like the correct boundaries of like where how much help I want, right? Yeah, like kind of like that line. Okay, so it's sky blue. And then sky blue and green. So green. We have sky blue. Okay, and then something very important. One second. I gotta go back. Dialogue. No, not here. Where was it? There was other dialogue that I could have sworn I screenshotted yesterday. It was the convocation. I may not have screenshotted it, but it's the convocation members. Let me find it. I'll find it in the script. Convocation member. I found. Okay, I do I have a screenshot of it? Let me see. I don't think it was this one. No, I don't think this was this one because I think. So this is with Hythlodaeus. We got the crystal colors now, and then the convocation member said. So this was one of the this was one of this was right before we saw Strolla, like when we saw her passed out in Iander, right? In Iander, and Elizabeth showed up, and then we ended up getting an echo flashback, right? And it was about like Elizabeth's like, are you reviewing the records again kind of thing? Then the dedication / obsession. And somebody saying to think that some thought that you're ill-suited for the role, how wrong they were. But then the convocation member said, "But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day." And then what hurts is what just happened with the rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day, but you're not here to see it. I'm fine. I'm so fine. So the convocation member was talking. So that's why I kind of started tearing up again, because I realized later on as I watched it again is because he's talking. He's repeating what they said to him, whoever the member is. And we don't know who it is. And whoever the member is, they repeated it, or they said it back to him, and then he's repeating it. Oh my gosh. I'm fine. And then also, I think that's something as well. I remember whenever we read the Scarlet Crystal as well, I was like, I was saying earlier that, man, like some of these are like two sentence, I was like comparing it to 2-sentence horror stories, but like these are 2-sentence speedrun two sentences to make me cry. So I think this, well, there was a couple of them that were really, that really hurt a lot. The The scarlet one for sure. Though salvation is ours, it came at a great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray that we will one day meet again beneath the blue sky. That one hit a lot. Okay, and there's the crimson one. Day 4th, bring honor to the seat of something. And then there was... Oh, the turquoise one. We will deliver our star from Dune. This we swear. So please dry your tears. This one? I'm fine. I am really curious to see who the other, well, I'm curious to figure out the crystals and like which crystals belong to who. Because we eventually ended up getting another crystal. We ended up getting the one that Hythlodaeus gave us, right? And that was the, I want to say yellow. We can watch back that screen. We can watch back that, I think it's this one. Yeah, as we search for the crystals. Adept to onion magic? I think which dialogue you're speaking of. Was it in a flashback? She'll find it. Yeah. It was in one of the flashbacks. Gone is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced with a sickly glow of malformed creatures. Is this how it ends? For we who love the star with all our being? No, I will not suffer it to be so. Huh, the purple crystal. It kinda sounds familiar, the way that that person spoke. Purple crystal? Interesting. So, Hythlodaeus again. This is where I kind of stopped taking notes afterwards. Because we were taking screenshots of the crystals. Old new friend. So right here, we're gonna I want to review the Azem parts. Because it's pretty confirmed at this point, at least from what my understanding is we are the sundered. We're the sundered one. And that's why we've been so familiar to Hythlodaeus, and then also for Emmet as well at one point. And then I think even a little bit of Solace, but couldn't recognize this. Azem? I thought it was Azem. I think I said it that way yesterday, right? And everyone confirmed that was the correct way. I think it's gonna be really interesting. This can't be the last of this. This can't be the last of the 14th. Like, it's the last of the unsundered, for sure. But, like, they wouldn't drop this just to be used once. This is gonna come up again. This is so important. Imbuing memories with unsundered souls that they might restore to their office. You do not have to confirm or deny. All is good. Keep them. I'm sure Em itself wouldn't mind. And that's when we pocketed our candy. You're feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe? Okay, so the green and the blue sky ones are the ones that Elidibus picked up. Oh my gosh, sky blue and talking about the sky? Oh no, is the sky blue one talking about the sky? We shall see. Give voice to a personal desire. And also to keep the promise. I think I wrote that yesterday. I would see if you can reunite the wayward stars. I think I took a picture of this one yesterday too. After the fact. So, we are the defector! I also, the story of it, like, I didn't say much of it whenever it happened, but I was kind of like, okay, we're getting more lore. More is happening right now. The 14th one. One whose office left vacant. It also, I wonder who made the crystal in secret. Who is our friend? A crystal bearing the forgotten name of her office, along with a magic of her own conceiving, single incantation embodying her spirit. So, we were the troublemaker all along. People can DM me in game too. Okay, no problem. So, let's write this down. The forgotten name of her office. And it also, like, even if we are getting more answers, I still have so many more. And we'll get to that. The 14th was most unusual. For while the rest sat in Amrot, its holder was charged with gaining intimate knowledge of the wider world. She traveled the lengths and breadth of every land and befriended countless folks. Oh. She encountered troubles too, matters which she simply could have referred to the convocation. The convocation? I was thinking like, just refer to the convocation, refer to the silence. But that was not her way. Nay, more often than not, she would call upon her comrades and together resolve matters together. Together. As is the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic. As is the magic sealed within the crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. Wish upon it with all your heart. Okay, so the other thing as well, that I noticed later on when watching back. So I ended up watching back part of my VOD for Hades for 5.0. Sorry, for 5. I ended up watching the VOD for Hades for 5.0, and when Graha ended up doing the summoning circle to essentially summon your comrades, to summon like your friends when you're doing a trial together, that was the same summoning circle that was used to summon the Warriors of Light yesterday. And I was like, of course it looks familiar. I was like, and then he said, because I thought that was like, oh, whenever he used it to summon everyone from the first to the source, which I guess that's also what they meant. But more so was, that's when we saw it. We saw it in that cutscene of whenever we were going to fight Hades, or we're going to fight Emmett. And then the summoning circle surrounds us, and it still shows up, and it's still there. Like, it's around us as we gather people to go in. So instead of Elidibus using the summoning circles for Warriors Light for himself, it was the Exarch using the summoning circles for us to help gather our friends. Have you dreamt about it? No, I don't think I've dreamt about 14. Have y'all ever dreamt about 14? And now it is where it belongs. I kind of wonder, did we give Elidibus? Wait a second, did we give Elidibus all of them? Oh, I missed the screenshot. I don't know if he did. I don't think we ended up giving Elidibus all the crystals. I am unsure now. I feel like I need to go back later on. I feel like I have to go back. Okay, I might have to go back. I might have to go back and look. Sorry, look, remember, when I do question things out loud, it is rhetorical unless I say that I need cereal. If it's a cereal question, if I do need help. I cannot say whether I act on my own volition or by the will of my creator. A recreator.
I was wondering where you'd disappeared to.
So, the other thing is this crystal. You clutch on the crystal of Azem to your breast and wish upon it with all your heart. I hate to watch this again. I hate to watch this again, but I need to double check something.
Fool!
Okay.
You have achieved nothing. I am
as
immortal.
he
Yet I will
yeah,
never
as
surrender.
he talks, I'm going to look if there's anything else that I wanted to write down. The voice from within. Okay, so the voice from within. We heard Ardbert again. He did talk. So this was right before Elidibus. Here, you all can listen to this.
Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless. Not unlike white auracite. Your ill-begotten power. Obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I
Convocation
shall
speaker.
have it.
More
Your soul
rare.
and all!
Wait, let me write this down. Is this speaker? Because, okay, Elidibus was the emissary, and it was the architect. And then also, I realized one of the other choices when we were talking to Hippodeus is he mentioned that he was like the chief something. And the architect as well. We'll have to double check going back for that. Okay, I need to take screenshots. We gotta take screenshots. 360. The 360 G post. I wish we could G post in there. Honestly, I said this yesterday, but this would be an incredible, like, this would, like, the last couple of frames would have been an incredible screensaver. Okay, and then us being a useful pawn. He said, thus I did approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking you would be a useful pawn. Put our Realm Reborn here as well. Okay, screenshot.
This
Oh, I can count. 1, 2, 3.
yes. I would become him.
1, 2,
I
3,
would
4,
save
5, 6,
everyone.
7, 8, 9,
This,
10, 11, 12,
believe.
13. 13. There's only 13. Because there's
Still,
two
they
yellowish
cried
ones,
out
right?
in rage.
One is the yellow one and
despair.
one is a Zem, so we kept that one.
Divided over the fate of the star.
Hethlodais did
A
say
rare occurrence, always
that it is
fleeting.
where it rightly
not this
belongs
time.
now with us, apparently. So
Not this time.
look up. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Reconciliation.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13.
Elizabeth.
I did it. Okay,
I
cool.
was needed.
Confirmed. There's only 13 in that one. All right, we taking notes. So there's that as well. I'm looking through the script a little bit. And that's, I'm like looking through to see if there's any dialogue that like was super important for me to like try to remember or wanted to remember in my brain. Okay, cried a lot during that time, cried a lot during this, cried a lot during, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think that our Catboy's in that tower. But then also, like, essentially, so I was saying earlier, like, so Lena was essentially saying, like, oh, like, why does this seem like you're saying goodbye? Whenever when the Exarch was telling her how much their time meant to him and how much they care for each other. And then now I'm realizing when we're going up the stairs, it kind of feels like he's also it almost feels like that too. Like he's reminiscing and he's talking to us about it. Okay, and then here is Elidibus talking about the Waking Sand and the 7th Umbral Calamity. You know, the 7th rejoining had just happened. Oh yeah, so that had happened. Wow, I'm just really thinking back now. So when we started, the 7th Umbral Calamity had happened 5 years ago. 5 years ago. And then when we were doing, like, we were traveling stuff, we had, like, we hadn't really had met, but we had encountered Alfie and Alize coming to Eorzea, right? And then when we went into the woods, we ended up going into the woods and seeing the crystal and the star shower. That's when it all began. That's so wild. It's so, like, wild in my brain thinking, like, that's how, that's the full circle part. Like, realizing the star shower stuff. I think that's it. I think that we've... Wait a second. Okay, so we're... So the crystal that we have, Azem, the crystal of Azem, right? It's the orange crystal, apparently, I guess. I don't know, whatever color that was. It was orange-ish, I suppose, and the other one was a more yellow color. Yeah? Let me look. At the pile again. The pile of crystals. Yeah, so that one's more of a yellowish color, and I guess the one that we have is more orangey. Okay. And since I'm reading back on the script, it's, So come, Warrior of Darkness, let us finish this. So that's when Elidibus turns into the Warrior of Light. And herein I commit the chronicle of the traveler, shepherd to the stars in the dark. Though the world be sundered and our souls be adrift, where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. For yours is the 14th seat, the seat of Azem. But also, it's really interesting because the way that wait, can I find that cutscene? Is it this one? Or maybe the one before this? Let me see if I can find it again. Because I think this is the last thing I want to look at before we, like, lock in. We have to lock in eventually. Okay, so if I'm gonna do this in 4 hours, I gotta start, like, after this, I gotta go. I gotta start. We got a quest. Sorry, everyone.
For our world, I will strike you down.
Is it this one? No, this is the first cutscene, where technically your comrades come in. I'm glad that we get to watch the whole thing. The one before this? With a crystal, you think so? I thought it was the one after this, maybe. So this was... Oh, maybe this... The one before? It was before? Okay, let's try 2 then. Orange. I love orange candy. Also, I will say, it is wild. Like, when we had that cutscene with Graha at the very end, how it switched from essentially Eternal Wind into, like, into another song. It was very well done, very seamless. Sorry, which one we're looking for? We're looking for the one where we, with the... Where the orange crystal starts talking. So I think this is right after he turns into the Warrior of Light. I don't know if it's this one or the one right after the one we just showed. This one? Okay, let's see.
All. Worthless as memories of the only past. fated to fray and fade into oblivion.
Also, Elidibus's voice actor definitely grew on me. He's like, he did definitely did.
Leaving naught but a gaping void.
That's the other thing too. Oh my gosh. Okay. I was needed. Withdrew myself from Zodiac. Oh yeah, no. Memories of future, a possible future.
The waking sands.
Oh, it is. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. This is exactly where it is. It's right after this.
The seventh rejoining had left the realm listing dangerously towards darkness. Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary. But I was wrong. And for my misstep, my remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, defeat is not an option.
Sorry for skipping.
Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done.
Okay, so yeah. So this is the flashbacks of us thinking. So, yeah, convocation speaker. That has to be Elidibus. We have to remember. I realize also, like, it doesn't matter which one you pick for this one.
What of it? I am Elidibus, and it is my duty
this
to
is where he
steer
was kind of
mankind and the very
breaking
star
down.
upon their true course. This I swore to someone.
I thought he was gonna start
Spoke.
crying there.
And I swore. What? What did I...
The frustration is like so good. I think it's obvious.
This pain, this torment, is nothing. No.
He still has to go through the animations even if there's no voice.
Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life, you bear the burden and fight on, kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent.
Aye, it's true. We've lost much and more. Known unimaginable suffering. But through it all, we never, ever forgot what was dear to us. And that's what gave us the strength to carry on.
I don't think this matters either. I think this one's the same on both. The dramatic zoom in.
No. It will not end here.
So I think it has to be right after this.
Champions from beyond the rift.
So the reason why I bring this part up, it really sounds like it's not, it's somebody else speaking on behalf of Azem, right? The way the dialogue kind of like, the way it flows, it sounds like whoever ended up making the crystal, right? Whoever ended up making the crystal for Azem, it seems like, okay. It's happening, it's happening. It seems like that's where the dialogue kind of flows towards, at least in my brain. When he becomes the warrior of light, the first warrior of light.
Shall I oppose you? As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfaltering.
2 because of the Dark Knight quest, plus Arbor, so it's getting a little crowded. I know it's John Fantasy. John Fantasy's made his debut.
Warrior of darkness, let us finish this.
Okay, and then he does his attack, and he's like, what? And it happens. Oh my gosh. It is orange! It is orange! So this part does not show in the event dialogue. Through the world's sunder, our souls left us adrift. Where you walk, my dearest friend, fate will surely follow. And yours is the 14th seat. See, it's definitely the friend who made the crystal speaking on behalf of Azem, right? Oh my gosh! The way that you hold the crystal to your heart!
Of Eld. Though not of
Okay, I'm good.
Hydaelyn's
I think that's
making.
it. I think we're done. I think it's time to MSQ. Or just the lock-in. It's such a pop-up. It's so good. It's so good.
No, it matters not. You are the enemy, and you will fall. Even should it cost
Oh,
me
I'm so sorry,
everything, I
Ninja.
will
We did
not
this yesterday.
forsake
We ended
my
up doing this
duty.
yesterday. I'm rewatching it. It's such a good moment. It can hurt us, and it's real. I literally, when we were earlier, when I ended up watching back one of the cutscenes just to kind of like take notes and review, I just full on started crying. A lot of us made me cry, and I started crying again. And I took more notes, and yeah, so that dialogue, whenever we called upon the crystal, right? And like the orange crystal was talking and everything. It really seems like, it really seems like whoever made the 14th crystal, the orange crystal, Azem's crystal, right? For her, or for them, depending on your, your warrior of lights, like pronouns and everything. But for Azem, it's like speaking on behalf, because we learned from Hythlodaeus is like normally those crystals wouldn't be made for somebody who defected, right? And then we don't need to watch it back. And then later on, whenever we wish upon it and stuff, when we wish with all our heart, stuff happens. Somebody shows up. And it was a lot, and it was really cool. Anyways, that's it. Gotcha. It's good. It's definitely really good. I think we still have plenty to do today, and I'm really excited. So, the orange crystal. Chronicles of the Traveler, Shepherd to the Stars in the Dark. Seat of Azem. We got the name reveal as well. Wait, right? That was the name reveal. Yeah, that was the name revealed. We got little nuggets earlier from Hythlodaeus, but then we got the name revealed there. We're good. We're so good. It pays off really well. Okay, we are so good. I think also, I have no doubt that that they definitely needed to do a lot of build-up stuff in order to get to this part and for so much to make sense. Because actually, like the first time we went into Andire, we ended up learning about Vana, which still Vana was not come up again, but the Defector did come up. So the first time we learned about the Defectors, the first time we met Hethlodais, and I nearly forgot about that. I remember we had mentioned it before, and it was but I remember there was a Defector in the 14th, and we talked about it the first time we met Hethlodais, which is wild, which is the first time we met Hethlodais was the first time we went to Amarant. And that was forever ago. I guess that was my finale stream. That was my finale stream, technically. And then, yeah, we learned so much for that because we ended up doing Amarant, like the dungeon, and we also finished that day. But now it's like coming all the way back now, like talking about the Defector again, and then in one of the patches, right? And then finally figuring out who he is or who the Defector is, which is us. We're the Defector. We did it. And I'm still kind of like, my brain is still kind of like absorbing all of that extra stuff in, because it's like, wait, whoa, I'm not even done with the patch yet. No, you're good. We haven't actually even started yet today. I'm so sorry. Like, it's been 2.5 hours of just like, part of it me eating food, and then part of it me going back into cutscenes again, because yesterday was a really long stream. And now I think we are finally good to like go and start. We're out, but we don't know what happened after we ended up defecting, right? Because that's part of the story that's still missing, because all we know is we ended up not agreeing to summon Zodiark, defecting from the 14th, and the 14th still wanting to find a way to save the star. And I have no doubt that Azem also wanted to save the star, but wanted to find a different way to potentially compromise. Like, there has to be some other way aside from calling upon, because this is okay, so another really important thing that I was reviewing yesterday, but when calling upon Zodiark, and this is something that we like learned, I think with Hethlodais as well, but like half of the people of Amarant sacrificed themselves in order to help call upon Zodiark. I mean, not just Elidibus being the heart, right? But half the people. And then I went back and read again that half of the people again, because at that point their planet had been poisoned, it was in disarray, it was kind of almost dying. So half of the people who already like are left behind, half of them sacrificed themselves to fix the land. And then there was more issues in terms of like some people thinking we should just leave the planet as is for new life, or we should find a way to bring back everyone that we loved, right? Or all the people we care about. So that's so devastating. And like, and and the thing is, I have to imagine like a lot of people who are playing and like waiting for each of the patches and everything like that. That's something that like hopefully you had like either remembered or something that like you replayed and like, you know, had it fresh in your memory. Or if you ended up waiting to play back to back to back, then it's like it's still there, right? Yeah, just imagining if the Scions were in the same spot, I think they'd make the same choice. That's the thing. I 100% said this, Ninja, as well. I 100% agree, because when we fought Hades at the end, after we saw the axe going through his chest, basically. Well, first of all, that's multiple reasons of why that was traumatizing. But then also, like, that's when I definitely broke down as well, like realizing and like him talking to us at the very end. Because I said essentially like we would have done the same thing, or we would have like if we were in his position, we would have done the same thing. We're the same. We're the same in terms of like what we would have done to save our star, to save our people, to save everyone we care about, right? We would have done the same. There's nothing different. Well, the different part is we wouldn't have summoned a primal in order to I don't think we would have probably tried to summon the primal in order to save everything, because there had to have been some kind of downside to that, right? I mean, sacrificing that many people. Like, we and ourselves probably are willing to do it, but when other people care about you, they don't want you to make that choice. And we have a lot of people who care about us. Like, if our only choice was to save no one or half the world, yeah. For sure. And the thing is, it's like there are a lot of people out there who would also be in the same situation of like, that they are stepping up to be willing to do that. But when people don't have a choice and you just sacrifice people in order to save the world, that's not a choice, and that's also unfair. But if people are willing to do that, that's different, right? Yeah, and there's 6 months between 5.2 and 5.3. And then half again of the half of the people. And we talked about this yesterday, but like that's 75%, 75% of the population of the people were gone to stop the world ending, to stop the final days, and to fix their planet. All right, cool. Let me go to the, I'm so sorry, everyone. I really need to play an ad. I'm gonna play the ad now, and I'm gonna go over there to where I need to quest, and we shall start questing as soon as the ad finishes playing. Yeah? I'm just gonna go over here. I'm gonna start heading that way. Okay, cool. I have enough notes at the moment, and then we will take more as needed. But I mean, I'm pretty sure the approximation of this current stream is going to be 4-ish hours. So we're probably gonna stop around 8:30 or so. So that's not too late. We started a little late, did a lot of like recapping, a little crying, emotionally prepped myself. Actually, that was a pre-cry. I pre-cried in order to properly cry during the rest. No, actually, I'm not gonna cry today. Wait a second. I said that earlier. If 5.3 hurts me again, today, I'm gonna cut my hair. So when you see me at 5.4, I'm gonna have a dramatic haircut. I'm pre-game crying. We were pre-game crying. It's so true. We're fine. Anyways, I was pre-game crying, so I don't cry today, because nothing bad's gonna happen today, actually. So that's why we were reviewing to pre-game cry and not cry, because 5.3 is not going to hurt us today. It's not a thing. I'm like pretty sure everything's going to be okay. We're going to fix everything okay today. We just went back to make sure, like, oh yeah, we got that. We understood what happened. We wanted to make sure our notes were clear for our test, you know, because like some of our mods are going to be proctoring for the test. We got to make sure we're ready for it. But really, like, we're not gonna even need to cry today. Sometimes you gotta be incredibly delusional, okay? Remember, sometimes you need to be incredibly delusional to keep it together. Maniacally laughing. Okay, sorry, one moment. I'm gonna go get some lip balm real quick. Delusional, positive. Okay. Sorry, wrong screen. But I should be good now. Okay, so we talked to everyone yesterday as well. So, screams internally. Just happy bringers from here on out. Exactly. It is happy bringers time. We're officially, like, since we finished yesterday, we're actually officially in happy bringers now. So in such moments, it is hard to know what to say. Are you alright, my friend? I'm fine, because we're going to be wheeling our Catboy out of the Crystal Tower together, and we're going to leave together, and we're going to take him to the vet. You did well, Notice. You and the Exarch. The only way is forward, so I have to believe that whatever lies ahead will be better than what came before. Shortly after you left, we observed that our enemies' ranks were no longer being replenished, presumably when your absence was noted. So we polished them off and quickly came as we could, which is to say not quickly enough. But then you had the Exarch for company, didn't you? And you could ask for no better than that. Ere we descend from the throne room, I did chance upon an object which, if I have the right of it, did once... mine apologies. Perhaps now is not the appropriate time. Let us speak of it later. I mean, if it's something that could maybe fix our cat... Oh, oops. Oh, oops, I didn't realize that. I was gonna say, maybe if it can fix our cat... there we go. Fix our cat. I would like to hear what it is, potentially. Can't make me sad when I'm never happy. Like, they can't make you cry when happy. Exactly. If it's only happy bringers, they can't make, well, they also can't make me cry if I'm already crying, right? Right? Hopefully? I hope. Okay. I don't want our cat fixed. I want to be able to have children. No, we're not getting our cat fixed. We're getting our cat's ailments fixed. Okay? He's currently immobile. He's currently comatose, basically. Okay, it's fine. Nothing left unsaid. Oh. Oh no. Nothing left unsaid. Yushola's eyes seem to be staring into your very soul. Notice, if you're ready, would you recount to us how the day unfolded? Are we ready? He's a little petrified? Yeah, because he's scared of the vet. So, you reached out to Elidibus at the last. So, okay. So, you reached out to Elidibus at the last, and his heart was moved. I'm not sure I did the right thing. And it changed nothing. I don't know. I'm not sure I did the right thing. And it changed nothing. I mean, reaching out, we probably would always want to do, right? but I guess more so we have doubts of like, was it the right thing to do at the moment? Because we still had to put him down, kind of. Perhaps you did. Perhaps you did not. None can say. But the important thing is, the important thing is this. Though violence proved unavoidable, you did at least come to an understanding with your foe. In knowing his hopes and dreams, do we best remember him and his legacy. So long as they remain unforgotten, the love he and his brethren bore for one another and the star may yet be rewarded. That's actually very sweet. That's really, really sweet. You said that an ancient came to your aid, but how is that possible? A gift from Emmett Silk. A gift from Emmett Silk. He knew Elidibus's plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus's suffering to an end, lest his friend be left to continue the suffering alone. Oh my gosh! Wait. Okay, but yeah, that's what it seems like. Okay, wait. Whoa. Okay, because like we trust Drusilla, right? We trust her theories and her thoughts and everything, because she doesn't speak out of turn. She speaks in terms of like the most logical, like clearest conclusions. But a gift from Emmett Silk. He knew Elidibus's plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus's suffering to an end, lest his friend to be left to continue the suffering alone. Okay, but then also I'm like, so that's interesting because when we were talking to Hethlodaeus earlier, right? Like him saying like, I don't know if this was like of my own will or my recreator's will, in terms of like saying again, like Emmett's like has like like was us finding the crystals also Emmett's doing as well, or if that's Hethlodaeus or whatever. Anyways, it's unsure. But if this is the case, is if he's the one who knew that we probably needed help, if Emmett knew that we probably needed help in order to defeat Elidibus, sorry. I was about to combine Deus and Elidibus's name, but like help to fight Elidibus, and then further like pushing us to learn of more of the convocation of the 14th, and then learning about Azem and the defector, and then he helped us in the battle. Oh my gosh. There's like I thought sorry. I thought we knew enough yesterday. I thought we knew enough like for capping earlier too, but if this is the case, and to essentially just like help, like to stop his suffering. Oh my gosh. Or so I wildly speculate. Okay, I should have waited a second. Okay, Stola. I mean, honestly, it kind of makes sense if her wild speculations kind of have some basis somewhere. It would kind of make sense, like if because of the other hints, right? I should have given myself another second before before also wildly speculating as well. But there seems to be some evidence of pointing towards her wild speculation. So I wildly speculate. It is unlikely we will ever know the truth. The best we can do is remember events as they happened, no more and no less. As the Ronkin so rightly put it, history is learned, not lived. Ah, there you all are. Backlog, they're okay. Oh, are they looking around for the Exarch? My friend, we were given to understand thou wert injured. Shalt thou not be abed? Lie down at a time like this? Don't be absurd. I would have come sooner had the guards not made such a fuss. Now, tell me what happened. Where's the Exarch? I see. Notice? Will you show me his spirit vessel? Yes. Sorry. Yes, both his soul and memory seem intact. Good. His soul's in there too. Unlike the others, his ether was not highly charged. Unlike the others, his ether was not highly charged, so it did not seem necessary to employ a familiar for the imbuing. But I needed to be certain all the same. Oh, what a relief. Then 'tis but a question of restoring his soul unto his flesh. And as thou didst lately tell me, the success of the process resteth on no more than our friend's soul recognizing his flesh as its own. Given his apparent desire to return to the source with notice, one would think his soul would only be too happy to... No. Would be only too happy to be home. No? Surely it wouldn't balk at the relative newness of its, newness of its accommodations. Someone would hope, but none can speak for the Exarch's heart of hearts, and he can no longer speak for himself. Furthermore, though I have drawn upon all of my not inconsiderable experience to predict the outcome, the fact remains that there is no direct precedence for what we are attempting. Will his body accept his soul? Will his essence blend properly? Will he awaken whole of mind? Any number of things could go awry. But his soul and his memories are in there at least. Assuming I have succeeded in tempering your expectations, I should probably add that I did ask the Exarch if he wished to return to the source in full knowledge of the risk. A simple enough question, one would think, warranting a single word reply. Yet the answer I received was rather longer than that. Almost comically so. In fact, regardless, out of the respect for the man, I shall regardless, out of the respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it with a certain amount of poetic license. Okay, alright, I'm ready. Also, thank you for the lyric. I hope everyone's doing well. Thank you for being here. Stop! No! Wait. Darneth. MXL 50 plus romantic. No, okay. Man, Shadowbringers being the old man dating simulator is so true. It will never beat the allegations of old man dating sim. Oh, this is gonna be cute. A simple, sorry, I'm like trying to like lock in and like be able to like talk properly. I don't know why I'm not able to talk today. A simple enough answer, one would think, warranting a single word reply. Yet the answer I received was rather longer than that, almost comically so, in fact. Regardless, out of the respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it with a certain amount of poetic license. As I grew older, the burdens I carried became even more numerous. Burdens which weighed upon my hopes, burying them deep within my breast, so deep that I couldn't be certain they were still there. But when I look around me, I'm reminded that no matter how deeply buried they may be, our hopes never truly disappear. No, they are always with us, guiding us, driving us. I see it in Vothri, who sought to vindicate his existence by creating his paradise. I see it in Regit, who forsook his life, I see it in Ranjit, who forsook his life's cause in order to protect that which he held most dear. I'm actually really sad that Ranjit didn't get a little bit of a better story. Or it wasn't a little bit more obvious, like how much he did care for the Minphilius. I feel like it kind of flashed a little too quickly. I see in the people who chose to struggle rather than surrender to despair. And through our struggles may differ greatly, since the very beginning of time, they have all shared the one common thread, hope. We struggle because we hope, and when the time comes, I too will embrace mine. I will follow my heart, regardless of the risk. And I will live with all my being as befits as one who has granted a second chance. There. I told you it was long, and unspeakably sentimental to boot. One would think them the outpouring of a dewy-eyed boy, not an old man the Exarch seemed to believe he is. Oh, a dewy-eyed boy! I mean, really, he's scarcely been alive as long as I've been in hiding. I love that. I dare say he is blushing in his vessel. I wonder if he can hear us. Speaking of which, we should try to make ready for our journey. Time remains of the essence after all. Nevertheless, once we leave, there's no guarantee that we can return. If anyone has unfinished business, now is the time to see to it. I must pay a visit to Slitherbow. Yeah, sorry, I must pay a visit to Slitherbow. Let us reconvene here anon. There remain some few matters which require mine attention in Ilmeg. May I leave Thancred in thine care, child? Choosing custody? I've been meaning to get some flowers for Minphilia. I thought you might help me choose them, and then we can go to Nabatharang together. One last time. A fine suggestion. Lead on. Oh, don't say one last time. She'll visit us, right? What if Reen tries to go through the portal and she visits us? Well, it's back to Yulmore for me. Amongst other things, I owe the mayor an apology about his airship. I forgot about that. We did so much yesterday. I assume you have places to be, Alize? I shall see you later. Probably Journey's Head. Maybe helping Halric again? Does she want us to go with her, maybe? I shall take opportunity to conduct a final inspection of the spirit vessels. Given what is at stake, one can never be too thorough. As you probably guessed, I'm going to pay a visit to the inn at Journey's Head, but I want you to come too. I realize you don't need to say any farewells. Because we already said our farewells earlier. Sorry, I'm fine. But the Exarch does. If only in spirit, so I thought you might bring him along, so to speak. Wait, are we gonna go to Lena? Are we gonna go to Lena later on so she can say goodbye too? Okay, fine. No, it's fine. It's perfectly normal to say goodbye. Until we meet again, honestly. It's until we meet again. Maybe whether it be this lifetime or the next. Okay, but the Exarch does. If only in spirit, so I thought you might bring him along, so to speak. Oh, Alize. Our sweetie. I'm sure he'd love the thought of being lugged around on Stop! Alize! He would I can already see his reaction. If when Alize says this, and then him being shocked and aghast, and he's like, but also embarrassed as well. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm sure he'd love the thought of being lugged about on his hero's back. It's true. It's so true though. Alize calling this man out while he's in his spirit vessel, like blushing, getting as red as his hair color. Yeah, pretty much. So let us be off, shall we? I can't wait to see how Halric's doing. Up east for Graha. It kind of is up east though. He's gonna get. Wait, can he? Is he in our? Why isn't he here? Where is he? I'm sure she couldn't possibly relate. She couldn't possibly relate at all. No way Alize could relate to having a crush on the Warrior of Light. But she's just a baby though. I think she also just admires us, for sure. He's in your pack. Oh yeah, yesterday actually I put him in the... We're gonna put him in the Chocobo saddlebag. What if I put one crystal in here? Wait. What if... Wait a second. Okay, how about... What if I take one of these crystals and just put it in here? And that can represent him. But it's like red and blue? So what if I take an ice crystal and a fire crystal? I know. I know he's not in here, but what if I took a crafting crystal to symbolize him? Oops! Accidentally desynth him. No. I can't allow back like piggybacking Graha on their back like forward. It's okay though. He's in a small vessel right now. For now. I mean, also, like, Graha's not even that much taller than Lala's. I'm kidding. He's like 5'2". Methinks Lady doth protest too much, Miss Livier. I think she does. I think she's just getting a chance to tease him without him, like refuting or anything right now, which I think is hilarious. That's so cute. It's so cute! They're both so cute! He needs to come back so they can, like, bicker more. Hi, Alize. Also, where's Halric? Is he over... maybe on this side? Huh. He'd normally be over here, actually. So Halric must be, up and, like, out and about? Or just, like, moving around? In a cluster? I kind of like that. Okay. So we're gonna do... Second. Okay, wait 1 minute. Can I not take a single crystal out? Why not? I don't think I can. That's okay. I can do it later if I can. Or if it's possible. Halric? Halric! Oh gods, don't tell me he's wandered off again! Wait, again? Quickly notice, we have to find him! Oh, again from last time, as in like... Tesleen. I thought he wandered off, as in he was being active again. We're fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. Oh, Alize, I didn't see you there. If you're looking for Halric, he's gone for a walk with one of the others. They were planning to visit the graveyard, if I'm not mistaken. Well, that's a relief. Shall we adjourn to the graveyard then? Oh my gosh. Is there... Did they make a headstone for Tesleen? It's fine. No, everyone's fine! Everyone's fine! Nothing's going on. Oh, wait, wrong way. Oh. Contented carer. Alright. Oh Oh, greetings, Notice. Looking for Halric by chance? Oh, music. There he is. I was afraid he'd wander off again. Oh, there's no need. Haldric's safe and well. He's been showing good progress and likes to go on walks of late. Sorry. I'm okay. Oh, there's no need to worry. Haldric's safe and well. He's been showing good progress and likes to go for walks of late. Though, his steps usually bring him to this particular spot. Oh, I wasn't aware he had family here. He doesn't. It's Tesleen. Her sword, that is. We buried it here in her honor. So, he remembers. What brings you back so soon, out of interest? I didn't think the next round of treatments was due yet. Oh, no, it isn't. Look, I realize this is sudden, but I've come to say goodbye. It's time for me to return home. But rest assured, the treatments will continue. Beck Lug will come and oversee them in my stead. I see. You did mention that you and your friends were searching for a way home. Needless to say, we'd be sorry to see you go, but I know everyone will be happy for you, truly. Happy and grateful. You've done so much for us, achieved what none of us dared hope was possible. And we'll see to it that your good work continues, and that no more poor souls are buried here before their time. So rest easy and take care. We wish you every happiness. Thank you. I will miss you all. But it isn't time to say our farewells quite yet. So if there's any tasks that you need doing, hunting beasts, fetching water, what have you, just say the word. I mean to make use of every last moment here after all. This is what Tesleen said. The time left to you is precious. That's right, Halric. That's exactly right. Those words will guide you true. Those words will guide you true, so never forget them. And neither will I. When is Notice cutting her hair? No, this was happy. This was actually like really hopeful, happy, wholesome. This is actually hopeful, happy, and wholesome, alright? Thank you for coming to see Haldric, Notice. And Tesleen as well. She did always enjoy having visitors, and none were more welcoming than you and Alize. I miss Tesleen! She was so sweet and so cute. I love how much she teased Alize. Haldric, take care. He's improving a lot. I know, I'm so proud of Alize as well. They both, they're all so wonderful. Haldric is improving so much. It's fine, we're okay. What? I'm not crying. I just have sand in my eyes, that's all. Alize, no, if you cry, I cry. Alize, okay, I'm not crying either because I just have sand in my eyes, like Alize, okay? I also am not crying. Do you see this? There's no tears on my cheeks at all. What? What? I'm not crying. I just have sand in my eyes, that's all. I also have sand in my eyes. As mentioned, I mean to stay here as long as possible. In the meantime, perhaps you could go and look in on the others? Alphino, for instance. If anyone is crying, it'll be him. No, I don't want Alfie to cry. I don't want any of them to cry, okay? It's fine. We're literally going back and retracing our steps again, and everyone's crying, apparently. It's fine. We actually have sand in our eyes, and we're gonna have sand in our eyes in Yulmore too, actually. Oops. It's actually the salt air it got in our eyes. It's like, it burns a lot. That's the most Alizé things to say. I feel like it's so funny that Alizé loves deflecting so much. She deflects like whenever anybody is like saying, "Oh, you're really enjoying time with the Warrior of Light, huh? You're really enjoying time with the Wool." And she's like, "No, you." She really goes, "No, you," or she's like, "What do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, Graha really likes spending time." Or she just starts teasing somebody else and just deflects it. But Alphino, for instance, if anyone is crying, it'll be him. Alizé, I love you. What are you still doing here? Hurry over to Yulmore and look in on Alphino. Oh, and send my regards to the Chais. I love Alizé so much. She's our small. She's so teenager. She is so teenager. Wow. When is Notice cutting her hair? Welcome to Shadowbringer's moment when you thought the worst emotions. There'd be the worst emotions. We have this X pack. There's no spot for him in the saddlebag. You have to give him to the retainer. Okay, I'll give him. Alshafant can hold on to him. Alshafant can hold on to the ice crystal and the fire cluster. And then, I'm imagining dark. No, stop. A Dark Knight Riki Tio, and a Marauder. Do you want like Haldrick as a Marauder? Sand made of tears? No, my sand got into my eyes and that's why I'm tearing up. That's what's happening. That's it. Okay, Yulmore. I know. Yeah. Like, they've grown up so much. Oh. Oh, wow. Does this happen if you just walk into Yulmore? Or do you have to TP into Yulmore? Oh, this is so nice walking around and seeing everyone.
Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes.
The thought of never seeing you again is more than my poor heart can bear.
Oh, Delia, no! Her little boy's going away. Oh, Delia.
Oh, it's you. As you can see, Alphino has broken the news.
Yeah.
I don't know how to console her. She thinks we'll be lost without him.
Oh, wait, can we give her a minion? Please let me give her a minion. I want to give her a minion so badly. I want to give her a little Alfie minion so she always has him around. And it'd be so cute. Sorry, Stola. Sorry, Stola. Julia, best cat girl. I love her so much. I love her. She's so sweet. This is what headcanons are for. My headcanon is like we gave her a little Alfie minion. And that would make me so happy. It would make her so happy. You're certainly well loved. Make sure you left nothing Make sure you leave nothing unsaid. A picture paints 1,000 words. I mean, self-portrait for the Chais. Oh, this face, the grin.
You'll never let me forget it, will you? I'll have you know I completed the promised painting in the end. Be that as it may, there are times only words will suffice.
But that would be cute though if he left her with a self-portrait. Or a family portrait.
Lady Chai, I have a confession to make.
No.
On the day we ousted Lord Vorthree, when I revealed the truth of his tyranny and your complicity in his crimes, I did so with great trepidation. Not out of fear that you wouldn't listen, but that you might never recover. There was a time when I too, in my hubris, believed myself worthy to lord it over others. And when the lie was laid bare, when I was forced to confront the cost, the lives lost, it all but destroyed me. To awaken from a naive dream to so harsh a reality, I would have understood had you all surrendered to despair. But you didn't surrender. Far from it. You picked yourselves up and rose to the challenge. You found a path forward and the strength to walk it, and to keep walking it, day after day.
No.
But what struck me is how much faster you found it than I did.
Really? That felt pretty slow to me. But rest assured, we'll make Yulmore into a nation anyone would be proud to call home. Eventually.
The music's so good.
You can still come and go as you please, I believe. When we have good tidings to report, I may trouble you to be their bearer.
You can count on us.
There may also be less than good tidings, in which event I hope I can trouble you for your counsel.
I should be honored to provide it, Master Chai.
Is she gonna give him a bear hug?
Oh, Alpha, no. I know you aren't one to sit still, but do remember to take your ease from time to time.
Oh, Alfie.
And no matter where you are, remember that there are people here who are praying for your health and happiness.
Oh. See, happy bringers.
Our brave and gentle artist. You have our love, now
Oh my
and always.
gosh. Why is there sand in Yulmore?
And you mine. Please take care.
Oh my gosh. He's such a sweet boy, and they're such a sweet couple. They love him so much. Alfie's definitely crying. Alfie's definitely crying. I'm not crying. These tears are... These tears are balancing very well. I'm not crying. Wait. I'm not crying. You're crying. I'm definitely not crying. Wait, can you see? Wait, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not crying. I'm definitely not crying. No, my eyes are just really shiny. My eyes are just really, really, really shiny right now. Technology, yeah, he's doing it. No, this is gonna... No! This game hasn't hurt me. Not yet. It's not gonna hurt me anymore. It's impossible. The worst has come. We can't get hurt. It's not a thing. Onion Ninja's at it again. How it's crazy how it's always raining indoors now. It's really weird. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. There's a leak, I think, upstairs. I think my upstairs neighbors, like, their entire apartment is leaking right now. The Yulmore. Yeah, the waltz jump scare. I returned to emotions. Who tracked it with us? Happy bringers. It was disabled? Really? It's gone instead of disabled? Really? No. Oh, do you think it's just because it's like a regional thing? Is anybody else? Can anybody else see 2K quality at the moment? Oh, it's still working on the hug tech. But no, Dulia hugged Chai Nuz earlier. in a prior, in one of the other stuff, one of the other patches we did. I like to imagine that the Source's version of Julia is adopted mother. Whoa. I always take an option to tease the other scions. It's really cute. Also, Alfie has gotten much better at taking the teasing. There's some teasing that he can't take, but also I know that we've grown really, really close to the twins as well. Yeah, he's doing it. He's sobbing. he's crying. Humidity, condensation, something. It's really weird. Yeah, my eyes are just condensating a lot right now. I don't know what's going on. I think it's a medical condition, actually. You says 2K. Okay, it does show 2K. Got it. Some regions, I don't understand why it does for some regions and others. I hear the airship crashed in Almrang. Never mind. The important thing is you're all safe and well. That said, we probably should retrieve the wreck before the locals strip it for trolley parts, or perhaps we can make a trade for it. They've also been using a lot of the Talos over there too, which I wonder if they'll be able to end up making like a pathway. No, airship probably is the best way to get that far. And then it's still really cool that there's a lot more Talos now, and they even like started up some of the Talos to help us fight in that last dungeon. Oh, thank goodness you can still return. If I had to bid farewell to both of you, my heart would burst here. No! Oh, Julia! She's so sweet! Like Alphino, I know that yours is a life of constant employment, but do visit us from time to time, and it would mean the world to us. So, we have Elf Dad in the Source, and we have Cat Mom and Dad in the first. I understand that the Exarch will be leaving with you. Capable though its custodians are, the Crusader will be poorer for his absence. It seems that the coming years will be a period of transition for both of our cities. But through mutual cooperation, I'm confident we will make a way forward. He's in our pocket right now, actually. Do you see? Wait, here, let me show you. Do you see this pocket right here? He's in this pocket. That's where the Exarch is right now. He could be in the back pocket, but we're gonna put him in the front for safety. Alfie, are you crying? This is a strange feeling, notice, to stand in the company of our friends, knowing that I will never see them again. I struggle to reconcile it in my mind. But this I know, I shall cherish my memory of Norrund, of every soul I've met here, for the rest of my days. And I shall look forward to your tales of their endeavors. Nothing left unsaid. Oh, I wanted to hug Alfie, but we can do this first. Wait, no. No, my Lala. It's so funny that my Lala will like lean up or like go on tippy toes to hug. The journey continues. His business concluded, Alphino turns his attention to yours. Forgive me. I realize now that I had never asked you what business brought you here. Can I be of assistance? Well, we're bringing the Exarch around. Alize said... Alize said that, did she? Well, as you can see, I'm quite well now. Unlike her, by the sound of it. Perhaps you could consider visiting Orange next. Given his conversance with the idiosyncrasies of the Fae folk, I doubt it will be an issue. But a small part of me worries that they may not relinquish him willingly. As such, I would feel better if you were to look in our friend, assuming you have time, of course. Another thing as well is we have to say goodbye to our lovely branch. I mean, we are, well, not really goodbye forever, but goodbye for now, because we gotta go back and everything and do stuff. But then also we kind of have a soul pact with our lovely branch as well, like forever and ever and ever and ever. So not really goodbye forever. We're not doing that. We're giving him a hug. I still need to say my farewells to a few others. Pray look in on Urianger, and I shall see you at the Crystarium. Hope y'all are doing well. We are doing well. How are you, Cha? Alphano naturally slipping into Urianger's speak when he brings him up. Yes, I did end up, I hear the rumbling outside with thunder. But I did end up getting flying unlocked here. Huh. I kind of wonder if we're going to be going back to Amarant at any point. Like, we don't have to say goodbye since we're going to come back, right? But still. We can come back. We will come back. Hi, Elena. How are you? I'm great. You doing some realm reborn? Oh, relic grinding. Oof. I hope you have plenty of materia as well. But Elena, I've been enjoying this patch. I have definitely enjoyed the patch a lot. Oh, the Fae here! They're so cute! Okay, but also, what's Urianger up to? I wonder if he's directing them to do something. Ha! That I should have the pleasure of welcoming a guest, even as mine own occupation draweth to a close. What bringeth thee hither, my friend? To check up on you. How are you doing? So thou wouldest grant the Exarch a final tour of the realm, which hath been his home these 100 years? A noble gesture. And it's also kind of like a... This is not our last adventure together. There will be another, but this is just like a preview. The Exarch in his crystal nap vessel, right? In his crystal nap vessel currently in our pocket, he's having a preview of the adventures to come currently. We're trying to coax him out of his vessel. As for Master Alphano's concerns, thou mayest rest assured that all is well here. Far from detaining me, our Fae friend have agreed to assist in the transportation of these tomes unto the Cabin of Curiosity. Not more remaineth to be done. Regardless, 'tis well that thou didst come, for I have been meaning to show thee something to thee. An object. Oh, okay, this is what he was talking about in the Crystal Tower. An object I chanced to find after the victory over Elidibus. What is it, though? Though it hath lost its radiance, 'tis mistakably a crystal of light. One that did, in all likely... Oh my gosh! Okay, it was Artbirds! Okay. Though it hath lost its radiance, 'tis unmistakably a crystal of light. One that did, in all likelihood, once belonged to Artbird. Was he buried with this? Is this why he found it? With Elidibus? Having been interred with his body, it would have remaineth upon his person after his possession by Elidibus. Ah, okay, I see. And when his mortal form was, forgive mine indelicacy, consumed by thine foe, to fuel his transformation, I posit that the crystal did tumble free. Save that which doth abide in thee, it is all that remaineth of our friend. And if thou art willing, I would have thee delivered unto Seto. I can think of no worthier recipient than he, and no more fitting a bearer than thee. As ever, thou wilt find the Amaro in Wolk Dork. My thanks notice. Urianger is about to emotionally destroy me with this quest. The crystal shall grant Seto a measure of comfort, I believe. And to receive it from thee shall only add to its meaning. So I remember as well, like, when we first met Seto, when we were doing the quest, when Arbert was still on his emo journey, accepting what was going on, and, like, gaining hope and confidence. Like, Seto did say that some Amaro were able to, this is an ability that a lot of the Fae Amaro had lost over time, but they're able to see the color of people's souls. Oh my gosh. It's so interesting. So it kind of almost, like, sorry, it's just so interesting to see, like, for certain people to be able to see, like, the color of souls and stuff like that. A lot of the Fae are able to do that because the new Mo are able to, and Seto is able to. Anyway, Seto said that they're able to see, like, the color of people's souls, and then ours shined so similar to somebody he once knew, to Arbert, and then eventually we found out that, like, Arbert, like we're the same. We're the same. And it was like, it was kind of like further like confirmed when we talked to Hithlo Deus, that like we were the same and we are just like two sundered parts. The crystal shall grant Sato a measure of comfort, I believe, and to receive it from thee shall only aid to its meaning. I wonder how Seto's gonna feel, like, seeing us and then potentially knowing and seeing that our soul has Ardbert there too now. This game. Little catnap is all. Yeah, exactly. He's, oh my gosh, it's so full circle. Wow. This game. So in A Realm Reborn, right? In A Realm Reborn, Graha went into the tower to take a nap, the crystal tower to take a nap, and now Graha is in the spirit vessel, the crystal spirit vessel, to take a nap again. So so life is nap. Catboy life is nap. Seto, I'm gonna hug Seto. He's sleepy. He is a sleepy catboy. Hi, Seto. Full glad am I to see you safe and well. Rumors spoke of strange spectral foes bent on your destruction. Yeah, that did happen. But with the sky returned to normal, I assume all is well again? So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Faded crystal of light. A crystal of light believed to belong to Artbird, though it has lost its radiance. You would swear that the faintest light still shines at its core, as if to remind you that hope never dies. We have a gift for you, Seto.
Is that Ardbert's crystal? So it is. It has changed, but I would know it anywhere. However, did you come by it?
A lot happened, but are we telling Seto the whole story? Also, the voice actor for Seto is really good.
Then, even in death, his enemies found a way to profit from his sacrifice. Oh, it grieves me to think of his body being used for evil ends. But, thanks to you, his honor is restored, and he may finally find peace.
I think so
No
too.
words can express my gratitude. I will keep this crystal safe to the end of my days. Rest easy, my friend. You have earned it.
Tell me, does anything strike you different about my soul? We're gonna tell him to close his eyes. Maybe, hopefully he'll be able to see it. We'll be able to sense it.
Pardon? Very well. Oh, how can this be?
Seto, my old friend.
It's Harper.
You've grown.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Artbert, how I've missed you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep you safe or even console you. Had I only learned to speak sooner, I would have told you how much you meant to me, how much I cared.
I knew. I always knew. But I'm happy to hear it nonetheless. Thank you, Seto. My partner in crime.
Oh, they love each other so much.
I see. His journey continues. Then I will not yet bid him rest. With you, he may look forward to many more adventures.
I'll take care of him. He'll always be with us.
It has been a while since last I flew. Perhaps I too will go on a little adventure.
Oh.
Ride the winds, seek the horizon. Yes, I think perhaps I will.
Oh, that sounds so nice. They've done it again. What did they do? Oh, Seto. Thank you, Notice, for taking care of Ardbert. May your adventures together take you beyond the farthest horizon, and may they always lead you. Oh my gosh. And may your adventures may your adventures may your adventures together take you beyond the farthest horizon, and may they always lead you safely home. Seto! I'm so glad they got a moment together. They deserve that. So normal. I can barely see with how many tears are in my eyes. You know, when it starts raining so hard. You know, when it starts raining really hard when you're driving and you can't see out of your windshield. That's what it feels like right now. I feel like there's so many tears in my eyes that I could barely even see the screen. Oh, Seto. 5.3 broke almost everyone. He was voiced by Thordon. Really, he's a really like the first time when we heard Seto, when he talks about Ardbert and how angry and like frustrated he was that everyone didn't like believe and trust in Ardbert, like he so sweet. in my heart. It hurts my heart so much. Yeah, we're just actually really happy. Just very teary-eyed. That's true. That's true too. I miss Happy Bringers. We're happy. Okay, also Seto was right. See, actually, it's not time to bid each other, like, it's not yet time to bid him rest. Because we're gonna go on a lot of adventures together, and we're gonna take him together. And then, now he wants to go on a little adventure too. Oh, but then him holding on that he had wished that he could, like, had learned how to speak sooner and change things. To be able to tell him how much we care. Of course, they both knew. And also when Ardbert was peeking, when he was lurking on the shadows and not going up to Seto quite yet, of like, you know, when we were going through MSQ and everything. Saw this on a YouTube video. Everyone's a gangster until Seto closes his eyes. Whoa, oh my gosh. One burb closes eyes versus all Final Fantasy 14 players. One burb versus 14 players. You're gonna be surprised on who wins. The burb wins. Wait, how many current active Final Fantasy 14 players are there? One burb versus X amount of players. I've heard that it's an extra hard for pet owners. I'm not a pet owner currently because I don't think I'd be able to give them a proper enrichment filled wonderful life. So I am holding off on getting a pet until I'm a little bit more stable. Millions? Hey player, have you ever had a pet? Sometimes I randomly think I always knew, and they get choked up wandering the supermarket. Oh my gosh. Arbor! Right here. Oh my gosh, reading that again. Are we ever actually okay during this patch? I thought we were. I almost thought. I was holding back a lot. I was holding back so much earlier. Especially with Tesleen and Haldrick. And then with the Chais as well. The voice actors are so good. Also the directioning is fantastic. Because you can have really good voice actors, right? Like very talented voice actors, but if the directioning is just not very good, you can really tell. And then the, like, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Crying in the club. So you think about, I always knew, crying in the club. We're fine. Everything is fine. Happy Bringers. This is so happy. Hug your pets, everyone! All I have is my plushies. I'll hug my plushies. I hate it when it rains this much. Yeah. So much rain right now. We're cutting the hair. Did I get destroyed? Did 5.3 destroy me? Maybe. Oh no, we're best friends. We are best friends. I love Arbor. I love his journey. That's Lamit's Arbor. That's actually Seto and Lamit's Arbor. Yeah, that's Seto and Lamit's Arbor. And Elidibus tried to, when Seto was like so angry, basically at Elidibus using his body, Seto has always been angry about people like essentially not like thinking ill of Arbor, of like, because he knows how well-meaning and how good Arbor is and how he's always wanted to help people. Ugh. So like, to hear him get so like riled up and angry about it, like after so long, I mean, I would also never forgive that grudge either. I'm same Seto. I will never forgive that. But still. We must somehow answer the age-old question whether 2 maps equals awake. I hope that he will awake. A wonderful way to pass the centuries. Oh yeah, that's true. I do remember that. I remember him mentioning it. Crystals to Graha are like cardboard cats to normal cats. There's just something about the crystal that he can't get away from. It compels him. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm so totally normal. Okay, and okay. We have to chant it. Oh my gosh. Ken, that's our chant. You know how Elidibus keeps saying that I'm Elidibus. Oh my gosh. I can't. No, I don't want to even think about that now because we're already in... We're already like really into feelings right now. And just even thinking back about it because we cried about this earlier too. Okay, fine. I'm crying for Elidibus. It's happening. You know what? Let me not think about it. Should I just also cry for Emmett too? It's for everyone. Okay, so that's the Warrior of Light chant. Like how Elidibus chants that, you know, he's Elidibus. And that he needs to save everyone. And he's the emissary. We did it. We did it. We broke the streamer. He saw us in a chair. Luckily, well, maybe a centimeter. Maybe a centimeter here for each saw. Arbert's a good character. I really like Arbert. He was pretty much my highlight in, he was like one of my big highlights in base 5.0. Just trying to make the chant about how normal we are. You ran into the feelings of the walls. Yes, it is. I mean, it's kind of true though. I'm okay. It's so normal. Early 14, Julia's hand on cheek and Arbert's. And Arbert resting his hand on Seto as well. I'm not crying, you are. This game isn't real. I'm not hurt. This isn't, I'm not hurt. This game isn't real. Okay, let's fly back. I'm just wondering, what's the best way to get over there? Maybe I'll just fly. I know, I really want the Seto one day. I need to get the Amaro. One day we gotta get the Amaro mount. I know it's hard work though. Ugh. So normal. Our tag is norm. Norm? No, it has to be like 5. Or we can do norm L, normal, right? Because it's only 5 for the max. Well, okay, I was thinking, so we're currently crying, right? So that's my tag. But then yesterday we decided stress would be a great one. So stress and now normal or normal. I feel like these are really good. We need to write these down. Write that down. Write that down. New FC tag just dropped. Normal. Hi, Orange. This man just broke me. Please call the police. Orange just broke me. Please. He told me to go get the crystal Seto, which honestly is we should have. We 100% should have. Okay. Ah, thou art returned. Tell me, how did Seto receive thine offering? We broke down sobbing, crying, throwing up. Remarkable. Sorry. Sorry. I skipped a couple of dialogues. Sorry. I feel like that clip would have been really funny. We broke down sobbing, crying, throwing up. Remarkable. 'Twas fated that thou shouldest be the one to undertake this task, I think. As Arbert liveth on in thee, so too shall he and his comrades live in the hearts of the people of Norvrent. and their tale, now rightly told, shall inspire new warriors alike for generations to come. The journey continues. Hey, how are you, Nunes? What, you cry? That's awesome! Remarkable! Okay, I don't like your words anymore, Magic. I don't like your words anymore, Magic Man. Thank you, everyone, for making me laugh, truly. Ooh, that was a good one. Write it down. A man will not suffer your allegations. Someone called the police on Orange. He's emotionally damaged me. Indirectly. I'm fine. We're fine. Wake up, Warrior of Light. You've been in a fever dream since eating a run stall. Oh, which one? Wait, the run stall. The juicy, the juicy bugs or whatever. Oh, okay. Thou art returned. Tell me, how did Seta receive thine offering? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure Seta was also crying as well. It's fine. It's close enough. So the other thing is, like, yeah, like Arbert is an eighth of our soul right now. Urange, when Alala was with a soaking face, bashes through his door and just starts pummeling his thighs. Oh, wait. You so right. Wait. This is a reenactment of what should have happened. Urange, how could you do this to me? Urange, why would you do this to me? Don't even see his face. How could you do this to me, Urange? I've been betrayed by my closest allies. Okay. Shadowbringers is a dream. We wake up in the waking sand. Do we wake up in the forest before we see the star shower? Sometimes laughter is the only way to survive. Yeah, I think laughter is very incredibly helpful going through it. Unto the morrow. Aranje regards you with a gentle smile. What is this? What's our gift that we're gonna get? A gentle smile after you've made me sob uncontrollably. Now, assuming thou intendest to continue thine tour, might I suggest Slitherbow as thy next destination? The task of tidying up one's abode is seldom light work, yet I suspect Ystrola's is heavier than most. Suffice it to say, a pair of hands might not go amiss. Given its specificity to the source, yon elemental chart is perhaps best removed. Yet I cannot help but imagine what might unfold were a native of the first chance upon it. What questions would it conjure in the minds of its discoverer, and whether their curiosity might lead them? It would make for the beginning of a grand adventure, would it not? Trying to inspire people who come upon the hut. You're happy with the clip? I will watch it in a bit. Okay, so Stola is... Oh, no. Oh, there she is. I thought she was inside the room. Hi, Stola. And what is this? No, and what is this? Have you come to spy on me? Just a little. Does Aranje truly think of me so slovenly? The nerve. Loath as I am to disappoint, I have put my affairs in order some time ago. I even bade my farewells. I mean, we were there when she ended up enchanting that broom as well. To everyone save Runar, that is. He is nowhere to be seen. He did this on purpose. Maybe? No. I was thinking like maybe he did it on purpose and he doesn't want to say goodbye, but maybe he's on an errand or something to get her something to remember by? I don't know. We'll see. There he is.
Master Matoya.
Oh, a flower. He's running through the middle of the square, the town.
For too long, I have remained silent, but no longer. I could not bear it if you were to leave.
Oh.
Please, stay. I beg of you.
Mm-hmm. She knows she can't. He knows that she can't either.
Runar, please.
I jest. At least in part.
Okay.
What I came to say is this. Thank you. Without your wisdom, your strength, and your kindness to guide us, our people would still be lost.
No.
We will never forget you, Master Matoya. Wherever your journeys may take you, you will always be in our hearts.
Yeah, he really did. And just
and
kidding,
you
unless
in mine.
She'll never
Remember
forget them.
that your people's journey, that our people's journey is yet ongoing. Your lives will change, and so too will your dreams. Yet come what may, you need not forsake your time-honored traditions, nor less your beliefs.
But neither should you be beholden to them. For it was with curiosity and courage that the Knights Blessed first triumphed over adversity. New knowledge and new wisdom are ever worthy of pursuit.
Indeed they are. And so, until we return to the Sunless Sea, we shall endeavor to live our lives to the fullest.
That is well. But however great your strides, there may yet come a day when the challenges you face cannot be surmounted alone. On such a day,
On such a day.
You should call upon your allies and your friends.
you may call on me.
Oh.
Since a means to travel between worlds exists, you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. And there remain so many mysteries here that want for solving.
Oh, Shola.
Master Matoya!
Another bear hug.
Runar,
A pickup?
really?
Girl, I saw the link. I did see it as well. Let's see. Please take care of Master Matoya and see that she eats well and wraps up cold days. She'll always have her tea. And that herbal tea which she enjoys. If I give you the recipe, could you make it for her? And above all, please keep her close. I do not deny that she is strong, but even the strongest should among us be not alone. She didn't little son him, but they've also known each other for like 3 years. Take his place in the heart of Ishtola. She doesn't even fry him. I know. Okay, wait a second. She doesn't fry him. I am unsure if I ship it still, though. She does. I will say she does care for them a lot. I'll go watch the cutscene back again. He's like 5 times the little son. Big moon over little son. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if it's there. I will say that she is more receptive though. And then also, you know, she does say that they can call on her when there are challenges they can't face alone. Because she does consider herself part of this tribe, essentially. Like, these are her people. These are her people. It's chosen family. So, you know, and she says she means to find a way to travel between the worlds. So it's not goodbye forever. It's basically a goodbye for now and see you soon. The hair flick, and there's so many mysteries here. So many mysteries? Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of ruins around. Give into the ship. I'm sorry, I don't think I can. I don't think you can convince me. And the further you try to convince me, the further I'm like, I don't think I can ship this. As a person who ships Arbert and Lamit, I ship things, for sure. But I'm still... This gives further cause to a potential ship, but I don't know if I can... I'm fully on board. I can see you all in the docks, but I'm not getting on the boat. Stairs, just purely all the warriors who maxed out your Y'shtolas in their trust. Oh. I kind of like it, but almost like in a sibling way. Yeah, it's clear that she likes him, but not a romantic. That's what I feel like, Frick. I kind of, that's what I feel like too. I think she definitely, cause Y'shtola is definitely one to be like sassy and cheeky with people, especially ones who she's close with and that she really cares about. I think she also does this to the Warrior of Light too, of like sass them, is cheeky and silly, and you know, I know she does that. And even whenever she was saying like, oh, Uranger doesn't believe in me, like I can't do this, the nerve of him or whatever. She does this only with people she's close with, right? And that's why Little Sun got Little Sun treatment, because they've known each other for 2 minutes. I forget it too. I need sometimes. I'll admit there's also a seed of romance there. It depends on her if it quickens though. I think maybe it could be potential, but I feel like she's definitely this way with people she's really close with. Because I think there are also moments where she's kind of like, she's a little bit this way with the Warrior of Light. And I don't mean this way in a hopeful ship way, because my brain is already rotten with other potential Warrior of Light romance dating sim options, right? I try to be very objective too, as much as I love Y'shtola as well. Like, I think there are little moments where she's kind of the same, like similar. Not in a, like, you don't see it in every single cutscene, but like depending on the choices you make and everything. Like, you don't get a full-on Runar cutscene. But it would be equal to what Runar experiences. All right. I appreciate your confidence as well. There's obviously a way to travel back and forth. I'll find it. Yeah. And that's so Y'shtola of her, and I love that. Let me can get it. Let me can get it. Snudges Emmerich, wake up. She's talking about you. I've done a decent amount of leveling and trust. I wonder, knowing how often she does it to her friends, I wonder how many times Runar has received the threatening glare. I mean, I'm sure it's happened. She's also hesitant because she knows there's a way to travel between, but unsure of how to make it happen. I mean, maybe. I don't know about hesitant as well. I guess that was like the big pause, right? On such a day. You can call on me. And then remain so many mysteries here that are wanting to solve. That's literally the whole entire world that, like a whole entire different world that she's only spent 3 years here, right? So that means there's plenty of things that she would love to learn. Nobody but Runar Kirk Princess carry her to survive. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. That's kind of one of the reasons why I'm kind of anti this ship, because I don't like how he like just goes up to her. It's a very much like invading personal body, like personal bubble thing, and he just like picks her up just because, and I don't like that. So that is me. That's me and my feelings about it. That's kind of one of a couple of reasons why I'm not for the ship. Also, good night, Sophia. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out and listening to us. Listening to all the Runar Y'shtola propaganda in chat. I'm actually really curious though. Would you say, okay, should we do a poll? Should we do a poll to see how many Y'shtola Runar shippers are versus non? I think there are way more shippers than there are non-shippers though. Because Senda is important. Yeah, that's right. Mary, yeah, Sep for sure. Yeah, Runar is your husband. And he needs to stop going after Y'shtola. Hi Eugen, how are you? She lets him do it instead of asking him to put her down. I know, but like, she lets him, but I don't know. I feel like she does indulge him too. At least that's in my thoughts of like, okay, I'm just gonna let this person do this. I ship them, totally ship them. Have a third option, like, doesn't, yeah, I like, definitely one is ship, one is don't ship, and one is like, I don't care. Yeah, we should have all of them. Sadu above everyone else. We haven't seen Sadu in a little bit. I hope we see her again soon. I headcanoned that because he's done it before and we got the, but it was in private, hence it was like, what will people think if they see? I see as like a headcanon. I have two hands. They're for Runar and Sadu, my beloved. It's so funny. I love that you basically get a heart cutscene with Sadu and in Stormblood patch. I love that so much. It's so funny. She literally just wants to fight you because she likes you so much. And it's funny because it's like, oh, but notice, why do you think that's funny and like, okay, where you don't like Xenos and he does the same thing? It's because Xenos is a mass murderer, okay? Sorry. I mean, kind of. He's kind of a mass murderer. He does it like, but the thing is, so, okay, Xenos doesn't care for his people. Number one, he only cares for himself. Number two, Sadu does care for her people and also just likes to fight. She doesn't necessarily want to murder people. She just wants a really good fight. And if it happens to end in somebody dying, so be it. It's different for Xenos though. Xenos is this, yeah, it's a lot. I'm not on the Xenos ship right now. I will say the last outfit we saw in him, it was a pretty good outfit, but I'm not convinced. You can't do it. You can't make me. Also, Team Serena. Serena is a sweetie. Sadu be pleased that her people are killed or reborn in a new body. Yeah, and she cares for them. She cares about the people. But yeah, she does believe that they will get reborn. They're strongest fighters. All the people that they love. There's still that hope and care of that. Like, we will see each other again, right? She's in the thrill for the fight. Exactly. It's just like you. No! Don't steal pants. It's not true. Sadu is essentially Xenos, but cute. Honestly, I'm wondering what Sadu would be like if she had the power that Xenos had as the Crown Prince of Girl-Mold. I mean, she doesn't have the Crown Prince power, right? But she is the chief of the Han? The chief? Essentially the chief of her village. I don't care what outfit the spaghetti bastard wears. I don't think... Okay, I know there has to be more. I know there's gonna be more with this man. There's gonna be more Xenos, but I don't know how much the game can try to compel me to care about him. They've done it with the Ascians. They've done it with 2 out of the 3 unsundered, right? Okay, I care about one of them more than the other still. Lahabre is still at the bottom, but I feel like it's not the end, right? It's not the end. It's just the beginning, it feels like. Or like Act 1. Act 1 of like 4, who knows? But that's what it feels like. And then garnering more empathy and sympathy for, I guess, Emmett and Elidibus, I guess. Whatever. Whatever. It's not like my brain is really full and I keep thinking about crying over them or whatever. Serena is cringe. No. So Xenos is cringe, Serena is peak. I did not steal pants. I used to dislike him as a character. I have some appreciation, but no, it's the same thing I feel for like Emmett. I don't know. We're gonna keep going, alright? I don't know. There's something about it that I don't ship it. And it's fine, because everyone else can ship it. And if they become canon, I'll concede. I'll concede when they become canon, alright? Okay, we already talked to him. Honestly, he's a boy in a body of a man. Well, okay, did not little son, but she is calling him a little childish, or at least a little a little carefree. In the kindest terms, carefree. In the more harsher terms, he's childlike. But I think it's probably more somewhere in the middle, a bit more like carefree, and a little childish maybe. Anyway, it is time we head back to the Crystarium, shall we? Not yet. We still have to go on an adventure. You still have to take the Exarch to Nabatharang. I see. Very well. You can look on in on Thancred while you're about it. His will be he will be a difficult. His will be a difficult farewell, and I'm sure he will appreciate your support. The path goes through Twine. If you want to wait there, you're like to meet him on the way back, if not before. Hi, Stola. As I make my way out of the woods, I shall call to mind all that I learned during my time, and I shall picture the day of my return. I know not when it will be, but mark my words, I will learn to I will learn to traverse the rift. Okay, I'll take a screenshot of that. Time to go to Twine. We gotta go talk to Magnus. It's been a little bit. They will never be canon. When she's my wife. If Yazel survived, she would have been... Okay, it's really funny. So I know some people who are like they definitely ship themselves with Estinian. They're roll with Estinian, right? But I'm thinking for everyone... For all the Bi and Pan friends out there, who do like Yazel and who do like Estinian and are potentially in the intersection of poly, would you? Okay, I'm curious for anybody who is potentially in that intersection, would you be in a throuple with Estinian Yazel if she ended up becoming a scion and everything, and ended up not having the fate that she did? Yes. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Would you be in a polycule with Yazel and Estinian? 100% in a polycule. Though not with those two. Oh, no. Not with those two. I ship him with Atara, the only woman who can see him on his toes. Absolutely. Okay. I love it. I love to hear this. Because it's funny, because another streamer that I watched, she was like saying that like Yazel is her girlfriend and Estinian's her boyfriend and everything, and I was like, "What?" So in Heavensward, were you three a polycule? You'd be willing to be? No, I'd like Estinian. Like, no, I'd let Estinian even if I liked her. I'd let Estinian. Sign or not, no. But if asked, probably would give it a try. Is single for life. That's okay too. Emmerich. Okay, so the polycule is just bigger then, because if Emmerich is Estinian's boyfriend, and then if Estinian and Yazel and the Warrior of Light are together, or they're together, right? But then also, is the Warrior of Light in that polycule too? Because they, in theory, probably all like the Warrior of Light. Emmerich dated. We went on a date with Emmerich. Okay, we went to his house. Add Emmerich to the polycule. I see. Oh, this is what I'm talking about when people say, when I say that Heavensward was an Ellison dating sim. Much to think about. That's where the polycule started, because my worry of like dating Emmerich, and Emmerich was dating Estinian. The Warrior of Light is the hinge of where it all combines. Call it no, not the elf pile. But yeah, I don't know. For my Warrior of Light, I don't know if she's in the poly life though. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think she could take that. I don't think she could well, not my current Warrior of Light, but just like in theory the Warrior of Light that I guess I would play. I think it's just a lot in terms of balancing so many people. That sounds really weird out of context. In terms of like emotionally tending to all those people. My wife wrote a fanfic during Shadowbringers to include the line, the last time she kissed an Ellison was an Ishkar. Oh, that's so fun. How much of a hoot would it be if the devs made an April Fool's event where every inch of the quest was all Hildebrandt nonsense happening to the Warrior of Light? Could we date somebody though in the nonsense? Astinian is standing at the bar, blushing silently while Yaziel strides. Stop, Ken! We spotted you across the quicksand. No! No! But if I had to ship, it'd be with Hilda. It's okay if you don't ship. That's perfectly fine. There's 2 cat boys. I ship with my Warrior of Light, but one's a spoiler. Okay, okay, no problem. Jarek? My alt Warrior of Light is Hori Boulder. Hilda's another good choice. I like Hilda. This is why I married another Warrior of Light instead of headcanon my own story with MSQ. It gets messy. I'm still gonna headcanon it. I think that's gonna be the best way for me to go forward. And my Warrior of Light's head is very full of thoughts and things to do and worries and concerns. After her husband passed away. No. Mature. No. Just not meant? True. We should have more of a better age scale. And then this needs to be pinned. Zale strides over. I like how much I really like their dynamic. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like some people probably don't ship the either of them, and I feel like we just had so little time. But I think if there was more to develop their relationship, I think I would have really enjoyed like seeing both of them like interact more with each other, because they were very much like butting heads. They were butting heads even though they like basically wanted the same thing, right? But I think they came to understand each other. And it hurts me so much. This game hurts me so much. Anyways, I would have loved to see their relationship, like, whether it be friends or otherwise, kind of continue. Let me go back. Could you say you really like their vibe? I really like that. No, stop. I really like their relationship. Head full of things to do, or NPC. Stop, Lady E. I'm just one that believes in sharing love with others and not bringing greed into it. I think that makes sense. I think that's good too. It's just open communication and everything. But I don't know. My character's very... I don't know, she's going through a lot. We have to work it out eventually. Okay, so what's going on here? Jarek, what are you still going on about Talos's? Let me guess, you're here to ride the trolley too. Don't ask me how I know. I can just tell. Taffy, how's it going? Ah, it's good. It's you. Good to see that good to see you look none the worse for wear. Eh? You too? What is this? My bloody name day? Are you happy to see us though? I see. Yes. Nickard was here, and Reen too. They said they wanted to go to Nabath Orang, so we gave them the use of the trolley. That's cool, cute. That's right. The old girl's up and running again, and we didn't just put her back together, mind you. No, with a little help of Master Chai. We made her faster! And stronger. Oh yes, the future of trolley is looking brighter than ever. Whisper it, but I reckon it might be time. Time to reach for the stars, with a trolley to dwarf all trolleys. You ask me, we we'd better off making them small. That way we can fit into narrow shafts. But that's genius. Why didn't I think of that? Enough. You can daydream in your own time. In case you've forgotten, our priority is to have more working trolleys. That's why we turned to China's, by the way. Not to make the one trolley we've got go faster. We need help getting a few Talos back in working order, I see. Working order, see? We were testing them out when your airship came down, as a matter of fact. You seem to have a habit of crashing things. So we're a safety hazard, is what we're being told. But also, I love seeing them. I'm so happy we saw them in the dungeon. It made me so happy. I also love seeing our branch in the dungeon too. We're back. Thanks for the loan of your. We're back. Thanks for the loan of the trolley. I think they ended up putting the flowers at. They ended up getting the flowers for Minphalia. Notice? What are you doing here? Don't tell me the others are waiting for us. We're going on an adventure. A preview adventure with our cat. That's a relief. At any rate, we've done what we came to do, which means I'm ready to leave, or as ready as I'll ever be. I'm fine. We're fine. Not to pry, but what's going on? You off somewhere? You could say that. Oh, this music again! So you're heading home. I'm just a simple miner. I don't know much about this world-traversing business. But the young lady here, she'll be looked after, will she? I'll be fine, thank you. I have a place to stay in the Crystarium, and don't want for anything. Besides which, I've recently made a new friend. Oh my gosh, wait a second. Is this dialogue even here if you don't do Eden? If you don't do Eden, is this even here? Besides which, I made a new friend. Her name's Gaia, and she'll always be there if I need her. Just like you lot. So please don't worry. I'll be fine, really. If you say so. She's not there? Gaia isn't in the text if you don't do Eden? Oh my gosh. It being a matter of life and death, I suppose you have to leave. But I for one would still be torn. If the choice were mine, I'm not sure I could bear to be parted from my family. No, but it's for the best. Reen has chosen to walk her own path. She doesn't need me under her feet. Oh, Reen's face. Besides, I have my own responsibilities, and I wouldn't be setting a very good example if I neglected them. Perhaps not. Either way, envy your dilemma. Well then, young lady, if there's anything you need, anything at all, you're to call on us. It may surprise you, but we can do more than simply offer you trolley rides. Thank you, Magnus, everyone. So, this is Magnus's new niece, Reen. And, yes. Magnus has this. Okay, this is Magnus's new niece. Aww. But then also, I really do hope that, I've said this before, but I really hope Reen is able to come to the source one day. I think if she ever wanted to potentially meet Bahamut, I think that would be really interesting. Oh, you hear the thunder? Yeah, it's definitely pouring outside right now. Don't mind that. Shall we then? If you're nowhere left to visit, we can go back to the Crystarium together. We'll be back. Twine will thrive again, and I hope that Thankery will come back to see it. Him and that funny talking fortune teller bloke. I also find it so funny that Urange was like, you go with Thancred, okay? That funny talking fortune teller bloke. When it comes to families, you'd think together was best, but it's not always that simple, is it? Never really thought about it, with my parents being long gone. The people in this town are the closest thing to family I've got. And to be fair, I'd hate to leave them, which is why I'm not going anywhere. Found family! Buggered me. I forgot to thank Thancred. When you get the chance, tell him I'm glad we had that little talk. Tell him we'll look out for the girl. Oh, everyone's just so sweet. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't knock out my power either, but if it does, you know why. Without the raid series, Rena's alone. My heart. Why would we do that to Reen? Oh. It's raining in-game and IRL. Art imitates life. Sorry, I may clean my glasses really quickly because they are tear-stained from a certain burb we had talked to earlier. A beloved burb. I actually think I need to take an ad break in a second, too. Thank you. Do you hear the thunder? Behave. Notices finishing 5.3. Me thinking you were talking to the door or something because all I saw was wood. I know, right? Because it kept turning my camera. Burb owes you a tissue. It's okay. We forgive him. Alright. I am going to... I'm actually going to talk to everyone really quickly, and then I'll play an ad, and then we'll continue forth. One second. Oh, it's so good to see everyone here. I wonder if they ended up coming back here one at a time, so I wonder if we could have gone back to the Christarium, but I'm not sure. I did everything I could in my time. I did everything I could in the time I had. No regrets. If Alisay says no regrets, no regrets. I thought that it'd be easier after saying farewell, but each step I took out of Yulmore felt heavier than the last. Of course this had to happen with the weather like this now as well. Us, like, them saying their goodbyes with the weather as is. I took the liberty of informing the Crystarium's leaders of our imminent departure. It seemed only right. This is it, then. I trust the Exarch had a pleasant tour of the realm. We had a good time. Do you hear that rumbling? Oh my gosh. Let's talk to Bean. Our little Bean. Oh, I'm gonna miss Bean so much. We can see her whenever, but still. Oh, it's you. You're probably wondering why I'm not with the others. It's just, I always knew that everyone would leave one day, and I always hoped and prayed that we would find a way to send them home. But now the time has come, I just feel lost. Lost and lonely. I don't want our last moments together to be sad, so I wanted to hold myself together, just long enough to say the things I needed to say, but I'm not sure I can even do that. Reen, it's okay. It's okay to cry though. It's okay to show your emotions and tears and how much it does hurt. because like they like it wouldn't matter. Well, that's not the right word. Because I think that she would feel better, and also to be able to say it out loud, just not hold things back, right? Because like they're not doing that anymore. They're not holding things back. They're not like keeping things from each other. You can do it, Reen. I'll be there with you. Right. Thank you, Notice. I think we all feel braver with you around. Go on ahead, and I'll join the others. I'll be along after I've taken a few deep breaths. In, out. Oh, Reen. Okay. Talk to Thancred. I hope they had their moment. I hope they had their time. And honestly, I feel like on the ride to a Bath Meringue. A Bath Ring. Anyways, their ride over there to give flowers to Minfilia, I'm sure they talked. Oh, the rain cleared up.
That's everyone then. We've all said what we needed to.
Even as we speak, Becklug undertaketh their final inspection of our spirit vessels. When thine own preparations for the journey are complete, thou art to present thyself in the ocular.
Everyone?
Oh, did you all hear that? But yes, Reen?
I want to thank you all. On behalf of the First.
Oh.
You, and Minfilia, and the Exarch. Without each and every one of you guiding us, fighting for us, we wouldn't be standing here now. There wouldn't even be a here. And no words can express our gratitude. We still have a lot to do. Countless trials to overcome. But if it ever seems too much, I'll think of our time together. The happy moments, and the sad. I will remember it all. And it will give me the strength to carry on without you. Because you made me who I am. Minfilia. Reen. To honor these names and these memories, I will stand with all the people of this land and strive for a better tomorrow.
She's gonna be a great leader one day. To help the people of the First.
Thancred, I believe the honor of responding should rightfully be thine.
No. Can we finally hug yet? Head pat time. The song is so sweet.
I know better than most how much you've grown, and I have every confidence you'll make your people proud. Gods know I'm proud of you. I always will be. You deserve all the happiness in the world, and more.
Oh.
Might we also say a few words?
Nina.
Why, this is just about all of you.
To see you off seemed the least we could do. You risked your all for us, fought for a realm not your own. Before you came, we had never known the beauty of the night sky. Or the joy of your company. Though it saddens us deeply to bid you farewell, it has ever been our way to send off friends with a smile. Wherever your road should lead, we shall pray for your safety. And following your brave example, we shall continue to fight for the Crystarium.
With or without us, you've always taken good care of this city. I don't doubt for a moment you'll continue to do so.
I, a more resilient people we have never known. As resilient and enduring as the tower that watches over you.
To the last, we did not question the Exarch about his past. It is only now, when he can no longer tell us, that we believe we know the answer. We have heard what became of him, and what is about to be attempted. All will be well. Of this we are certain. How could it be otherwise, when every soul in the Crystarium is praying for it with all their heart? And so, when our Lord awakens, I bid you give him a message. Tell him he needn't worry about us. That he need no longer hide who he truly is. That he should live his own life to the fullest. And that if he should ever find himself reminiscing on the past with a smile, we shall be smiling with him. Will you tell him this?
Of course I'll tell him that. Of course, yeah, word for word. I mean, for the people of the Crystarium, and for Lena as well.
Thank you. Please look after him for us.
I dare say we have all the good wishes we can carry. Let us be on our way.
Oh my gosh. Everyone is so sweet. And we have to give him the message. What do you have to take him out of the tower. Oh my gosh. It's a crystal exarch. No, it's a wind-up Miss Cell, but we know who it is though. It's an exarch minion. Modeled upon no one in particular. No, really. Yeah. Yeah, no, really. I have to receive it first, and then I'll read the description. Okay. Where is he? Summon your wind-up Mistle minion, modeled upon no one particular. No, really. Okay, so there's this part. By any other name, I would still be a rose. Desiring to honor a certain individual with a mammoth likeness, but knowing that it would go against his wishes to do so. The artisans of the Crystarian meme came up with a perfect solution. Make a mammoth likeness anyway. But give it a vague name. that makes everything all right, right? Oh my gosh. I miss him. Look at his little ears. Look at his little ears. He's wiggling around. Oh wait, no, I meant to pet him. He's so small. I want to see the little actions that he does. Look, it's only one of his arms are crystal. The other one's still okay. Wait, can you? I'm assuming I can't. Oh! Oh! His little actions! Tragachi, totally different person. The Crystal Mistle! Oh my gosh, the Crystal Mistle's so cute! A catboy of your very own. Who could it possibly be? It's so funny that they literally just said a vague name. Give it a vague name. No one will know. Who's gonna know? How are they gonna know? Because of Lena's line in that scene about the smile. Maybe. You think that maybe she was the first as Ashrafant, really? Sorry, let me go back. And that if he should ever find himself reminiscing on the past with a smile, we shall be smiling with him. And it's that part, right? And then, to send them off as well. I could see that. I think that makes sense. Every soul in the Crystarium praying with their very hearts. My heart is very full. And I don't know who this man- whose man is this? I don't know. Yeah, whose man is this? I don't know. He's really- It's funny to say, he's really- he kind of seems tall for a minion. He's like at her waist. No. The little wiggly ears. The first is in good hands. The first is in good hands. The leaders of the Crystarium are very, very wonderful people. Every time I come back, you're crying. Finally. Notice is taller than someone. Oh, it's question mark. Okay. Alright, alright. There's still time. There's still things to do. I didn't mean to give all that XP to my white mage, but it's whatever. Oh, no. Sure, please. There we go. So, question mark? Question mark, question mark? Oh, it's Reen. Reen has it. Irene. Should I maybe play an ad and take a small break before we continue to the next part, potentially? Because there's question mark time. Oh, nice. It's on sale. How much is it? Sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's really funny that we ended up hearing so much thunder in the cutscene earlier. All right. We love our ads. Okay. I'll be back, everyone. Time to play ads. Yeah. Sorry. Ads and drink water, really. And clean my glasses again. Maybe I should curl my eyelashes because I feel like the tears just like sit on my eyelashes. Because they're kind of like straight. They're kind of long. Okay. I'm lying here to keep my cat feels safe from the storm. Oh, I hope all the cats are comfy. Hopefully it's a lot of cuddle times and pets. That's a notice promise. A notice promise, TM. Every time you come back, you're gonna see me cry. Link summoning animation before the trial. Legally distinct mist. That's so good. It's the motion. It's the motion where he does the little miss trial where you both hold it. Yeah. A Catboy of our very own. Any resemblance to Catboy's real or fictional is coincidental. Legally distinct. No copyright infringement. You all are so silly and funny. The food is a little extra salty right now. That's weird. I wonder who added all this extra salt. Hi, Lunchador. All rise for the Christian national anthem. Not for the last time. We'll be back. We're so normal. So normal. Stop. Lena, stop cutting onions. She's cried so many times throughout the throughout the story or throughout Shadowbringers. She's such a wonderful character. I really like her. The interval between the thunder is long enough. You shouldn't be too close. Okay. The rumbling. It's just pouring a lot of rain right now. Assigned cat at... I guess assigned nap time at cat. Oh. Okay, I'll drink a little bit more water. Okay, I'm back. Wait, let me get some more water, or refill some more water. Yeah, totally normal and reasonable. Like, super, 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 super normal, Nia. How are you, by the way? How was work, if you were working today? It's also raining right now, so if you hear some thunder in the background, that's why. Oh, it sucked! No! Do you have to work tomorrow, or do you get to chill for a little bit? Okay. We're gonna talk to Reen. Ah, okay. Alright. I'm fine. So, reflections in Crystal. Her heart laid bare, Reen appears to be at peace again. It's okay though, because she has Gaia. She has Gaia. Gaia will keep her company. She has a brand new friend, and we're still with her, right? We're still gonna keep her company and keep her safe. I think we're going back to the source. I think it's happening. Okay. So, reflections in the crystal. Her heart laying bare, Reen appears to be at peace again. Well, I suppose it's time. Are you ready, Notice? Alright, let's not keep the others waiting. Okay. Go to the ocular. Oh my gosh! It's like we're running in the Crystal Tower all over again! No! We're both running in the Crystal Tower all over again! Huh. I have but this moment to show your associates in. Strange to think that I have not the honor to showing them out again. But I am informed that you yourself may yet return. I look forward to welcoming you on that happy day. Oh my gosh. Oh, the familiar! Angelo stands ready to work his magic on our souls. Alize's doing great. I did not expect such a rousing farewell from the people. It was the very thing my spirits needed. Now, all that remains is return to the source. 12s know we have made Kryl and Tataru worry long enough. Wait. Oh, I'm assuming he won't be able to take his gunblade back. So is Reen keeping it? In the spirit of solidarity, I bid you carry the vessels as if your life depended on it. Of course. How many more times have few assembled thus in this storage chamber? Many and more, I think. Were the Exarch standing before us, the scene could be complete. Nay, 'twould be complete were he standing before us with Emmett Selk smirking in the wings. It's so true, Orange. It's so true. It does feel really complete. It does feel incomplete. Oh. I love that though. Since we cannot take our worldly goods with us, I want you to have my gunblade. Use it, sell it, it's all the same to me. So long as it serves you in some way, I will be satisfied. Oh. I think it's also really sweet that like all the other Scions are like look at us, right? But Thancred and Reen are looking at each other. Because they have to say goodbye. Dadkard has to go back home. And Reen has to go on her adventure. Oh, Reen. Thank you, Thancred. I'll treasure it. I really do hope that Y'shtola is able to figure out how to traverse through rifts again so they can see each other. And like I said, maybe Reen will be able to maybe one day Reen will be able to go to the source. Yes, yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, yes. He does have to let her grow up. He did say this earlier too. She's chosen her path, and he has to let her go. And this, I really hope it's not the last time they see each other. Oh, our baby Reen. Sorry, Reen, you're losing dads again. And yeah. Angie has to go. Thinkred has to go. Reen. Ugh, I love how it's like so, like, we don't have to guess at all. It's like it's definitely daughter and father. Uramamashe? It's okay. It's alright. This is all only a farewell for now. It's not goodbye forever. Ah, there you are. I take it you're ready for the journey? The spirit vessels are primed, and our company complete. At word from you, we shall begin. Upon... Okay, that's why everyone was like, yeah, go do an ad real quick, Notice. Yeah, we love ads. Knowing that she has Gaia, it really does. And I think that's what Thinkred probably feels too. Knowing that, you know, she has friends. She has us if we ever want to come back. She basically has her Uncle Magnus now, right? Magnus is kind of like basically her uncle, right? Basically her uncle. And like she has all the people of the Crystarium. And I feel like, okay, my headcanon, I think Lena and Reen will probably like end up bonding and getting along really well, because unfortunately I think this would have happened regardless. But especially because they both have lost, you know, people going back to the source, and also like lost like their father, grandfather, father figures in their lives. But I think, yeah, I think both of them are probably like, you know, take care of each other in the future for sure. Lost a dad, got a goth girlfriend, she'll be fine. Imagine if you hadn't did Eden Raids. I'd be so sad. I'd be so sad. I'm so glad I did Eden Raids. But yeah, but I really do think that I'm really glad that she has Gaia, she has people in the Crystarium, she has Lena. Lena will be here. And Lena cares so much as well. Rena will be okay. Rena's also met so many people. Like, yeah, sorry. Rena's also met like so many people on her journeys. She has so many allies and so many people were cheering her on too, including us back in the source. Sorry. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some lip balm really quickly. Can't have dry lips. Chapped lips while watching a cutscene. We'll probably do that next Thursday, Cam. I think so. I think Thursday will probably when I'll end up scheduling it. But we can like look at the schedule after today's stream, right? Okay. I think all is good now. Hair is fixed. Got some lip balm. Not ready. I'm never ready for several cutscenes we'll play in sequence, but I will always try my best. Okay, so upon beginning the soul imbuing ritual, several cutscenes will play in sequence. No, it never is. Several cutscenes warning. Okay. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these sequences in their entirety. It doesn't matter. But it matters in my head. I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay, I'm gonna put my other earbud in. Putting my other earbud in real quick. Every last second. Wait. Cutscenes, they can't hurt me. They're not real. They can't hurt me. Cutscenes are not real and they cannot hurt me. It's not real. Hi Penny, how are you? We're about to actually watch not real, unhurtful cutscenes. Not real, unhurtful. No, not real, unhurtful. Not hurtful. Not hurtful. Very good. I shall just very good. I shall distribute the vessels at once. It's gonna be fine. Everyone's gonna be all right.
Pray proceed as instructed, beginning with your memories.
The first step is complete, and all appeareth to be in order.
Well, that just leaves our souls then.
Mm-hmm. That last little bit with the crystal exarch, he was...
We're in your hands, Angelo.
I'm assuming he was imparting his soul? Angelo.
It is done! The vessels have received of both their memories and their souls.
That's good.
I hereby entrust them to your care. They belong to you now. Just be sure to guard them well, yes?
This will work, won't it?
Mm-hmm. It has to.
Our theories have held thus far. But I make no promises about what is to come. Even the greatest mages in history knew better than to transport a soul across the rift. We, my dear, are in unknown territory. Prepare as we might, we cannot account for all possibilities. And it is in such circumstances that accidents are wont to occur. Yet miracles do happen. So let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
And we'll deliver good news.
All safely stowed away? I do hope so. All that remains then is to step into the mirror. Go now, and safe travels.
Back to the tower. The base of the tower. And then Mordona. Oh, the song! Every time. They'll wake up. They're gonna wake up. She woke up first.
Did it? Are we?
They're back. Right?
We're home.
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're all back.
Thank you. My body feels like a sack of potatoes, but otherwise, I have never felt better. That said, I doubt any of us will be fit to travel for some while. May we leave the rest to you?
The vessel beareth our comrade's blood. With it in thy possession, the way will surely open before thee.
Oh my gosh. The tower's gonna open. Okay, we're gonna... well, we're gonna walk through the tower. The tower open.
What? But you've only just got here.
We gotta go! And we're gonna walk out of the tower
Tataru,
together.
might I trouble you to brew us all a pot of your special tea?
Oh, they've missed tea so much.
Ah, and we may require an extra cup.
An extra cup? I love how we just dashed out of there. We just sprinted. I wonder if Kyle realizes what we're gonna do.
Yours is a long road, my friend, and it stretches onto places beyond imagining. With your every step, these grand adventures shall grow more distant and faint.
Oh.
And there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way. On that day, I bid you remember this. That no matter how far your journey may take you, you stand where you stand by virtue of the road you walked to get there. For in times of hardship, when you fear you cannot go on, the joy you have known, the pain you have felt, the prayers you have whispered and answered, they shall ever be your strength and your comfort.
It's over.
This I hope, I believe, here at memory's end.
Some days later. I really like Mortona. Oh, the twins. Resting and recuperating. Alize seems so bored though. Oh, Alize!
What is it, Alize? Are you all right? Do you still feel under the weather?
Physically, I couldn't be better. Thanks to Kryle's ministrations, I'm already looking forward to our next fight.
Oh.
But seriously, don't you have anything to say about that?
That? Oh, their outfits! Their outfits! They have their outfits! Arianche! Oh, his laugh is so good.
No less impressive than our garments. You've outdone yourself, Tataru.
She's an omnicrafter, a master crafter.
To give credit where it's due, I had help from a certain fiery pixie who visited me in my dreams.
Ooh.
They gave me all the information I needed to get the details just right.
I love her laugh too. Tataru's
For
laugh
your
is
weapons,
wonderful.
though, I needed a lot more help. Thankfully, our favorite heads of state were happy to place their finest craftsmen at my exclusive disposal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and speaking of the Alliance leaders, they all expressed their unreserved elation at your safe return.
and promise to come and see you in person as soon as they can.
They really needn't have gone to such trouble. But we'll be keeping these gifts all the same. Do pass on our gratitude.
Oh, I was wondering about their outfits, and they're in their older outfits too. Is she waiting for hers? Is she pouting?
I realise we haven't taken up new martial arts, nor have I ever been one to set much store by appearances.
That's
But
why.
I can't help feeling a certain lack of, I don't know, personal development.
Her animations too.
I quite understand. But as you observed, the others had the more pressing need. Rest
True.
assured, our turn will come.
The pouting. That's the Alizé we love. Oh, cryo.
If I expend any more ether, I swear I will blink out of existence. I need a bite to eat.
She's worked so hard. She deserves a vacation. Archon bread? Archon bread. Archon loaf, sorry.
Tataru, a cup of tea, if you would be so kind. And something sweet.
Oh, our wonderful receptionist. We're
Mistress Kryle's exhausted state. May I assume that the ward has been restored?
Indeed. We succeeded in weaving it anew,
gosh.
albeit at a slightly diminished potency than when I had Becklug's assistance.
Oh my gosh, it's him.
It is no cause for concern, though. The tower is not easily reached, never mind breached. And even should some few succeed, their presence won't escape my notice.
Excellent. Said duty thus discharged, thou art free to go wheresoever thy fancy taketh thee. Upon which note, hast thou perchance come to a decision? The offer remaineth open.
It's our cowboy.
Well, if you're certain that's what you... I mean, if you think
Oh! Oh, it's him! Graha, really? Oh my gosh!
Right. I accept. Henceforth, I shall count myself a scion of the seventh dawn. Grahatia, at your service. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld.
Oh my goodness.
But, like a fool, seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
Help! Somebody help!
What's going on?
Hippogriffs! Hippogriffs on the rampage! A giant flock of them! Please, we need help!
I could do with a little rampage myself.
What? Now wait, just a...
She's so ready.
Here we go again.
He's taking the stairs though. This is not the first time she's jumped off the top of a building. When we first saw her in... Ether bullets? Is that what it is? Not money, right?
I will join the fray when I finished my tea.
Thus did the Avatar of Destruction descend, and in her wake leave naught but tears and ash.
She finished it fast.
And then, one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me, in the flesh.
Gosh. Oh my gosh, seeing him's face and seeing him okay as well.
So it was that a new adventure began.
Please go away. I'm trying to happy cry, okay?
The memory of a dying world's end. Night after night. And I thought it but a tired old dream.
I say, I knew that securing the palace would provide your radiance with depressingly little sport, but that you should fall asleep out of boredom. Splendid, truly splendid. And my own preparations, you will be pleased to hear, proceed apace.
Great, another Asian to deal with.
Oh, yes. They proceed very well indeed. Frighteningly so. And we owe it not least of all to this singularly useful body I chanced to find. With the Populares now all but destroyed, it will be the simplest of tasks to discredit their groundless assertions.
Stop!
With a grisly end.
Don't tell me it's his body! Oh! No!
And as the very much alive Lord of House Brutus, I have a vast fortune at my disposal.
Oh my gosh.
Money! Money, money, the great motivator.
Surely
there
this
is
is
simply no better way to move men and expedite plans than with its alluring glint. Would you not agree? But wait, were we not acquainted, you and I?
Is this bowl cut boy? That's what I fear, at least his outward appearance, but... It is him! I knew his voice was familiar!
Should our familiarity cause you distress, I beg your forgiveness.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, a dagger through my heart, that my deepest desire should forever remain unfulfilled, to live unrecognized, to die forgotten. Oh. So it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever this flesh may have been before, it serves only as a vessel.
Who is this? Who took his body?
Faithful Fandaniel, labor only to advance my lord's ambitions.
His voice actor is doing a great job. But also, who is this?
With the palace in our hands, we may now proceed with the next phase of the plan. But how very odd. Despite all our havoc-wreaking, old Elidibus did not deign to appear. Dare I hope?
This must be a sundered.
The last of the unsundered is gone. the shackles of mouldering memories, of damnable duty, free at last to live for the moment.
Your radiance. But give the word, and I shall go forth and prepare for you your hunting ground.
The Unsundered or a new type of beast? The Unsundered Asians.
That which awaited was a fell beast. Ferocious, ravenous, remorseless. Do as you will. It has been too long, my friend. And insufferably dull in your absence. When you return to me, you will share everything. Every blow will be a story unto itself. Every triumph, every kill. Rest assured, we shall have a fitting stage for our reunion. Oh yes, to reprise that transcendent moment, I will set this world ablaze. And we shall dance before the pyre. The beast shall kindle the flames of the apocalypse. Into its domain shall the hero set forth for the final chapter in the tale of this star.
Gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. The last the quest. Speak with God, oh my gosh, it's gonna... Okay, so many thoughts. Van Daniel? Who? Using Bullcut Boy's body? Unsundered ass... No. Sundered Asian. Xenos being Xenos with Dreaming of Amarant. And I wonder if I kind of have to... I do almost wonder as well how long he's been having this stream. If it's been... No, you know what? I say that. I don't think it would... Maybe since he had gotten the echo, perhaps. Or maybe even before. But I'm assuming since he's got the echo. Zeno has a crazed look in his eyes every time he thinks about us. Please, I'm trying to happy cry here that my cat boy is out of the tower and we walked out of the tower together. He just didn't say when. He didn't say immediately we were gonna do it. It was just gonna be in the... And which world star it was gonna be in, but it was in this one. Oh my gosh, there he is! Oh my gosh, he's okay! Oh my gosh. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm like super fine. I'm like really fine. And he keeps looking at us. Wait. It's fine. Wait, I'm trying. This is difficult. This is difficult. Oh my gosh. Ah! Okay. Alright. Alright. I have to talk to everyone. Okay, let's talk to Rule. We've been receiving some worrying intelligence on the Empire, but with the place in shambles, that is, it's taken longer than usual to verify facts. Our twins. How are you two doing? Well, things are quiet. I think I'll move my body around some more. I need to get used to to new tricks I learned in the first. To that end, I'll round up Hori and his crew for a spot of sparring. Oh, and Graha too. In his capacity as his Okay, wait. To that end, I'll round up Hori and his crew for a spot of sparring. Oh, and Graha too. In my capacity as his senior, I'm obliged to train him as well. Alize is so ready to relentlessly tease and bully Graha. Oh my gosh. Alize, you silly girl. Thanks to your report, I had known that all was well in the source, but there is no relief like seeing our comrades again with my own eyes. If possible, I'd like to thank Astinian in person for the help he lent us while we were away, but it seems he has not been heard from late. Such is his way. Well, until such time we meet again, I shall ever pray for his well-being and take absence and tidings as a good sign, as do our friends in the first. Astinian, you need to come back! Your baby brother is wanting to see you! Your little brother's sad that you're not here! Astinian, come back! I love like the little things like this. Like I love that Kryl and Graha are close enough that she calls him Raha. I'm told that Raha has shed some of the pretenses he had as the Crystal Exarch. If you ask me, he's more relaxed than he's ever been. Why, the Raha of old would leap down from a high place just to make a dramatic appearance. He would? A dramatic appearance. Something someone did in an epic or other, and Alphino wasn't so different. Still, I'm glad to have them safe and sound. Boyish insecurities and all. I love Kryl. Also, it's really funny. That's probably what Alize sees in Graha a little bit. Like seeing a little bit of her brother in him and like relentlessly teasing him about it. Hehe. Everyone likes the garments everyone likes the garments I prepared for them. The time I spent polishing my skills wasn't in vain. In case you're wondering, Graha Tia's is an outfit suited for traveling, while his weapon uses a piece of the crystal tower as the focus. Brilliant, isn't it? Now, I know we probably shouldn't go around chipping bits off of Allagan relics, but it was just one little piece. Just one little piece. Oh my gosh. I want to talk to him so badly. If you're out for okay, they're off to visit Doma. They're off to Doma to visit Homai. In his entire time with us, I don't think I've ever seen Isildur so alive when he set out. He wanted to see his friends. Okay, alright. Bori and Anor are doing a squatting contest? Okay. Clem, are you okay? The Arkans have scarcely returned, and already my sister is at it again. However this plays out, I pity the newcomer. The newcomer! When I was tasked with holding the fort, the silence of the place was unnerving at times. Strange to say, it is amidst this ceaseless clamor that I feel most at peace. Here, brother. If Graha Tia is skilled in all forms of combat as they say, we must train hard if we are to keep up. I guess, yeah, Graha's an Omni player. Plays all roles. Not only have the Archons returned to us, but a capable new comrade has joined the fold besides. Their presence shall inspire us to ever greater heights. Oh, she is squatting faster. They're smitten with the newcomer, the both of them. I won't let him... They're smitten with the newcomer, the both of them, and I won't let him come between us. If he were to join us, on the other hand. She is so silly. Join you? She's about to make this up. She wants this to so badly to become a full Scion polycule. She like, did you see her squat faster when we started talking about both of them and then also talk about Graha? Anor, please, you please do hit our Catboy's heart. It has been already claimed by another. He's already smitten with somebody else. Another Scion, I'm afraid to say. I can't give you specifics because you know, out of his personal, for his privacy reasons. She does. It's so funny. It's so, look, like, okay, look at her normal squatting. And look at the sped up animations. Okay, all right. Into a wall. Oh my gosh. He's okay. Can you get closer to this planter? I just want to give you a head pat. I just want to give you a head pat. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad he's okay. Your outfit looks great. Honestly, I was really afraid that it would take like a whole expansion or several patches before we would see him again. But we got to see him in the same patch. And he's okay. And he's not covered in crystals. And he's okay. Wait. And the and the ear wiggles from earlier as well. Okay, all right. He's okay. Everything is great and okay. All our friends are alright, and no one's hurt. We have to go find Astinian eventually. Because his little brother is waiting for him. And he hasn't met his little sister yet. Alize. Yeah, he's not- yeah, exactly. He's not all pixelated. Like, look at all these textures. He's looking good. Oh, just seeing his face okay as well. It's also really interesting, like his hair. I mean, he just came out of the Crystal Tower, and I don't know, it's only been X amount of time since Crystal Tower, less than 5 years, right? So like maybe a year, maybe more than a year, depending on who you ask. Maybe 3 years, maybe less than 5 years, whatever. Anyways, and he's been sleeping all that time. Ah, you're back. Tell me, Notice, do you think... Tell me, Notice, do you think I was excessively familiar earlier in my tone and mannerism? I think it better to be familiar than formal if we are to be comrades. But now I worry that it may have distracted from the gratitude and respect I harbor for everyone. Perhaps we might consider it a nod to my regrettably less than humble beginnings? Yes, that will do. He's fine. He's definitely overthinking it. Being free to live as one pleases is not without its challenges. In a way, it was easier when I had a mission that consumed my ever-waking moment. It provided me with focus, a constant push in a singular direction. By the way, was casting spells always so draining? I had quite forgotten what it was like to do it without the tower. I rarely felt so exhausted. Or hungry. Yet, if all I did was bend the bow, I would be of limited. Wait, yet if all I did was bend the bow, I would be of limited use to you on your adventures. So I shall persevere. Whoever I might have been before, I am now a scion, an inexperienced scion at that. Sorry. Whoever I might have been before, I am now a scion, and an inexperienced scion as that. A green initiate, eager to learn how best to contribute to the cause, that he might follow in the footsteps of his inspiration. No. He's so sweet. Reflections in the crystal. Again! I'm gonna stare at his face this time. Excessively familiar? No. He's fine! You're wonderful! You're perfectly fine! I really should have... I guess I could do that too. He's doing great. that he might follow in the steps of his inspiration. He's so sweet! Oh, Gratia now is available as a trust companion! How many of y'all have maxed out? Okay, how many of y'all have him maxed out, is what I was trying to say. How many of He's so cute. Hope's Legacy! We did it! We did it! I do. Maxed out in Dawn Shelly even. I'm sad to say I haven't leveled him much. Maxed all out. I want to do them in the future. I suppose we ought to take stock of the situation. By forestalling the 8th Umbral Calamity, we have unwritten history. The future now lies beyond my ken. None can say what awaits, but so long as we stand together, I doubt not but that we can overcome all trials. We have always done so, have we not? Okay, I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do this. It's really important. It's so important. It's so cute. Well now, I have my suspicions as to what this is about, but would you be so good as to confirm them for me? Well, some kind people of the Crystarium. Aye, just as I thought. They went ahead with it after all. The artisans at the Mean have come to me with the proposals, you see, in celebration of the knight's return. They asked how I wish to be commemorated. I can't say words at the moment. Okay, anyways. On a coin or as an automaton? Commemorated. I'm gonna work on it. Neither, I replied. For all the good it did. They knew I would be embarrassed. It made no difference what name they gave it, yet still they did it. A stubborn right lot they are, as befit the people of the Crystarium. They shall just be fine without me, and Lena may be rest assured I do not worry for them. We told him! Commemorated. Oh, commemorated. Oh, so I'm sorry. I definitely forgot how to say it. Commemorated. Blech. This is so cute. This is so cute and adorable and sweet. And he also has a crystal necklace too. Hmm. Commemorated. Commemorated? You know what? I'm just gonna listen. Wait. This is why.
Commenting.
Wait, no, that's not it. Wrong word. Wait, no. Commemorated. There it is. That's the word. Sorry, I spelled the wrong one. Commemorated. No. I got it. I've been using I have the Google Translate app for other languages, but I've been using it more because I realized if I ended up entering the word in, it'll also say it actually shows the definition, and also it shows the how to say it as well. Sometimes, like with certain words, like I know what it means, but sometimes my brain forgets how to say it because I don't use it very often, or like it's silly because like one day I'll know how to say it like completely, like perfectly fine, like very easy in a sentence, and the next day it's just like, sorry, we misplaced where we know how to say the word. It's like it got pushed back in a file way deep in my brain. And it's just like, well, the recall on this one's gonna take a little while. But thank you, I appreciate. No, definitely there are certain words though, especially like in-game words that I absolutely don't know how to, and I am always okay if you ever want to send a voice memo or anything. I didn't know. So you apparently there are only there's certain instances where when you're talking, like in there was one time, I think it was right after 5.0, before you start 5.1, in the Crystal Tower, if you went to Graha, you could show him the first minion you got, which is his A Realm Reborn outfit. And he made a comment about that too. So I think it's really funny and really cute that now that we've gotten this one, the Mistle one, right? That the wind-up Mistle, that now we can show him in the source, and then he comments on this one too, which I love it. Okay, anyways. A right stubborn lot they are, as befit the people of the Crystarium. They shall be fine without me, and Lena may be rest assured, I do not worry for them. And I think the other thing is, like, I'm really glad that now we know, and I'm sure we told him as soon as he had time, like a second to breathe, but like the message that Lena asked us to give him. Oh, he's so cute. Nevertheless, I shall never cease to pray for their happiness. I no longer am a leader of a nation. Whatever power or influence I may have willed, I left behind as surely as I left my body. But everything that I have ever felt and experienced, all of these things and more, I have brought with me, you have brought for me. And I shall carry them close to my heart always. unto the end of my days. And I shall carry them close to my heart always, unto the end of my days. I suppose we ought to take stock of the situation. Okay, and then there's another one as well. Ask how he fares of late. Do you mean since I reawakened in this body? The hunger being par for the chorus, I have no complaints. All appears to be well. Though my memories straddle the lives I have lived, there are no contradicting fragments which cause me confusion. Yet, by the same token, 'tis a strange feeling to be... 'tis a strange feeling to be possessed of my young body again. Even accounting for the crystallization, I do not recall ever being so light and spry. As for my soul, Y'shtola assures me it is similar to yours, Notice. That is to say, it is somewhat denser than others, but otherwise normal. On the face of it, it appears to make sense, but I couldn't help but consider the difference between your circumstance and mine. You, of course, merged with Arbert, and as similar as your soul may have been, the fact is that you were different people. Thus, you did gain your soul in. Thus did your soul gain in density. How you were able to merge is another matter. Given what we know of the soul, that you possessed distinct memories should have rendered the process more complicated. Though I but theorize, perhaps your strong and shared desire to do so made it possible. I love this little nugget of Arbert, lore too. In contrast, I simply merged with myself. Whatever additional experiences the older me may have had, my fundamental existence remained unchanged. Mind you, that's not to say that I haven't improved, far from it. At any rate, when our souls combine, it shouldn't have been a process of augmentation, but rather, shall we say, attunement. It seems somewhat strange that my body has become it seems somewhat strange that my soul has become denser. Also, it's like I know there was some concerns, worries of would his soul even recognize his body? No, having been so having had been at this point 200 years difference from when his soul where his soul was in the first and where his soul is in the first and everything in the first and then the source. But that's interesting. It's gonna be I wonder if that's gonna play some part in the future as well, of his soul being denser than some others. Dense Catboy returns. It's so funny because I wrote down Dense Catboy in my notes when we were talking about him taking his soul over here, and I was like, Catboy squared, or Graha squared, or is it Graha times 1? It's Graha plus 1. It's parentheses Graha plus 1. But where was it? Where was my Dense Catboy? No. It's somewhere in here. Maybe in this one? Oh yeah, Dense Catboy, parentheses soul. Dense Catboy was on the exam? We're gonna ace. Yeah, we did good. We got that question right. I got that question right. I got the Dense Catboy question right. At any rate, when our soul combine, it shouldn't have been a process of augmentation, but rather, shall we say, attunement. It seems somewhat strange that my soul has become denser. Or could this be the result of having undergone another rejoining? If so... Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! True! Our smart, dense Catboy. So true. Because his original... Oh my gosh. Because originally, when he had woken up, we had already died. Oh my gosh. I forgot. No, I didn't forget. It's been a while. That originally, when his first... when the Crystal Exarch, well, okay, how we're gonna differentiate two. When the Crystal Exarch had woken up, right? We had already died. They'd already gone through a calamity, the 8th Umbral Calamity, right? They've gone through the 8th Umbral Calamity. So he ended up traversing and plopping the crystal into the source. So already potentially denser that way. And then also plus going back. Anyways, or another thing, write that down. Okay, Dense Catboy, part 2. I feel like any Graha note should be in red pen. Dense Catboy, part 2. This is our dense smart Catboy. He's so dense and he's so smart. But yeah, so Exarch had already gone through another calamity. Before traveling to the first. And then waiting for us all that time, right? Waiting and learning. Or before calling us too. Brilliant dumbass catboy husband. Okay, so let's go back. He is not smart because he's dense. He's both. He can be both. He's very talented like that. He's incredibly dense, but he's so smart too. Hi, Nina. Thank you for the water. As you can see, you know where we are now. Catboy rejoined himself. Truly, actually. Does that mean he sinks? I'm not sure Graha or Raha. Raha, it doesn't feel right to call him Raha yet. But Graha's it doesn't feel right for his, what am I trying to say? I don't know I don't know his prowess in swimming, but I'm sure we'll find out in time. Because we know Alfie and Alize's and mine. Yeah. Or could this be the result of having undergone another rejoining? If so, it would serve as proof of a future that many fought and died to prevent. Lest we forget, my friend. Lest we forget. We have to remember. Oh, I didn't mean to do this, but it's okay. He's so cute. Dense Catboy Part 2. But Yashola did mention, okay. Our souls are similar. Well, I'm also realizing now, so we finished 5.3. We did it. We did it. Rejoined Catboy reunited with unrejoined Catboy so he could be a rejoined Catboy. Wait, doesn't it mean his soul is denser than mine? Well, in theory, that's what you would think so, but I think what it is, okay, all right, should we make this out as a math equation? What I specifically think, okay, so the reason why I think that his soul is not denser than ours is because, okay, so Exarch, which is rejoins at that point 8 times, right? And then this Graha is rejoined 7 times. So the 7 and the 7 are the same, so they don't add, they just become the same. So therefore now he's 8-time rejoin like us, I think is what it is. So I think that's the reason why it seems like he is not denser. I'm assuming in terms of what he said, like Yashola saying like, oh, our souls are the same. So the 2 7 times are not multiplied. They're just essentially imagine them as 1. So 1 times 1 is nothing. It's just 1, right? We're finishing Endwalkers at night. Yo, I heard you like Catboys, so I put Catboys in your Catboy. So yeah, that's what my theory is. That's what it makes sense of like why he wouldn't be 2 times or squared Graha. So we're considering the metaphysical weight of the mind and intellect into the density calculation. Would you have all the jobs make your soul more dense? I don't think so. I think being a Renaissance person, well, and I guess in our terms, or just being multi-talented at several things doesn't make your soul necessarily greater. Yes. So baseline is 7, and he has 7 plus the rejoin, and we have 7 plus artwork. Yeah, exactly. And that's why we're 8, and he is also 8 times rejoin. Yeah, I thought the mathematical stuff was Evilise, not Shadowbringers. Math never stops. No, not Source Plus. Source plus 1, Calamities plus 7, not 9. If you have all the jobs, it just means you have crunchy candies in your pocket. Oh, so true. Wait a second, I have a question. Where is it? Inventory? No, not this, not this. So your soul crystal candies, can this be all theoretically maxed out? If you unlock all of them and do all of them, if you're an Omnicrafter and an Omniclasser or Omni-job person, are all of these full? We're debating math stuff here. It's your soul 7 plus rejoining. Yeah, yours is 7 from the prior Umbral Calamities, and then Arbor is our 8th. But everyone else in the source is 7 still. 17 plus 3. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 5 by 5? So it's 25. Okay, not. They don't have stones. Oh, I see. That's sad. You should have stones. I think Omnicrafter should have stones just for the aesthetics. If you have all the jobs in 3 crafters. I see. Everyone else in the sources. Wait, no. In the source? That wouldn't make, but... Oh, wait, are you talking about original soul? Plus the 7 times? So it'd be 8? Oh, okay, I see. So I think what I'm mistaking is when I say 7 times rejoin, I think it's, I'm just saying it's like 7 times, 7 adding towards it is what I meant. Not including ours. So I think it's in terms of like how I'm describing it. I'm confusing everyone and also probably confusing myself. But I understand, yeah, it's 7 times Calamity, so 7, yes, the 7 shards. And I'm not including myself is the problem, which makes sense in my brain, but does not make sense when I say it to you. Okay, yeah. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. It's just the way that we're communicating it. That's it. So remember, you are 9 times more of a person than someone else from the first. Yes, that's what Emmett was saying too. I remember that. That's like he was saying that like we have more to lose being, you know, rejoined so many times and everything. 22 classes with stones. Okay, thank you. So how would Frey fit into this? Frey is, well, depending on who you ask, Frey is a Steam and Frey is just part of us. But also, the Dark Knight Jobstone kind of helped bring out that side of us, that darker side of us. What about Frey? I mean, I don't think so Frey is a part of us though. Wait, huh? Please don't listen to me. I know nothing. Yes, yeah. So let me go back really quickly. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Don't listen to me. Just don't listen to me. It doesn't make sense. It really, none of this makes sense. This is no spoiler stream notice. So sorry. Don't listen. Please don't listen to me. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about Dark Knight anymore. Actually, Dark Knight is no longer my favorite tank anymore. My favorite tank is Graha. So there we go. That's it. No more. Did I just try to do algebra? No, I'm sorry, Jenna. I'm sorry. Anyways. Don't worry about it. Don't don't think about it. No, I've officially stopped playing tank. I don't play tank anymore. I don't do it. My friendship with my friendship with tank is over. My new best friend is healer and Grahatia. I haven't finished Dark Knight because he was voicing them for me. It's his fault that he wants to do Batman voice for Frey as well. Now you have to wait. You have to wait until you get more Batman voice for Frey. Okay, in the mail? Oh, is this the mail? Okay, wait, let me... Okay. Wait for me, okay? He'll wait for us. No Picto? I actually have Picto. Meal? Why are we bringing Meal up right now? Our Catboy is about 7. Okay, he is the same. He has 7 extra. No, he has 8 extra in his soul. Oh wait, no. That's not it. Wait, are there Moogles here? Oh wait, is there a Moogle? Oh, there's a delivery Moogle. I forgot, it's down there. Okay, alright, on my way. He's dense, I agree. He's the densest Catboy. But he's so silly. You can fly there? I know. I just didn't want to. So we finished 5.3. We got the thing. It's there. I got my achievement and everything. Hope's Legacy. You know what? I've never really opened any of these to claim stuff, if there is stuff. Reflections in the crystal. New letter? Oh my gosh, Jenna! Stop! The XR's boots. And the outfit. Oh, thank you. Congratulations to making it back to the source. I'm so glad we're back in the source. Honestly, wait, did I not take it? No, I did take it. I did take it. Oh, my capacity. I need to take those. Oops. Okay. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally, I don't accidentally like, I don't have too many. We did it! The thing about Catboy is he has a timeline joined as well as shards. We'll deal with it later on. we'll deal with extra stuff later on. Oh wait, we did it! It happened! Wait, where's my clap? Yay! Wallows look good in the top, you think so? I'm excited to try it. Now I can show you the retainer. Do I need a Catboy retainer? We'll see. Yeah, I have some like login stuff from forever ago that I never ever took in. Oh my gosh, yes! Imagine if he could react to you being in the same outfit as him. Wouldn't that be so cute? But then also, if that was like a paid reaction, people would go wild. He's the reason why you're still a Miko. Everyone needs a Catboy retainer. Only 8 times rejoins, so wait, no. So safe. Arbit is, wait, no. Ardbor is in my soul. I love Arbit. I love Arbit so much. I miss him. I'm so glad we got to see him. I'm so glad Seto got to see him, honestly. That made me incredibly happy. I'm so glad that there was like a reunion. Yeah, so I didn't realize that this game was kind of slightly devastate me like that today. So yeah, Honestly, it was majority happy cry. Right? It was like all happy cry. I'm pretty sure it was like all happy cry. Right? It's fine. It's fine. It was all happy cry. I came late. What happened? I finished 5.3. I rescued my catboy. we rescued our catboy from the tower. He's okay now. Sorry. 1 second. I'm trying to move things around. My catboy is out of his tower. Seto happened. Okay, so Seto happened. Catboy out of his tower. We ended up going to... Man, my brain is really smushy today. I told you it was a lot. Yeah, I don't know how people go from yesterday and they immediately swing into happy. How do you go from yesterday and then swing into happy times, like happy devastating times immediately? Yes, yeah, Lena and Reen as well. It's always raining when we visit Seto in 5.3. Anytime we visit Seto, it is the happiest, most wonderful, precious, sweet times. Even the sky is clear, and Tataru stole a piece from the tower. Tataru did yoink something from the crystal tower, it is true. With Graha's consent though, because he's the owner of the tower. He's the inheritor of the tower, right? We may have yoinked something, but it's fine. Precedes the sads for the happies. It's so... Wait, let's go back. Dulia and Chai also expressing their parental feelings. I almost want to go back. I almost want to go back and see if the dialogue changes. Would the dialogue have changed at this point already? So much sadness and feels in 5.3. And there's still so much more. Because who the frick is Van Daniel? Sorry. Let me write this down. Who the frick? So, Sundered Asian. Menzinos being feral for the Warrior of Light. He actually is feral. I think that is an accurate description. Some theater kid? Oh, 100%. Yeah. I feel like to be an Asian is to be a theater kid. If you're like, you can't be one with the other. If you're not either incredibly emo or melodramatic or a theater kid, you can't be an Asian. So, makes sense. You're feral. No. He's feral for us. We're normal. We're normal. We're so normal, so... Oh, look, Graha's best bud. Me? I'm Graha's best bud? Look, no, actually, it's all of Graha's best buds. Oh my gosh! That's Graha's best bud too! Oh, sorry. Maybe all over here. I'm not normal. I'm a nerd. We're normal. So normal. Normal is so normal. The balcony scene after we get back might be one of the best well-paced animated ones in this game. You're so good. I kind of want to watch it back. I think it's really, really cute and sweet. I really love seeing how animated Alize is as well. Like all her like movements and just like, you can really tell her personality, as if we already didn't know playing the game, right? But I feel like if somebody were to watch it, you can really tell her personality just through the animations for it. Catboys are merging again. They're trying to rejoin. It's their natural status. It's their natural status of trying to rejoin. That's where that's from. Oh. Been back 2 minutes. She's been back of all 2 minutes and she's bored. She's so used to being out in Almerang and doing stuff. Balcony is probably your favorite cutscene in the game. It's so cute. Happy cry. We did a lot of happy crying today. Yesterday was hurt cry. Today was happy cry. The duality of this game. Says with big sigh. I'm excited to try the top out. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you so much, by the way. I appreciate you. The thing about the Catboy. Okay, the rejoining about it. We're at Bench Club now, just chilling. Where's in a tank? It's a healer. It's fine. And then glad to be here when there was happy cries. I was out being a princess. The balcony. I'm guessing, yes, the balcony scene. It was very sweet. I really like it. Now we need to get Reen here. Reen! I need to get Reen here in the source. She needs to see her dad again. Because it was content drought the whole time. It was pretty, comment on IRL events at the time. I adore when Alfie tries to talk to her and she just like sinks in a chair like a pouty teenager. She is. She doesn't want to relax. She wants to do things. She's like, I'm tired of this. I'm like, she's fed up. She's fed up and she's ready to do stuff again. She's so cute. I'm just trying to think now. Well, I need to like go back and like double check some of the scenes. I think the biggest things that kind of like were brought up were the scene with Xenos, and honestly that like last little bit again, like us going to the Crystal Tower and like Graha narrating that. It was so good. And it like I loved seeing that scene as well, because the last time he saw us in the source, or like we saw him in the source, it's like we closed the doors and this time we opened it for him. And I forgot all about that you need Allegan blood or Allegan eyes, Allegan blood, whatever, in order to open the tower. And since it's imbued with it and his memories and his soul's there, it makes sense. Also, I can get you a link to the Discord as well. Let's see. This game hurts a lot, but it's really good, and I'm glad he's okay. And I can't believe he's okay, but I'm glad he's okay. I'm slightly in disbelief that he's okay, but I am glad he is. Between those two scenes, the animators were cooking. They did great. There's a lot of concessions to the pandemic. Yeah, I heard it's really rough, and I know, like people were telling me between like 5.2 and 5.3, there was 6 months, right? Was there a longer period? Was there like a longer than average period between 3 and 4, and then 4 and 5 as well? And okay, so I think I got a lot of the stuff earlier. Honestly, it's really interesting. So that scene with Xenos and Fandaniel is so interesting in my brain, in terms, especially the way that he talks about the unsundered Asians, about how they seem like it, almost in a way of like, oh, they're like really stuffy, and like they're stuffy and they want to do things like to a T, like in a certain particular way, right? And then like still my brain is also thinking about like the way Ystrola was theorizing. Did Emmett essentially like kind of help us, especially like getting the crystal of Azem, in order to really spare Elidivus more suffering, being the last Asian, the last unsundered Asian? And she did say it was a theory, but I didn't realize that she was gonna say it was a theory, and my brain was like, but actually, you're onto something though. Like, if she said hear me out, I'd be like, yeah, I hear you, Stola. I hear you so loud and clear, because there's so many moments where it kind of seems like that's the case after the fact, but she did say, we'll never know unless he could tell us to our face. It was so funny because it feels almost kind of like way out in terms of her saying it, and it was like, and I was like, but also she wouldn't speak out of turn like that. No, she did. She's like, my wild assumptions. Yeah, without evidence. And she says, but then I speculate, wildly speculate is the other thing. But I feel like she's onto something. If she said hear me out, I'm like, okay, yeah. No, I get it. I definitely get it. And I think she's onto something still. She's not making fan theories, okay? It's canon. She's not making fan theories. It's canon because she said so. You're speculating. No, it's canon. if Y'shtola says it, it's canon. It's gonna happen. Alright, but like, so, okay, so what are the last notes? Voice from Ardbert, Elidibus, Dense Catboy, Fandaniel. Honestly, some of the other things was like Y'shtola's speculations. Essentially, like, Emmett's master scheme. Essentially, so helping us, knowing that he was going to lose to us, but I don't know if that was really really gonna happen. I don't know if he went into that like knowing. I think he maybe, I don't know. Essentially helping us to spare Elidibus. Possibly. Maybe. Did we make pretty good time today? We did. Oh my gosh. We did make really good time. How's the clock still going? I thought, sorry, I really thought that the clock would have, caught up at this point. Oh my gosh. Yes. Uranger giving his poses. I really like that too. I do not question my wife. And I still love that the Uranger moment from after the Seto quest. Oh, remarkable. He gets a fanfiction resolution. Like, this is how I would have written a fix-it fic if things have gone differently. You think so? Wait, let me go back. So, the balcony, Graha narrates into the Crystal Tower is my favorite bit. I like that a lot. And then he did a really good part on that. Yeah, the voice actors have been so good. They've done such a good job. And once again, the voice actors and the directing, and also like them hiring or picking like the best voice actors for, I guess, honestly, each of the translations. I'm sure even in like, I'm sure originally in Japanese, they're fantastic too. Okay, let's go back. Without a greater audience, they did a mix of live and video. That makes sense. Timer-chan persists. You're right, she does persist. What am I gonna do? I'm trying to think. I mean, do I give myself a break? I probably should. I was gonna say, what if we do Eden raids tonight? No, it's getting too late. It's already 8. It's already 8, and I should let EU people go get some rest eventually. I mean, we're gonna still yap a little bit more, but I don't think I'm gonna hold y'all hostage till 9 p.m. or something like that. Yeah, we should rest. It was a lot. Healthy time. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't think you all can make me do healthy at the moment. Definitely no new content. Well, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Trials. I can do the trial series. I can do the trial series. I can do Eden raids number 3. I gotta schedule alliance raids later on. It is a bit early to sleep. I'm not gonna sleep. I'm probably gonna go to the gym or something like that. Yeah, or dailies or something. No new content. Yeah, no new content tonight. I see. Yeah. Trial series. I know. I'll have to do it soon. Okay, so speculation. Emmett helping us, knowing to spare Elidibus. Fandaniel, Xenos. Xenos is feral for the Warrior of Light. He's so down bad. Alliance raids would be fun. I need to do my ult. So my alliance raids, I plan to probably do them sometime later in July. I think most people will be able to join in for them. Shadowbringers? Nope, I'm gone. Don't worry about it. Do not worry if anybody is not interested in doing the alliance raids. We're probably gonna end up making a party finder for 24 people, and we're gonna do them mine specifically So do not feel pressured. You can unlock extreme trials. That's pretty short. Oh yeah, it's true. There are some extreme trials I do want to unlock. That means I probably should get my static back together. Because we kind of we finished in Ryu and we kind of took a break this week because I was going to do 5.3 and I was like, there's no way I'm going to finish 5.3 super early and be able to do a do a raid afterwards. So I don't know. I guess I gotta get the static back together. Magical girl ice static? No. Magical girl static going under another ice adventure? Well, we were also gonna do Shinryu synced at some point. Potentially. For anybody else who wanted to join in. Seed Extreme? Eventually Seed Extreme. I don't think we're gonna do Seed Extreme first though, Nia. Doing the unlocks means it would be ready for farming in the future too. Yeah, I guess I'm not in a super big rush at the moment. Seed Extreme? It'll be fine. As if mine didn't take 3 attempts last night. But yeah, as if the attempts didn't take 3 times last night either. Okay, I'm also just reviewing notes. Dense Catboy, Fandaniel, Xenos, Eustrola's speculation. The crystal! So it also, like, I went back and, like, literally took a screenshot of all the crystals, the 14th convocation crystals that we ended up giving Elidibus, and he, like, had 2 of them. And I confirmed, looking back and going back and counting them, that the orange one, that Azem's crystal, was not there. And we had it and we kept it. And we dropped it right outside of the crystal tower and then ended up picking it back up as well. So I know that's going to be important in the future as well. Yeah, I 100% know that's going to be important. That we have that crystal and what's going to happen in the future. Man, I'm just trying to think of everything too. Thank you for being, if anybody does need to wind down or go to sleep, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I don't know. My brain just feels just like so smushy. And I swear Timer-chan messed up again. And I think she thought somebody's long resub was 24 subs. So I think Timer-chan was kind of loopy today because I'm pretty sure this timer should have been done, already. And I was not keeping updated. So that's my bad. My awareness cleared. My brain, I don't really know. My brain just feels so, I don't know what it's, I don't know. Timer-chan knows what she's saying. No, she's not. She's operating this stream unlicensed, okay? Timer-chan is operating this stream unlicensed and she has no clue what's going on at all. And I don't know what's going on either because I'm not keeping track of her because I'm not her supervisor, but I'm her guardian. I think we've written enough notes. I don't even know what else I could think of. What else could I think of? So, like, essentially, 5.3, in a sense, is the end of that chapter, of us being able to get our friends home, and them being okay, and then us being a terribly happy, sobby mess. And I guess the biggest thing, like, what do I want to do in future streams? Or, like, in the future? So I want to definitely go back to the first. I'm making a list. Go back to first. In order to, like, I want to go back to the first and it's essentially, like, update people or talk to people after, like, post 5.3. We have to eventually do Eden... Number 3. We have to do trial series. We have to do alliance raids. Maybe Boja. I don't really know. Like, do I really want to do Boja that badly? Do I really need to? Do I need to? And eventually 5.4. unlock stuff. I don't know what else I'm unlocking. Trial series, alliance raids, Eden, number 3. Oh yeah, Eden savages as well. We have to choose a savage for Eden's. Brain has cleared. It's another beautiful day. No. Timer Chan, please. Timer Chan, please. It'd be a shame to keep reading and find out if we're okay. Do you want to look at the calendar real quick? I love Boja, but you can do whatever you want. I like this. It's a comfy place in there. Don't do it. It sucks so badly. I have done part of Eureka, so I'm somewhat familiar with what Boja will entail. Forge ahead. Just do new Boja when you get there. Okay. Oh, new Boja. Okay, I see. I tried Boja, couldn't get into it. There's one part that gives gives PTSD. Oof. All right, let me pull up the Google Calendar and we shall account that, right? And we can all kind of discuss it in terms of like, is this plan a good plan? Appearance. Let's make this dark mode so we're not blinding everyone. Completed that. Oh wow, look at me, we're doing stuff. Okay, everyone. So the cat voice front and center. So here is the calendar. Here's my Google Calendar, and I've been putting like essentially my ideas and my thoughts of like what we're going to do. Don't mind the Final Fantasy IX stuff. We have not been playing Final Fantasy IX in a hot minute. And people know that I'm talking about the one part, main content. I would just cancel your sub. Oh, okay. It's fine. I won't worry about Boja anytime soon. I think we have plenty of things to do. So today's Sunday, and my thoughts are next Thursday, we do Eden Raids number 1, perhaps? I did not. I have not started it again. I literally stopped playing it because it was I stopped playing it because I was like, 1 day a week was not enough, so I needed to take a step back and like focus on healings, or focus on Final Fantasy stuff, and then Final Fantasy 9. And we got to just 4 for Final Fantasy 9. So now in the future, okay. So let's focus on the calendar, right? If we do Eden Raids on Thursday, I was thinking... So I need to schedule Final Fantasy 9, Expedition 33, Eden Raids, and maybe Trial Series. Trial Series is on the fence. I'm willing to save it until I come back maybe, or maybe move it to a different weekend. I'm not sure. I don't think, because I am going to be gone basically from here to here, about a week in the middle of July. I'm going to be, it's a family trip, and I'm gonna go, family like memorial trip kind of thing, right? So I'm gonna be gone for like a week. Oh no, I'm gonna be gone for like a week, right? So I need to figure out how the calendar is gonna look later on. So I think we're gonna do Eden Raids on Thursday. That probably would work well, just because Wednesday or Thursday, it doesn't matter to me. Just because we have just finished 5.3 today between the 2 streams, right? So we did good. It was a good amount. I'm trying to think what else to do. We could try... I'm trying to think, if I try to focus on maybe doing Final Fantasy 9, we finish Final Fantasy 9. The quicker we finish Final Fantasy 9, and I don't want to rush through it to the point of like, oh, like this is like, I don't want to rush it in an unfun way, but the quicker I finish Final Fantasy 9, the quicker I can go ahead and start streaming or start finishing start further into Expedition 33, and then maybe start 7. Let me know when you start working on August calendar. My husband and I will hosting in-game anniversary on the 17th. Okay, perfect. For August, actually. So my thoughts, and so basically all of July is a work in progress, right? So like my alliance raids are not set in stone right now. I don't really know when I'm gonna do patch, to be honest. I think these Fantasias, I don't think I'm gonna do it. I don't think I'm Fantaing anytime soon. Unless I Fanta right now. Unless I Fanta right now until I start 5.4. Next week's July. Next week's July. Yeah, no. July is in like 2 days. Today's the 29th. So, I don't like it. I don't like it either. So, yes, I'll be gone in the middle of the week, and I have to figure out my schedule for the rest of this. I definitely want to do Eden raids. Is the trial series fun? Fanta into a cat girl so you can wear the new Raha fit in Twinsies next next batch. That's should I play Denimo? If chat wants a Fanta, make chat buy a Fanta. It's gonna take more than that. It's gonna take more than that to make me Fanta through content stuff. You could hold you could hold hands. I almost want to be slightly taller than him. Just an inch. Like, he's like 5'2", right? So my character's gonna be 5'3". I'd really enjoy this trial series. Do you think... okay, so my question is, do you think the trial series can be done in 2 days? Like, comfortably? In a fun way in like 2 days? Much like the normal raid series, I really enjoy the trial series for personal reasons. Yeah, AB2. Yeah, you can stare at him. Stare right at him, directly into his eyes. Hold hands, how lewd. Okay, all right. I didn't suggest it. Somebody else did. Somebody else in chat suggested it. Do you think it'll take 3 days with my pacing unless I like lock in? Is the concern? I would say 3 days for Yap. I mean, we've been doing pretty good, but what if we want to do it more casually and we pace it out over 3 days? Maybe. Perhaps. Because I'm also thinking as well, I need to finish Final Fantasy IX. I so need to desperately finish Final Fantasy IX, and it's like, I don't know even where to start. Because I think I need to talk to somebody, maybe everyone in Discord later on, about like, hey, what else in Final Fantasy IX do I need to do? Or really, could I just continue with the story as is now? Because I feel like there's certain things I probably should just do off stream is the biggest thing. And also now I want to finish, sorry, having done like this far in Shadowbringers, I want to go and play Final Fantasy 3 on my off time. I'm not going to force you all to watch me, but I want to play Final Fantasy 3 now. There's so much tonight. There really is so much tonight. At night, I'm already in Disc 4 and already missed things. I've already missed the coffee thing. So I'm sad I can't go back and do that. Is full chat? Can somebody tell me if Notice did the One Piece? Okay, let's go back. Something for the calendar as well. I don't think so. I think she's done side content. I've done two. I think I've done like 2 dungeons. I haven't done a lot. Okay. Do I want to do Eden raids? When do I want to do Eden raids? I am wondering. No, because Eden raids might take a long time. It might. Okay, so if we understand, so my one stream that was 10 hours, that was 2 sets of Eden raids. So I have to assume minimum it's gonna take me 6 hours to do the third one. About 6 hours to do the third one. And then for the trial series, I mean, if I wanted to, I could just do... I could spread it amongst 4 days. But I'm also kind of tempted to maybe, like, maybe start streaming 3 days again. Just for a little bit, for a break. So I can, so I can get my life together. So I can get my life together and start editing again. So we actually might end up cutting back down to 3 days a week instead of 4 days, is my other thought. I am willing to stream this weekend too. It doesn't show that I have anything scheduled here, but I think I might stream. What I could also do. Thursday. Thursday would be a day before a long weekend. Oh, it's a long weekend in the it's a long week. Oh, 4th of July. It's a long weekend in the US, huh? Notice. As if I haven't lived here my entire life. Thank you. But people are probably gonna go outside though. So what if y'all can't play with me? I mean, if that's the case, if it's a long weekend, we could do the trial series on the long weekend. Wait, it's a long weekend oh yeah, because it's gonna be Friday. So it's gonna be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Outside, what's that? I know, I'm not going outside. It's too hot and just like there's been heat waves nonstop and everyone's like hogging the pool and I haven't even touched the pool at all. Not me, it's summer. A bit of sign content you ought to do. It's kind of like how coils ought to be, but not very much if you want further info. Okay, do you want me to also like double check if it's on my spreadsheet as well? Because I do have a spreadsheet that I have been given. I do have a spreadsheet I have been given, and there is things in release order and things that have been marked off of like what I have and have not done. So I can link. Oh, don't look at this. Don't look at how many DMs I have and how many red marks I have. But this is... Don't look. I can send the list to Jen. Oh, I just sent it to her. I'll not be outside, but I'll probably have a migraine from the fireworks. Oh. Do noise canceling headphones help at all? Leaking DMs? I did not leak any DMs. Not one. But this is a possibility if we do one each day, and if I don't do a Wednesday stream. But am I gonna get burnt out of Final Fantasy? My other fear is, what if I get burnt out? What if I can't do Final Fantasy anymore? World shattering news? Yeah, it's on the spreadsheet. Okay. Notice. No. From DMs, Notice really likes Emmerich. Likes Emmerich? World shattering news. Nothing showed up? Okay, wait. Am I going to be burnt out for Final Fantasy? Am I gonna still be good to do Eden Raids and Trial Series? I am kind of nervous the Trial Series, if I end up doing the Trial Series back to back, what if it's too much for me? I need a break. I don't know. But I need to do Eden Raids. That's the next part. And I probably should do that since it's kind of fresh in my brain. Maybe just Eden, then wait for 14 after break. After break is going to be after this, though. The other option is if I just wanted to play non-14 things until after break. I don't know. I say Eden prior. Yeah, I probably should do Eden prior to before my family trip. I'm also going to move this down here. Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm just kind of like blabbering and like talking through like thoughts of like what we should do. I would do Eden and then wait trials after break. You think so? Because I was already thinking maybe alliance raids after break. Or at least I could wait until not the first week of July, but the second week of July in order to do these. I'm gonna delete these right now because like these are, I have no clue what's gonna happen these weeks. So if I do this, maybe I should take a Sunday off. Don't stress yourself out too much. You'll get it eventually. Yeah. Yeah, we shouldn't. I'm just thinking though. What else are we gonna do? What do we do? I feel weird. I feel weird that like our big okay, so I feel weird because our big milestone for a while, for like a lot of June, was literally 5.3, and now I've done it, and I've done it kind of earlier in the day, earlier 8:30, right? Or 8. So like I feel, because like Eden raids were the only thing that was like pressing, that I really should do this before 5.3, because it does tie into the story and it is a nice thing for story stuff, right? The thing is, if I end up doing like Expedition 33, I really should do them 2 days in a row. Yeah, I feel like I should do them 2 days in a row in order to like properly enjoy them and have a good time. Like, I guess what I could do is maybe I could do them on the weekend. Eden raid and then something on the weekend. But I'm thinking, if we get the static back together, what are we gonna do first? Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. But what are we gonna do if we get the static back together? Should we just dive into a Shadowbringers raid? Or like, yeah, a Shadowbringers trial? And then eventually work towards the other ones, and then maybe go backwards and do another one. What was another one everyone... So I was thinking, what are the Stormblood ones everyone was talking about? Tsukiyomi was one of them. We've already did Shinryu. We need to finish Eden raids in order to unlock a Savage. Titania, Hades, Seat. I think we should do 12S. I don't remember which Omega that was, but I think that's... Is that the one with both Omegas? Honestly, if I had to use my own priorities to suggest finish the last world quest. Oh yeah! Oh, thanks! I forgot about that. That's actually on the spreadsheet. The role quest. The 80 job quest. Yeah, that is on the spreadsheet. That's a good point. Thank you for reminding me. Maybe I should have job quests. Yeah, job quests on here. I don't know. You know how you like you get into a pace of things and you're like, okay, I gotta do this. I gotta focus on this, and I'm gonna do this a lot. And like, you get in the habit of it, but then you have to stop, and you're like, what do I do now? And I'm thinking like, what do I do without Final Fantasy? I can play other games that's not Final Fantasy. Titania as a warm-up? A warm-up to what? Just a cheeky SOS. SOS extreme, just as a quickie. Okay, I have a question. So, what is more difficult, and this is very, I guess, subjective, is Seat or Hades more difficult? I would say the role quest from Shadowbringers priority if you haven't finished all the roles. I have not, actually. So, okay, so, job quest, thank you. I'm gonna write that down as a task. Job 80, level 80. Level 80. Job quest. It's funny, the only level 80 job quest I have done is Dark Knight. Literally the only one. One singular job quest. Okay, so maybe we'll do... Okay, so Eden raids on Thursday. I can work on job quest. Because it's lighter, hopefully, ideally lighter and more chill. And I can just kind of like mark those off. Maybe we can do the trial series right before I leave. And honestly, I probably... Do I want to bring back Expedition 33? That's where I'm like on the fence about. Do I want to bring them back now, or do I want to bring it back after I finish Final Fantasy IX? I think they're about the same. I think it's a little harder with Hades, though I think it's something. Though I also think it's easier though. Is there Stormblood content you haven't been finished? I haven't done Doma Restoration. So yeah, maybe after 9, then it'll be one less thing on your plate. Okay, all right. You're right. You're so right. Final Fantasy 9. I feel like... Sorry, what? I feel like I should have another Final Fantasy 9. I need to finish Final Fantasy 9. What if I stream Final Fantasy 9 tomorrow? Just like, what if I stream 9 tomorrow? And... I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna work on the schedule later. Thanks for watching. This silliness. We can focus on this, or in-game stuff. Thanks for hanging out for all this time, everyone. I really appreciate it. Ultimately up to you. I can dig in and see the things that you're worth playing. It's been a hot minute since you've played. It has been. I had to put it on the back burner because I forgot that I actually needed to... I forgot that I needed to do... What is it called? I forgot I needed to do Eden raids, and then we had to rush to do them in one stream. It'll be fine. I don't know, my brain was like really smushy. Maybe I just need to eat. Maybe that's what it is. I think you need a larger break, if you need a larger break, just take it. Yeah, I think so too. Okay, everyone, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. I think we did a lot today. I've just kind of been yapping for a little bit, and I don't have any direction, and my life is lost. No, I'm not lost. I feel a little lost after doing, I guess, such a large task, but it was really great. I'm really glad we finished 5.3. It feels like we've done so much, and we honestly cleared up such a huge story arc as well. And it feels so weird, and I don't know, I think I'm still like processing it a little bit too. Whose Lost Lala is that? Oh yeah, that's ours. It is. I am your Lost Lala. Your current Lost Lala. This is like post 5.3 feels. I feel so lost, but also we're not. Like we're right back on track. And I think after probably like a mental break and then also some food, I think we'll be back and I'll be excited to play. Cause like after 5.2, I was like, I'm so excited. I need to know what happens. Like, there's so much going on, and I want to see things resolved. And so much stuff got resolved, right? But I still have so many questions of, like, what's going on and what's happening, and, like, what's to come as well. Because, like, this is not the end of it. But I can really understand. I guess, like, the biggest thing is, like, we're not even done with Shadowbringers, but I guess one of the biggest things is I can understand why people really, really, really love this expansion. There's a lot of really heavy-hitting moments and also just like very wholesome moments too. And there's a lot of characters that people really enjoy and love. Not even just the main characters, but side characters or characters that show up that are like very compelling and like very sweet, and people like supporting characters and stuff. And it makes sense. Put in the work. And that's why this is critically acclaimed, right? Was Shadowbringers award-winning as well? Like Heaven's Word was? Award-winning, a critically acclaimed Shadowbringers. So much jarring being... It really is. I think that's what it is. It feels... Because, like, it was jarring being yoinked from the source, right? And, like, being placed in Shadowbringers. And now it's, like, exactly in the reverse. It feels almost jarring to be here with all our friends. Everyone's safe. We don't have to go back and forth. Like, everything is okay. For now. Everything is okay for now. And it's gonna be alright. And then I wonder as well if it maybe was like a really nice like moment for a lot of people, like after having played, like after like the 6 months and then going through 5.3, like how did everyone feel like at the end of it? Hopefully it is a mixture of relief and just like probably being emotionally drained. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm partially emotionally drained and I'm just like trying to go through those feelings. Shadowbringers is where the signs get a lot of focus in the character development. It really is. And I really love them for that too. Like I love all of our friends. Just take it easy from time to time. Yeah, I really do. I probably do. Because we have been doing pretty long streams as of late too. You're busy grinding. No, they were busy grinding relics. Had no breaks. No. breaks between Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I couldn't do that. I don't think I would want to do that. First personal. Audacity, I was so bad. I was so bad at the Catboy when he yoinked our friends out of Stormblood patch content now at the end of 5.3. I'm just glad he's alive. You were so mad at him. I was really mad at him as well. I find it so funny as well that so many of our other Scion friends were also really mad at him. Honestly, I think it's so funny. Now, like, full circle, Alize was so mad at the Crystal Exarch when she got yoinked. And then she, like, all of our friends were being taken away, like her having to feel that much anxiety and turmoil. And then right after the promise, her getting taken away and her being so mad at the Exarch. I think in turn now, she is relentlessly teasing Graha because this is her revenge. This is Alize's revenge. I think that's so funny. This is Alice's revenge for everything that Graha has put us through. And then saying that basically for Graha, like, his life is in our hands. Oh, no, absolutely not. She'll never let him live it down. And I love that about her. And I love that she's doing that. He does. And the thing is, he's so sweet and he's so well-meaning, but also, like, him being teased, I think is really funny too. I'm the nicest thing. It felt right when we all felt like it felt like the right time and we put our things in order. I'm glad that they ended up doing that they really gave us time to go through all the places and talk to people and be like, talk to everyone and, like, remember. That's so interesting. Sorry, my friend, my brain is trying to say, like, we're remembering all of our friends in the first. And we're remembering all the things that we've gone through. And also it's an extra reminder of our promise as well, right? So that's gonna be interesting. I feel like our promise probably will come up again. And the other really big thing is, like, how the Sundered versus Unsundered Ascians are gonna be in terms of being our antagonists. Because what I was gonna say when Vandania was maniacally laughing is, like, oh man, am I gonna start missing the Unsundered Ascians? Am I gonna start missing them, like, right now, right here and now? And I find it really interesting that the Unsundered ones, at the moment, at least 2 out of the 3 that we really got to know better, like, their stories got really compelling to us, right? And I wonder if it will be the same, or if it will feel similar or the same for the Sundered ones. I think in hindsight, though, she should thank him a bit, and she had the most amazing developmental arc while in the first. It's true. And she did even mention too earlier that she did pick up a couple tricks while she was in the first too. But I think she will begrudgingly, like, thank him in like a or in like an indirect way thank him, but maybe, like, she might have a little too much pride at the moment to, like, directly say it to his face. But yeah. So how are they gonna differ as antagonists? And will I miss those Unsundered Ascians? Which I think I will, honestly. I have a fear that I'm gonna miss the Unsundered Ascians a lot, like, compared to the Sundered Ascians. And we'll see. We have time. We have time to go through and, like, see if my thoughts are true or not. Alize learned how to steal our limit break at the first. And I started playing. You started playing between the two. Was it between the two, like between the two existing, or, like, dropping? Okay, all right. I think we're good. I think we did it. I think today we did the thing, and it felt good. It was a good time. We cried. We cried. We're happy. Our friends are okay. Nothing bad's gonna happen. all will be good. I'm trying to think what else. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what else is happening. We probably should find a friend to raid. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing who's online right now. And who I want to say hi to, perhaps. Okay. There's a couple of friends that we can say hi to. I'm sorry. I wish that my brain worked a little bit better. I think yesterday I ended up taking more food breaks, so I was able to like properly like articulate myself, but I think right now my brain is like on the lower side of energy. The lower side of energy, so I think after this I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat and then I don't even know what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do? You know what I really want to do, honestly? To be honest, what I want to do is I want to replay all the dungeons and trials of Shadowbringers. That's what I want to do. That's what I really, really, really want to do. I would love to redo them again and kind of learn them. It'd be really fun. Maybe in Discord we can do... maybe in Discord we can like learn 1 or 2 of them before I go like wind down for the night. Yeah, why not? Hi Nana, how are you? Everything will be good. Everything will be fine and good, and we're so actually really great and good right now too. So it's gonna be fantastic and wonderful. But everyone, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day, a good rest of your night. Sleep well, take care. Thank you for like keeping me company for all this time. Any amount of time, especially this week. This week has been like really heavy on streams. So if anybody had a chance to stop by and just like hung out with us, thank you. We are gonna go say hi to a friend who's also doing some Final Fantasy stuff, something a little bit lighter, so it'll be nice to swing by and be silly. But yeah, I'm gonna work on the schedule. I'll release it hopefully maybe by like Monday, Tuesday is the goal. I'll put it on Twitch. I'll put it on the Twitch schedule, and I will also put it on Discord. I'll try to post it somewhere, maybe on Blue Sky or whatever, but I'm gonna work on that. I also really do want to take some more time off so I'm able to hopefully actually focus on more video editing stuff, maybe make some like I really want to make some shorts, and I really want to make some more like highlights, or like more edited down like highlights of like moments that are really anticipated and exciting, right? So that's another thing I want to do. So I think that's what I'm most excited about now. Like I feel, even though I said I like feel almost a little lost like after 5.3, it will honestly be really good for me to go back and like review how much we did in Shadowbringers, and then also end up reviewing everything that we did in patches so far. And patches, of course, are very dense, but such a great time. It's so fun to see. I'm glad that you were able to see it. I kind of wish that I had I had my life together a little bit better, and then maybe had actually advertised that we were doing 5.3 to have even more friends to enjoy. But I still think it was a great time. And you know what? I'm sure there'll be wonderful moments in 5.4, in 5.5, and in Endwalker whenever that happens, which, you know, I don't know when Endwalker is happening. I'm not gonna worry about that. It doesn't exist yet. I don't even know. What if I don't even want to play Endwalker? We'll see. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here, everyone. Okay, all right. Let's go say hi to Denmo. Denmo is doing house tours again. So something lighter, something silly, something fun to watch. I'll probably be playing Final Fantasy. Don't worry. I gotta pay rent on my house, okay? I gotta pay rent on my house. It's really important. But here are the 2 raid messages. Everyone is able to use those raid messages. The 3rd raid messages are only for tier 3. If you're not a tier 3, don't use it. Also, don't be a tier 3. So everyone use the first 2. We're gonna say hi to Denmo, currently doing some housing tours, and also like fantastic video editor. Great Final Fantasy content. And I really like he has the Muppet the Muppet silence, and then also has like a fun little V2 like model too. But yeah, it's fun to hang out in his streams, and it's very silly. And he's been like doing some variety here and there. Sometimes he also does like community nights, but definitely he's well known for his housing tours. And it's really cool to see what everyone's able to do. And there's so many talented people even in our community who do like housing stuff just for fun and just like for friends. Thank you. For friends and for fun. And whenever we get a chance to go into people's houses, I'm always like inspoed. But like, I need to time manage way better and stop being so time blind, because I don't know. I don't know how to do it. But thank you for being here. Okay, all right. Good night, Aliken. Good night, Sep. Good night, Kevlar. Good night, Tuesday. Thank you for being here. Good night, good night, Control. Good night, Win. Good night, Annie. Good night, Jenna. Wait, Annie's not here. Annie can't raid. Good night, Ken. Good night, Sep. Good night, Emil. Good night, Elle. Good night, Sega. Good night, Nano. Good night, everyone. Good night, Stellar. Good night, Cam. I'll see you later.